Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
Yeah.
Welcome in to another edition of On the Rise with yours truly, Derrick, Geyer, and Mike Napoletano. How the heck are you doing, Mike, on this Saturday, April 26, 2025?
I am beyond run down because we had quite the week here.
Yes.
Back-to-back drafts? That's crazy. I don't think there has ever let me know if you're out there in history, if anybody has ever covered two separate drafts in a span of 48 hours.
Well, I'm not really sure. I'm sure there are some journalists out there that have done it. I know that we definitely had a very busy week because we were covering the Frontier League tryouts and draft down in, oh my goodness. Crestwood, thank you.
Where the Windy City Thunderbolts play at Ozinga Field. But yeah, I mean, think about it. Like all these other sports, their drafts are spread out, and like I'm not talking, you and your fantasy draft at home with you and your friends. I'm talking like this was a legitimate baseball draft on Wednesday. Turn around, and next thing you know, we're covering the NFL draft here from the Studio 14 on Thursday.
Yeah, it was quite a thing on Tuesday and Wednesday. Very long days, to say the least. Fun days, though. Despite a little bit of weather that we were dealing with Tuesday and Wednesday, and then coming in and handling the NFL 2025 draft here in studio, very exciting. So just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Steven Tassler, the commish of the Frontier League, along with Matt, the assistant general manager,
Deputy Commissioner.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So much going on that I get everything jumbled in my head. But, I think we're going to start off with, that 2025 NFL draft.
Absolutely.
So we obviously covered it here in the studio. And, I mean, the Bears ended up picking number 10, popping that up on the screen for you. So if you're watching along on the YouTube live feed, you're seeing that I've got the number 10 pick for the Chicago Bears, Colston Loveland of Michigan, and we are on the PFF.com page, which is Pro Football Focus, and they didn't actually like the draft, or they didn't. It was an average pick at number 10 for them.
Yeah, the biggest thing that stands out for me here, and I know a lot of Chicagoans. Friends of mine, you know who you are. They're out there that are saying this is an awful pick. You don't take a tight end in the top 10 picks. Although, listen, this is what I will say. The Bears, to trade up in this draft, would have had to give up a lot of assets.
Yeah.
So I am okay with them not making the move to move up in the 2025 draft. Now, that being said, you are at the mercy of what goes in those first 9 picks. It's not like having the number 1 overall pick like you've had for the last 2 years. You did trade one away, but the last year with Caleb Williams, you don't have the number 9 pick on top of that. So whatever you take at 1, Caleb Williams, then you wait and see if Rome Odunze falls at 9, right? this is a very different draft for the Bears. So you wait out those first 9 picks, and everything that I think the Bears were looking for in those first 9 picks, waiting till 10, was basically taken. I mean, you heard the Bears linked to Abdul Carter. You heard the Bears linked to Ashton Genty.
Yeah.
You heard the Bears even linked to maybe a Will Campbell or a Mason Graham. And those are gone. Even when those guys were gone, then, okay, Calvin Banks Jr., gone at 9. The Saints take him right before the Bears have to go on the clock. Now, does that make the Bears have to scramble? I don't think so. I think they had that depth chart pretty well thought out on what they wanted. But notice what I've talked about here. Abdul Carter's an edge. Will Campbell's an offensive tackle. Mason Graham's a defensive tackle. Ashton Genty's a running back. And even Calvin Banks is an offensive tackle.
Yeah.
The Bears go with a tight end. Now, there's, like I said, there's people out there that are saying you don't take a tight end in those first 10 picks. But the skill in all of those other areas were taken. So do you go with more of a depth pick that may or may not turn out, and then that's a waste of a first-round pick? Or do you go with, well, all right, our number 1 in this position's gone, our number 1 in this position's gone, but our number 1, who we had ranked number 1 on our boards as to tight end, who has the highest upside. That's the biggest thing here, is there are a lot of analysts, and obviously the Bears included, they took him, that believe that Colston Loveland has a high ceiling.
I don't even care about like the analysts. I don't.
True, yeah.
Because if you were to believe the analysts and everything, then what's that dude's name that played in Colorado? That's a quarterback that's still sitting on his arse.
Interesting.
And would have been taken by any number of the teams, and he's still sitting there after round 3.
I think you're
Shadur Sanders.
Yeah, I think you're thinking of the son of Deion Sanders, Shadur Sanders, who is still, as we sit here on Saturday, going into round 4 through 7 of the NFL draft, still not drafted. This was a man that was predicted to go first overall at one point over this past year.
Yeah.
And not only did he drop so far down the list in the first round, he dropped into the second round, and then he was not even taken yesterday during the second or third rounds.
And he was predicted to even get taken, the first pick by the Browns in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot. There's still a lot of teams that need quarterbacks, and they're not taking.
So, but I mean, I'm not even going to get into it because we could talk for an entire 2 hours on this and why he drafted or why he's fallen as far as he has.
Well, they say that there's a lot of issues with him as far as he came into a lot of interviews a little too upfront, a little too, for lack of a better term, a little too cocky, a little too all about me.
A little.
I'm sugarcoating it, but I'm also not. I'm also. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I'm also not in the room with the guy. So
exactly. Well, I mean, here we are. We're in a glass house and we're kind of tossing stones. We don't know the particulars of it. However, this is what Ryan Poles said about the pick he took.
As you saw, we took Colston Loveland at the 10th pick today. Someone that we're really excited about, both the staff, coaching staff, and the front office coming together, identifying a guy that we really liked, that we thought had a dynamic skill set, create mismatches. I think more importantly, too, is in terms of our offense can create, really beef up our 12 personnel. Someone that pairs well with Cole, along with other playmakers, and really creates headaches for a defense to go against. Love his competes, his fire. This kid he's physical, he's tough, he plays the game the right way. You can, when you watch the tape, there's an energy level that comes with him, and you can see it throughout the game, and it's infectious to other guys. What stands out, obviously, the dynamic skill set to separate, but also when you really study him in the run game, the blocking is way better than I think people really realize. Over the last 2 years studying, we did our due diligence with the quarterbacks last year. We watched JJ. This kid stood out as just a different type of player, and I know he's going to add a ton of value to our offense and our entire team.
When you evaluate Ben's vision for what he wants out of 12 personnel and things he can do with them, what do you see as the fit between Ben's vision and Colston's skill set?
Yeah, it's versatile. You can do whatever you need to do. We can run the ball. and play a physical brand of football. If you match that with, a more physical, bigger personnel group, well, you have a mismatch on your hands as well. So it's multiple, and it allows Ben to do what he does best, which one is to have a physical brand of football, but also be, creative and do some things that are going to put teams in a pickle. Just in terms of what fits what we want to do a little bit better with the personnel group that we have here on our roster, we thought that the combination of what we have was the better fit.
And what you guys talked about, advantage of your playmaker as opposed to position. So if you can be a playmaker, it doesn't matter if it's a non-premium position. So what did you need to kind of see from him on and off the field to kind of be comfortable taking a tight end that high?
Yeah, like I said, one, for where he is, the dynamic skill set that he has as a receiver paired with the run blocking, it's not just one part of his game, it's the complete, really in totality of what he can do for us. But just when you turn on that tape, it's just there's plays being made constantly. It's a guy that you can feel confident going to in critical situations. And now there's a lot of them. So that just, again, puts a stress on the defense.
And that was courtesy of Bears.com, the ChicagoBears.com. Ryan Pohl's going over everything that, he saw. I'm pretty sure that this is also a Ben Johnson pick.
Yeah, that was where I was going to go next. Yeah, I mean...
Go there, my friend.
I was going to let you finish. But the fact that you see that this Loveland's comparison is Sam Laporta, a very talented tight end of the Detroit Lions. You have Ben Johnson coming in here, who has liked for the last number of years while coaching in Detroit the two tight end pairings.
Yeah.
So now you have Cole Kmet and you have Colson Loveland, and that is everything that I think Ben Johnson wants. And if that's what he needs with that number 1 pick in number 10 pick, but the first pick for the Bears in that first overall, or in that first round, then this is a slam dunk then. I mean, it's not the pretty pick by any means, I don't think, but it's what's going to get the job done and fill a need.
Yeah. And when we were sitting here on Thursday going over the draft, and I just questioned it, because it was like, why do you do that? You have all the other needs and everything. And I even said it on Thursday where it's like, I thought about it, and it's like, well, who am I to criticize Ben Johnson, who's been killing it in Detroit, and now he's the head coach with the Bears and putting his offensive scheme together for it. But we will discuss more of the NFL draft on the other side of this break. He's Mike. I'm Derrick. You're listening to AM 1410 WRMN on the Rise.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. That's 800-433-3082.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
When I never graduated from high school, I realized I wanted to go back to school because I didn't want to work these back-breaking jobs the rest of my life. With the help of my father and having my son, that was all the motivation that I needed to come back to school. I felt accomplished, made me feel that I could take on whatever challenges life throws at you.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
I know we're at an at-will state, but for making a comment, like, hey, your hair looks good. And then I got a call from HR saying, hey, you know what, you're under investigation. Do I have any recourse?
Were you fired?
No, not yet.
The problem, Eddie, is they can fire you for any reason they want. They literally can wake up in the morning and say, you know what, I'm a little bored this morning. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to fire Eddie for no reason. Yup, he can do that. Yeah, that's California. Yup, welcome.
Handle on the Law. If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com.
Are you dreaming of a getaway? Want to leave the stress of daily life behind? Whether it's a relaxing cruise or an adventurous land escape, planning the perfect vacation doesn't have to be a hassle. At Cruises International, they specialize in vacation destinations, land and sea, making your dreams come true. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, Cruises International isn't just about booking travel. They're your personal concierge, trusted travel advisor, and advocate. Your preferences are unique, and they'll take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for. From personalized service to their global network of specialists, they ensure that your vacation is tailor-made just for you. It's time to plan the vacation of a lifetime. Call 800-255-7447. That's 800-255-7447 today and speak to a cruise and vacation expert. Cruises International. It's time to set sail to your dream destination.
Welcome back to On the Rise with your host, Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer. We're talking a little bit more NFL draft from the 2025 NFL draft from the Chicago Bears aspect of things. And, well, second round, they go ahead and pick at 39, which will basically close out all the fleecing that they did from the Carolina Panthers.
Right, yeah.
And the Bears ended up picking
Luther Burden III out of Missouri, and he is a wide receiver. Just to kind of conclude that first round, I don't know if we had mentioned it, Cam Ward goes first overall to the Tennessee Titans out of Miami. I don't know if that was any surprise to anybody. 6'2", 219 pounds, and a quarterback, which is what the Titans desperately need after the Will Levis thing didn't work out. And then, I don't know, sneakily, the New York Giants coming in third with Abdul Carter, an edge rusher from Penn State. But then they trade back into the draft and get Jackson Dart at the 25th spot. He's a quarterback out of Ole Miss. So we'll be a little bit low in the depth chart with some of the other names that'll be there in New York this year. But, hey, the Giants are making moves to turn that ship around. But yes, as you mentioned, the Bears have the 7th pick in the second round. That's the 39th overall. That was that at the end, as you nicely put it, the tail end, the closing of the fleecing that the Bears did from the Carolina Panthers. Luther Burden, a wide receiver out of Missouri, and I feel like this fits a need that the Bears did desperately need, is another depth wide receiver.
Yeah, and going back to, I'm basing this off of ProFootballFocus.com, and they give this pick an elite grade.
Yeah.
Which they're a little bit more in the know than I am. I'll just say that. With 1,212 yards and 9 touchdowns last year at Missouri, you could see it right here as I'm reading it off. Then, the overall grades and everything that he had only went up. He played a lot, and this is another weapon for Caleb Williams. So I was left scratching my head yet again, but I mean, Ben Johnson, offensive-minded. He is the coordinator and the play caller for the Chicago Bears. So I'm just going to trust in Ben Johnson until that trust is broken. Clearly, Ryan Poles is doing the same thing. Now, I say clearly doing the same thing, trusting Ben Johnson. I'm sure it's more of a partnership than what, I'm thinking that it is. If Ben Johnson's just, steering the ship and,
Right.
Poles is going along with it.
I mean, when you give that an elite grading because of the fact that Luther Burden was available there and he was probably one of the best wide receivers, like I said, still on the table, but he's also got a comparison to Stephon Diggs. And if you know anything about Stephon Diggs, that is a mainstay in the NFL. Luther Burden is 6 foot, 206 pounds, coming out of Missouri, like we said. And I think this is a very, very good pickup by the Bears. I know a lot of people not only were looking for maybe some offensive line help or even the defensive line help in that first round, and then, okay, you get into the second round, and this is the Bears' first pick, and they still have not addressed that. However, I think they took what was best for both themselves and what was still left available on that table. So I'm not upset with this, and I think that was the perfect move that they could have made.
Yeah, and it was kind of interesting. Well, not kind of interesting. I mean, I thought this was very interesting. Got some audio for us
for some highly entertaining stuff.
Who is coming out there but none other than WWE Seth freaking Rollins. Carrying that Bears championship belt right there.
Wisconsin!
Bears fans hooting and hollering.
God, come on, you can be louder than that. I know y'all mad because championship gold looks good on the blue and orange.
What a troll. I'm loving it.
But in all seriousness, Green Bay, we are in the shadow of Lambeau Field. And I love Lambeau Field. Because the king of the North, the best quarterback in the NFC North, Caleb Williams, is undefeated at Lambeau Field.
Let's go!
And in case y'all aren't familiar with my game, let me remind you, I am a visionary. I am a revolutionary. I am Seth freaking Rollins. And I am here to tell you that with the 56th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the greatest franchise in the NFL, the Chicago Bears, select Ozzie Tropillo, tackle from Boston College. Let's burn it down and bear down Chicago.
Okay, that was awesome.
I'm surprised that they didn't pick somebody like who's the one from Chicago?
CM Punk?
CM Punk, yeah. Because he's done the intro for the Blackhawks now when it comes up on the Jumbotron, and he always totes Chicago and stuff like that.
Oh, sure. But apparently, and I did not know this, Seth freaking Rollins is a huge Bears fan.
Oh, okay. All right.
I mean, which completely and totally makes sense.
It beats Clay Matthews going out there and totally trashing the Bears.
That was...
Yeah, he was talking major smack about our Chicago Bears, and he brought the president into it, I think, as well.
Yeah,
I didn't actually hear the clip.
Something signed on it.
Was that actually
I think
per Trump?
Well, I don't know if that was per Trump, but that was actually on the letterhead from the White House. So I'm not exactly sure what we're doing there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's to say that this draft has been unentertaining would be wrong, because it's very much been entertaining Granted, I haven't really paid attention to it all that much, but I mean, this has been awesome.
Well, we have more picks for the Bears coming up for you and how they got that Ozzie Trapilio pick on the other side of this break. You're listening to AM 1410 WRMN.
Here on WRMN AM 1410, we like to keep you informed and in tune to what's happening here in the Fox River Valley and what's going on here on WRMN. We recognize the importance of local radio to be a part of the conversation and to be a part of the community for the community.
You know, we talked about the importance of community theater, but supporting community radio is a big deal too. And, you know, for WRMN, this is a really cool thing that you guys do every day, and a really important thing. You have to have a local media outlet to talk about what's going on in your town. So you guys do a nice job.
Tune in to AM 1410 WRMN. Don't forget, you can also subscribe to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/WRMN Radio. Keep in tune and informed on what's happening here in the Fox River Valley, right here on WRMN.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
Ever tried balancing a dozen eggs in one hand while hopping on one foot? Or maybe juggling cats while riding a unicycle? Sounds ridiculous, right? But guess what? That's exactly what texting while driving is like. Your human brain only has the capacity to focus on one thing at a time. So when you're behind the wheel, give driving your undivided attention.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Schieblo has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
You're listening to On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
Yeehaw! You are definitely listening to On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer as we continue talking about the 2025 NFL Draft. And going into the third pick for the Bears in the 2025 draft, it is a dude by the name of Ozzie
Trapillo
from Boston College.
And that was the draft announcement that Seth Rollins made.
Yep.
And the whole reason the Bears took him at 56 overall and 24th in that second round was because, we got to back up here, the Bears traded away the pick that they had right after their 39th pick. They had the 41st overall pick. They traded that to the Buffalo Bills. The Buffalo Bills elected to take TJ Sanders, a defensive tackle out of South Carolina. So Bears fans, I think, were freaking out a little bit because you don't do anything to shore up the offensive line or the defensive line. Then you trade away that third pick in the depth chart of the Bears draft here.
Yeah.
That was the 41st overall pick. And then the Bills go ahead and take this South Carolina defensive tackle. And the Bears fans are going, well, we could have had him. However, the Bears still focus on offense then as they received that 56th overall pick on the other end from the Buffalo Bills. And
which was actually through the Vikings, through the Texans. So this pick got traded.
Nobody wanted it.
Yeah. But, so he started at left tackle for Boston College in 2022 before moving to right tackle for the 23 and 24 seasons. So he brings massive length and size to the position and has NFL bloodlines, with his father having played in the league. Trapillo, thank you, allowed just 2 sacks over the past 2 years and earned an 80.5 pass blocking grade in 2024. So, excuse me, with him only allowing the 2 sacks over the last 2 years, well, we definitely need someone that is going to block for Mr. Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
And keep him upright.
That is a huge addition to this Bears team. So that was, I think, finally calming some Bears fans' nerves that one of those major needs was getting filled. And then that wasn't all the Bears got from this Buffalo team. They also got the 62nd overall pick. So the Bears would pick 30th in this second round as well. That ended up becoming Shamar Turner of Texas A&M, which he is a defensive tackle. You can breathe easy, Chicago. You have defense, offense, wide receiver, and tight end all covered within the first 2 rounds of this NFL draft for the Bears.
Pleasant surprise. As you mentioned, this is a pick from the Bills that they traded up for. This is, according to Pro Football Focus, this is an above average pick with Shamar Turner from Texas A&M. He earned a 76.6 overall grade last season, or in 2023, and showed the potential versatility playing across multiple defensive line spots in college. He's got a high motor, active hands, and his 7.9% run stop rate was a bright spot during the 2024 season. So the Bears are covering a whole bunch of needs. They select a tight end, wide receiver, offensive line, and now a defensive lineman. So my guess going forward, with the rest of the draft being today, is running back.
Yeah.
I would think, because
most likely,
they already. I mean, granted, we didn't exactly see tight end. I didn't see tight end. I didn't see wide receiver. Didn't see the offensive or defensive lines going so late in the rounds, or the second round of the draft. So
right,
round 2.
This Bears team, this Bears organization. You could say what you want, and I said breathe easy, right, Chicago? But you still have to see these players in action. They still have to develop this organization, and that has been a huge problem for the Bears over the last several decades. Is you may pick the right names, but do you have the right tools in place in order to develop these names into predominant NHL stars? Now,
NFL stars?
NFL stars, sorry. But I mean, that's going to be the challenge. So when I say breathe easy, at least this organization is trying and is selecting to fill the right holes that they have in this Bears team, in this roster. However, proof is in the pudding, right? It has to come towards the voluntary camps and then the mandatory camps and then the actual spring, not the spring training, the preseason
draft. No, we're covering the draft. The OTAs,
you name it, training camp, and then into the regular season. So will all these picks pan out? Probably not. We don't know.
Well, not to mention, I mean, yes, you are talking about the players. But don't forget last year, if you're equating the players to the tools, then we need the coaches that would equate to the using instructions or the directions on how to use them.
Right.
Because let's face it, last year, the instructions might as well have been from IKEA.
Yeah.
With Matt Eberflus, Shane whatever. I mean, they did not know how to use the personnel. Right. They did not know what the hell they were doing. So with so far, so good, and I am very optimistic, almost stupidly so, because the last 2 years, hell, I thought the Bears were going to go to the playoffs. I'm pointing the thumb on myself for being an idiot in that regards to think that, Matt Eberflus, Shane Waldron, Ryan Poles, best offensive line that he's seen, while with the Bears. Oof.
Yeah, we shall see. Like we said, the coaching is different now. You have Ben Johnson, so hopefully those IKEA directions get translated into football language. But there's still a lot to see here. In fact, that Buffalo trade is not entirely complete yet. The Bears will also have the 109th pick in the draft, which is the 4th round, 7th overall. So they will be picking again right away today as things get started. The Bears also have a couple of 5th rounders, I believe, in here. Let me double check that. Yeah, they have the 148th overall pick, which is the 10th pick in the 5th round. And they have, give me 1 second here. Was it the 6th round that they had multiple spots? The Bears have no, they don't have any picks in the 6th round. That's my apologies. I believe maybe it's the 7th round. But now we're really getting deep into the weeds here. The Bears do have the 233rd pick. That is 17th overall in the 7th round. That was a trade.
Yeah, that was the trade with the Bills, I believe.
No, that's not in here with the Bills. No? I'm not sure where they got that one from. I'll do some research on that in just a second. However, they also have their own. They should have their own pick in this 7th round. That would be. Oh no, that's it. Just the one in the 7th round. Maybe with those other picks. They did trade away. What they gave away to the Bills was the number 41 pick, the 72nd overall, and that's where it is, the 240th pick. So they don't have that 240th pick anymore, but they still do have the 109 today and that 233 that I mentioned. Let me double check where they got the 233 from because it's not showing. But
regardless, the Bears will be wrapping up the draft. We're wrapping up our draft coverage of it on this Saturday. We're going to be moving on into Frontier League Baseball, as we mentioned at the top of the show, because we were there for the tryouts. And we'll get back to that on the other side. You're listening to On the Rise. He's Mike. I'm Derrick. You are listening to AM 1410 WRMN.
Located at 353 South Randall Road, we're more than just music lessons. We're a community. Whether you're an absolute beginner or a seasoned musician, our performance-based curriculum is designed to transform your skills and confidence. From learning new instruments to rocking a full-blown concert, we bring out the best in every musician, no matter their level. Join the School of Rock Elgin family today, where music isn't just learned, it's lived. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up now to get your desired time slot. School of Rock is now open. Unleash your inner rock star. Are you looking to buy, sell, or trade something? Maybe clean out that attic or basement, or just make a little extra cash? Then don't miss Tradio on Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Weekdays at 12:30 p.m. Call in to let folks in the Fox River Valley know what you're looking for or what you've got to get rid of. It's easy, it's free, and it's a great way to connect with your community. Call in at 847-931-1410. That's 847-931-1410. If it's got to go, then let us know. Only on Tradio, here on WRMN AM 1410.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
Ever tried balancing a dozen eggs in one hand while hopping on one foot? Or maybe juggling cats while riding the unicycle? Sounds ridiculous, right? But guess what? That's exactly what texting while driving is like. Your human brain only has the capacity to focus on one thing at a time. So when you're behind the wheel, give driving your undivided attention.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Ready to tackle your junk piles? Call the Junk Luggers. From old furniture to entire cleanouts, we do the heavy lifting. And here's the best part. We rehome and recycle as much as possible to keep it all out of landfills. Feel good about your cleanout the green way. Call 1-800-LUG-JUNK or visit junkluggers.com today for your eco-friendly, stress-free service.
You're currently listening to On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
That's right. He's Mike. I'm Derrick. This is On the Rise, AM 1410 WRMN. And as we were talking about at the top of the show, we had the distinct pleasure of being at the Frontier League draft and tryouts over the course of Tuesday and Wednesday this past week. Very fun time. We had the opportunity to speak with a number of coaches and commissioners and, you know, doing a deep dive with some of the players, or not really a deep dive, but you know, I did end up talking with a couple of players just to get an idea of like where their mindset was. And, you know, it was quite interesting. What's up, Grant? Thank you for joining us on the YouTube live feed. Thank you for pointing that out, Mike. We are back on the YouTube live feed. And this is one of the interviews that we did with the Commish of the Frontier League.
Mike Napoletano here with WRMN, and I am here with Frontier League Commissioner Steve Tassler. Steve, we were talking earlier today about the weather kind of lucking out. I thought I jinxed us for a second. We had a little bit of a sun shower, but your thoughts on the atmosphere here today on day one?
It's perfect. It was a little cool this morning, but we'll take it to have the sun come out. We did have those real brief raindrops. They went away, and it's just great baseball weather outside.
And now about the atmosphere out on the field, the first day of these tryouts. What have you liked out here, and tell us a little bit about what went on today?
Today was more drill work. We had pitchers throwing bullpen sessions. We had fielders doing defensive drills at each of their positions. They're finishing up with some around the batting practice and base running at the moment. It's just great to see people coming out, wanting to play baseball, wanting to be part of the Frontier League. Summer's on the way. We're getting ready to start our season in a little over 2 weeks. It's just a perfect time of year for us.
Yeah, perfect indeed. We will talk a little bit more to you tomorrow after we kind of get this pool narrowed down. We're going to have a little bit of a scrimmage as you were explaining to us. 2 new teams joining the league, though. What is this tryout going to be like for them to get a chance to see how it is to work with the league, and vice versa, yourselves to get to work with these 2 new teams?
I mean, it's a great opportunity for us to get to know Jay with the Mississippi Mud Monsters and to get to know Brett and the Down East Bird Dogs coaching staff a little bit before the games start. Getting them to know the other field managers as well, with all 18 of our teams being on site here in Crestwood this week. It's a good start. You know, they started from scratch. They didn't have a roster, so they're going to be looking to fill in what they've not been able to do yet. Same with our other 16 clubs. They're returning clubs. The benefit of doing a workout right before our training camp starts is they know what they're missing in their lineup and in their rotation. They're coming here to look for specific positions to fill, and guys are going to get signed and have the opportunity to compete immediately.
That is awesome. Well, you've been running around like a madman all day, controlling everything and making sure everything goes smoothly, so we appreciate all your hard work, and we will see you tomorrow for the scrimmage and a little bit more narrowed down of the pool. It'll be exciting.
It's a great time of the year, and we just can't wait for Frontier League Baseball to start. Thanks.
Thank you so much again.
Thanks, Mike.
And that was, this is kind of wild saying, that was courtesy of WRMN AM 1410.
It's just us. We don't have to.
No, yes, actually, I think we do.
I don't think so. It's just us.
You know what? We're out there doing the thing.
But you don't have to credit us when it's us.
No, yes, we do.
It's not how it works, but okay. The Boomers made 3 picks in the draft.
I'm making an executive decision.
You can do that. Let's redefine the industry.
Hey, wait, hold on a second. Let me mute you real quick.
The Boomers made the 11th overall selection in that draft. That was shortstop Jack Dupuis out of Wheaton, Illinois. So got a chance to talk to him. Hopefully he's looking to bring some middle infield help to this Boomers team and compete for a spot. The Boomers also used their pick. Now, how this kind of works is these are all players that do not have a team or a home. They might be coming straight out of college. They might be coming straight out of another organization in another independent league. Maybe they're coming down from playing affiliated ball. So they're competing for these positions, and then they're getting a chance to have their names called in this kind of little expansion draft, expanding the rosters draft type of thing. So each team has to make minimum 2 selections. They can make as many as 4. So there's 18 teams. They said there's going to be about 3 rounds, basically. So the Boomers selected in 3 different spots. So
and initially so for day 1 with all the pitching, hitting, and fielding drills that were going on, there were approximately 360 to 370 players. After that, so the back end of it, players got whittled down to, if I'm not mistaken, it was 164. Or 154.
144.
144. Okay, thank you. So if it was 64 pitchers and then 80 position players that got whittled down to. And in talking with Steve Tassler, the commissioner, and some of the players, so Steve Tassler is the commissioner of the Frontier League. He is putting on this, the tryouts, the draft, all that fun stuff. Then he was driving, to Cleveland?
To Cleveland, 5 hours, and then that's kind of back home. And
then the next day after that, so I believe that would have been Thursday?
Yeah, so Wednesday after he leaves the draft, he drives home to Cleveland for 5 hours, and then another about 5 to 6 hours to Maryland for independent ball meetings on the East Coast.
And then after that, I believe he was driving back to Cleveland.
Probably, yeah.
So that is a whole heck of a lot of driving in like 3 or 4 days. And just getting it all ramped up, and apparently Grant is, agreeing with you that we don't need to credit our own work. Screw you, Grant.
Well, so
love you, screw you.
A lot of really good work done by Mr. Steve Tassler. We've had him on the show before. We've gotten a chance to speak to him. You heard us get a chance to speak to him right there. So great event basically over the 2 days, and it was a lot of fun. But good job by the entire Frontier League to put this on. The Boomers, with their second selection in this draft, was the number 29th overall pick. That was right-handed pitcher Eric Kozlowski out of Barrington, Illinois. So a couple of hometown kids with those first 2 picks. Doesn't always work out that way, but it just so happened to here. And the Boomers get a guy who leans a little bit on his fastball, so hopefully bringing some heat to the mound, and we will see if he makes the team. The third selection that the Boomers were able to make in this draft was actually not a hometown kid.
No, all the way down from Texas.
That was Brian Aguilar, a shortstop out of San Antonio, Texas. So 2 shortstops, 2 middle infielders. Of course, these 3 players, even though they've been drafted by the Boomers, they still have to compete for a roster spot with what the Boomers already have in addition to each other. So we shall see how that progresses, and I'm excited to see these additions. And we got a chance to talk to Boomers manager and batting coach, hitting coach, that would be Jamie Bennett, the manager, and hitting coach Nick Odo.
Oh, so would you like me to play that?
Oh, yeah. We're running out of time here, pal.
I'm Mike Napoletano here on behalf of WRMN for the Frontier League Draft Camp Tryouts here with Schaumburg Boomers manager Jamie Bennett. Jamie, last year, a half a game short of making the playoffs. What are the keys going into this season for the Boomers to get back that playoff pedigree?
Just consistency, I mean, we had a good year last year. Had some guys picked up all those things that you want. But, had a couple slow months in there that really slowed us down a little bit, got off to a good start. But I think the big thing moving forward is just, like any team wants, is finding some consistency and, continuing to be on top of your game, throughout the season.
Now, this is kind of a tryout for players that don't quite have a home yet. They haven't quite made a team, as we almost get taken out by a tent over here. What are you looking forward to bringing to the Boomers from this camp? What are you kind of looking for these next 2 days?
Really, some guys to come in and compete. I think that's one of the best parts of spring training to me is, going into a camp and having a competitive camp where guys know they're competing against each other, 4 jobs and 4 positions, and, hopefully finding a couple guys out of here that can come in and give the guys we already have under contract to run for their money and compete.
Now, there isn't really a whole slew of scouts or, a draft team, so are you the one getting to make the decisions with your coaching staff and who you pick up from this camp?
Yeah, for the most part, Nick Odo, my hitting coach, is here with me, so, there's a lot of guys here, but having an extra set of eyes definitely helps. We have a roundabout idea of what we're looking for and what our needs are, so, it's just trying to lock in as much as you can over the next couple of days.
Thank you so much. Good luck on these next 2 days, and good luck on this.
Well, I just absolutely love the fact that you hear the crack of the bats, the pitching machine going off, the batters missing the balls, hitting the backstop, from the cage. And
spring is here.
Yeah, some good information from the coach of the Boomers.
Yeah. Do we have the Nick Odo in there too, or did we?
Which one was the Nick Odo?
That was the Boomers batting coach.
Sorry, no.
Okay, that's okay. That's all right. We did get a chance to talk to him. I reposted that. You could check that out on my social media.
You could check out the drip.
Yeah, he had the bright orange and white Jordans on.
Explain that
very
to
cool.
this old
Nike gym shoes.
Here.
Nike gym shoes. They were just like custom Boomer style gym shoes.
Oh, is that what that was?
Yeah. So I mean,
no. I mean drip. What's drip? Because I could come out of the shower and I'm dripping wet. I just don't understand what you're talking about. This must be like some new young kid vernacular thing. Get off my lawn already, Mike.
All right. Well, I'll explain it after the break when you're done talking.
Oh, the shoe. The drip is on the other foot now.
Well, when you ask a question, you gotta expect an answer.
Oh, I'm just pulling one of yours out of the bag right there, my friend.
I ask questions and I get answers.
Yeah. Sure
Drip is when your outfit looks good. You're wearing the drip. Maybe you got a little bit of ice on. A little.
What's ice?
Oh my goodness. Oh my God.
What are you talking about?
Oh, dude.
Are we doing a fashion show? Or are we doing like a sports show here?
Definitely not a fashion show here. That's for sure.
No, I mean, I'm basically wearing one of my 3 favorite shirts right now. But you are currently listening to On the Rise, AM 1410 WRMN. He's Mike. I'm Derrick.
Are you dreaming of a getaway? Want to leave the stress of daily life behind? Whether it's a relaxing cruise or an adventurous land escape, planning the perfect vacation doesn't have to be a hassle. At Cruises International, they specialize in vacation destinations, land and sea, making your dreams come true. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, Cruises International isn't just about booking travel. They're your personal concierge, trusted travel advisor, and advocate. Your preferences are unique, and they'll take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for. From personalized service to their global network of specialists, they ensure that your vacation is tailor-made just for you. It's time to plan the vacation of a lifetime. Call 800-255-7447. That's 800-255-7447 today and speak to a cruise and vacation expert. Cruises International. It's time to set sail to your dream destination.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 9 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour at townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. Authorities say a massive explosion in fire depot in southern Iran has killed 4 people. The head of the country's rescue organization said at least 516 others were injured. The blast took place at a port just outside a major facility for container shipments for the Islamic Republic. Meanwhile, nuclear talks continue between the U.S. and Iran this weekend.
Experts on both sides will meet on Saturday to start hammering the technical details of any possible deal. The talks seek to limit Iran's nuclear program in exchange for the lifting of some of the crushing economic sanctions the U.S. has imposed on the Islamic Republic. President Donald Trump has repeatedly threatened to unleash airstrikes targeting Iran's program if a deal isn't reached. Iranian officials increasingly warned that they could pursue a nuclear weapon with their stockpile of uranium enriched to near weapons-grade levels. I'm Karen Shamas.
Senator James Lankford says Congress will soon approve more money for border security and infrastructure, including more living space for those being deported.
When you deport someone or remove them, they are going to spend, a week or two, sometimes just a day or two, in custody, and then they've got to be able to be moved out. We could actually remove more, especially criminal aliens, if we had more beds.
The director of the National Economic Council says it's only natural to see some negative sentiment on Wall Street, since the markets are notorious for hating change.
And President Trump is an agent of change who is voted in because Americans decided that the economy that Joe Biden handed us was a sick patient that needed some fixing.
Kevin Hassett is director of the National Economic Council. He was interviewed this week by the Salem Radio Network. Big tech stocks carried Wall Street to the close of a winning roller coaster week. The S&P 500 was up 0.7% on Friday. More from townhall.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free, no-risk consultation. 800-292-7875. 800-292-7875. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-292-7875.
A man died Friday morning after he was stabbed on a subway train following a dispute on what officials said was the New York system's first homicide this year.
Police in New York City are looking for a man they say stabbed to death another man during Friday morning rush hour on the subway and in the subway station when the two men got off. Police say the men had gotten into an argument when the attacker stepped on the victim's shoes. It happened in the Brooklyn Bridge City Hall subway station in Lower Manhattan. Police say the victim, a 38-year-old man, was stabbed multiple times in his torso and was pronounced dead at a nearby hospital. Police describe the attacker as in his 20s or 30s, dressed in black and wearing black headphones. I'm Donna Warder.
3 rounds, 102 picks, and still no team has called the name of Shedeur Sanders in the NFL draft. His disappointment continued last night when his name was not called in the second or third rounds. Breaking news at townhall.com. Brazil's former President Jair Bolsonaro's health condition has worsened following a recent surgery. Here's the BBC's Leonardo Rocha.
The former president, who is 70, he's been in hospital for nearly 2 weeks. He was admitted with severe pain and he underwent intestinal surgery for about 12 hours. So it's a very delicate situation. He's had many problems, 6 operations, I believe, since he was stabbed during the electoral campaign in 2018.
That is BBC's Leonardo Rocha reporting. The big auto show, and this one is in China. Booths of big Chinese, German, and Japanese automakers bustling at Shanghai's auto show as the industry keeps its sights on the wider global market, not subject to steeper U.S. tariffs on imports of cars and auto parts. You'll find more of these stories at townhall.com.
Welcome back to AM 1410 WRMN. You are listening to On the Rise with myself, Mike Napoletano, and Derrick Geyer here on Saturday, April 26th. The 9 o'clock hour is upon us. That means we are halfway through our show, but don't forget to stay tuned in to WRMN for the 10 to noon hours. You'll be hearing the truth about Chicago sports with Marcus Mack, Brandon Combs, maybe some special guests like Blake Cowell and also Sophia Blackburn.
Or how does he say Blake's name?
Balake.
Balake.
It's Aaron Balake.
Yeah,
Balake. Yeah. So.
Or Blake.
Yeah. Blake, a very well-known character I shouldn't say character, I should say a very well-known reporter in the Chicago Cubs world of both social media, Twitter, all that. So he'll give you some excellent analysis. He also follows the draft closely as a big Bears fan, so he'll give you his takes. I know he wasn't super happy with that first round pick, but we'll see what he has to say about the depth picks. As for picks, we got to jump back into some of the festivities that we were talking about with the Frontier League over this past Tuesday and Wednesday over at Ozinga Field in Crestwood, which is the home of the Windy City Thunderbolts. And if you know anything about the Windy City Thunderbolts right now, you would know that the name Bobby Jenks was associated with them over the past, I'd say 2 years or so. But you also may know that Bobby Jenks, it was announced that he is dealing with stage 4 cancer. So unfortunately, a 2005 legend, an absolute heater of a closer, and just overall a great man, fighting a really tough battle that way too many people have to fight in sports and in the world in general. I mean, we talked to Katrina on the show here, talking about Troy Murray and a number of other people in the hockey world that are all battling cancer. And it's just a shame, and it's really a shame to see that Bobby Jenks is in that same boat. I grew up watching that man in my early White Sox fandom, and, you know, he had his rough years here or there towards the end of his White Sox tenure, but when they were winning the 2005 World Series and they had a couple runs like in 2008, he was a solid closer. Well, you couldn't not love big Bobby Jenks, you know? I mean, that's what Ozzie Guillen, he was, you know, give me the big guy, right? Give me the big tall guy, right? But we did get a chance to speak to another former White Sox player. That would be former Major League catcher with the Tampa Bay Rays, the Los Angeles Dodgers, and the Chicago White Sox, Toby Hall, who was originally hired on to be the bench coach, but he is now going to take on the duties of interim manager while Bobby recovers. So we got a chance to talk to him.
couple months really been like for you, and what are you expecting from this Windy City club? It's just WRMN, and I am here with Windy City Thunderbolts interim manager Toby Hall and former MLB player. Toby, you were hired on as a bench coach this year. Due to the unfortunate circumstances, you're kind of also stepping into that interim manager role. What have these last couple months really been like for you, and what are you expecting from this Windy City club?
It's just been hard. I mean, first and foremost, prayers out for Bobby and his family, and that's my boy. And when all this went down, it's just my biggest thing is caring about him. And he built this roster, this team, and he asked me if I could take over until he gets back, and I said, of course. I mean, I'll hold down the fort, and hopefully he gets back soon.
Yeah, you mentioned you've played with Bobby Jenks and the Chicago White Sox. What was it like getting a chance to play with the Bobby Jenkses, sharing the catcher duties with an A.J. Przinsky, and then, of course, under a comical manager like Ozzie Guillen? Yeah,
I mean, I ended up getting hurt here, but to have that roster that we had, Griffey and Tomey and everybody, from the 05 team, that was my first pick when I was a free agent. So just great. We love Chicago. My family loves Chicago, and it's nice being here, even under the circumstances. But I'll keep holding down the fort until he gets ready.
For the Windy City Thunderbolts themselves, I hear you guys have a couple of holes in the roster to fill. What are you looking forward to coming from these tryouts and the draft?
We need some pitching. I think everybody here is looking for pitching, and Bobby pretty much solidified a good roster so far. And throughout the season this summer, I mean, things are going to happen. Guys are going to get, like, we lost a guy to the Indians yesterday, and which is a good thing. We want them all to go to affiliate ball and go be able to play. But it's a long summer. It's there's a lot of transactions, and you see here, I mean, 350 kids showed up and they can play. So I just tell them I'll be ready, and when they get that call, then make sure they get here to Chicago as quick as they can.
Well, good luck on the season. We're wishing you and Bobby the best of everything.
I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that was my bad. So for those of you that can't actually see it, I couldn't see the buttons and everything because the light was, the sun was coming in and blinding me, and it looked like everything was ready to play. Yeah.
The sun in Chicago, that means it really is spring. We did hear a lot of cracking of the bat and the slap of the glove at Ozinga Field the past week. But
so
now
it's not
confirmed.
just for outfilders. It's for board operators and stupid radio producers.
We got to get you a pair of Oakleys and some eye black over here on the producer chair.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So
I one error today operating.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, it was a great set of festivities. We were excited for the Frontier League season to get underway, and that means also the American Association will be getting underway, and we'll get a chance to talk more Cougars as well.
And as we were out there talking and just soaking in the tryouts and everything for the Frontier League, I was able to speak with a couple players. I didn't record the interviews and everything because they had other things going on, but I did interview a couple of the pitchers that were trying out for, the individual teams or whatnot. And they were both 25 years old, and they both had very different responses. One was if he doesn't make the team or any team out of the 2 days, then he was basically going to be getting like a regular job.
Yeah.
The other 25-year-old was basically like, well, I'm going to go until I can't go anymore. So he's sticking with the dream. And I would imagine there's a lot of that because I know I called it quits. I wish I didn't, but hindsight is 20/20. And it's like, how badly do you want it? Are you burnt out from everything? Are you tired of, constantly getting beat down over and over again? Do you still have the will and the fortitude to continue on to try to make that big league dream or playing professionally, as a thing? And it was just because I could see it I could see it in like both their eyes because I thought I was asking legitimate questions, but at the same time being cognizant of the fact that, hey, there are over like 360 some odd players here, only 54 spots, theoretically speaking.
Yeah, right.
So what are you going to do if you don't make it onto one of these teams?
Yeah.
And, they were nice. They were gracious about it. to the fact of like, well, you know, this is my plan, this is the other plan. And it's like, you know, okay. And I get it. Because right now at 49 years old, I still, being out there those last 2 days, you know, on Tuesday and Wednesday, I wanted to pick up a bat. I wanted to pick up a, you know, ball and a glove, and I wanted to get in there because it looked like, man, 90 miles an hour. That doesn't seem that fast. It didn't look that fast.
No, I mean, if you've played baseball long enough, like I can hit a 90-mile-per-hour ball. The problem, the struggle is knowing where it's going to be, you know, and being in that game mentality every single day, knowing tendencies, predicting. A lot of it is guesswork, but a lot of it is, you know, technique and just starting your swing earlier just to meet that faster pitch, right? So,
yeah.
And then, you know, be on top of that, not only do you have to know what's coming, you got to know where you're putting it if you do make contact. That's a big if, but if you do make contact, hit behind your runners, hit situationally, drop down a bunt, you know, hit a home run if you're the if you're the 4-spot power guy and that's like what you're expected to do, you know? So there's so much that goes into it, and that means we're just so excited to get this season underway and see what the Boomers have in store. You heard me talk to manager Jamie Bennett about how the Boomers were half a game back from making it to the playoffs last year. And this Boomers team, I think I did the numbers when we first started on this show because they had just missed last year. I believe, and this is off the top of my head, so don't quote me on this, I believe the Boomers have been to the postseason 9 times in their 13, well, you could call it, 13 because the COVID year didn't happen. 13-year history. It's about to be 13 because this is 2025. 13-year history, 12 seasons basically. I think they've made the playoffs 9 times. No, 6 times. I'm sorry. 6 times in 12 seasons, so 50% of a shot. 4 of those times, they have not lost a series in the playoffs. They've gone all the way and won championships. They have 4 titles to their name. Those other 2 times, I think, were wild card exits. So this team, when they get hot and when they find a postseason spark, regardless of the ever-rotating rosters in a minor league system like this,
which is crazy,
right? They have been able to fend off that double-edged sword of guys having talent and getting picked up, and then the Boomers themselves having to fall into a sort of regression and rebuild. I mean, they just recycle and get back talent, and next thing you know, they're there again.
Yeah, because there was a couple of coaches that we spoke to, or managers, however you want to, you know, call it, that were saying that, we had a stud pitcher, and you know, someone from affiliate ball was calling them up, so they made it to like either like the single A, double A, or whatever roster of a major league team. So that is the goal. That is the pipeline for, you know, the American Association, for the Frontier League, and for all the other, you know, independent, you know, leagues that there are. Yeah. But we will be taking a short break. You're listening to On the Rise, AM 1410, WRMN. That's Mike. I'm Derrick. We'll be back.
Hi, this is Sue with Newman's Corner Pub in Hampshire, Illinois. Are you looking for the perfect hangout spot? Swing by Newman's Corner Pub right at the corner of 72 and State Street in Hampshire. Enjoy fantastic drinks, live music, and a fun crowd that makes every visit special. Test your luck with our hot slots and our Queen of Hearts drawing every Saturday at 3 p.m. Challenge your friends to darts or pool while you're here. Newman's Corner Pub, where every day feels like a weekend. Visit us at Route 72 and State Street in Hampshire. That's Newman's Corner Pub, your new favorite spot.
Searching for a financial partner that truly has your best interest at heart? Join KCT Credit Union, where they're more than just a bank. They're a not-for-profit financial cooperative. KCT members are owners, meaning profits go back to you in the form of lower loan rates, higher savings rates, and fewer fees. Experience personalized service that puts you first. Become a part of KCT, where your financial well-being is their top priority. Visit kctcu.org. Each account insured up to $250,000 by member's choice. This institution is not federally insured.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident, or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation compensation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. That's 800-257-3148.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the better business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
What's the best way to get rid of a timeshare that you don't want? Call the Timeshare Exit Hotline. We're a group of attorneys that help customers legally exit their timeshares. It's an easy process. We guarantee results or you pay nothing. Exit your timeshare today. Call now.
800-890-5957. 800-890-5957. That's 800-890-5957.
If your idea of therapy involves a fishing rod, a tree stand, or a campfire, then you need American Outdoors Radio. Host John Cruz speaks your language, whether it's about the best lures, tracking game, or that one buddy who always forgets to bring the beer. John's got the tips to sharpen your aim, the hacks to pack lighter, and the stories to keep you entertained. Again, that's American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz. Saturdays at 7 a.m. on WRMN 1410. Or stream it at WRMN1410.com. Get ready to outfish, outhunt, and outcamp them all on American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz.
This is On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
That's right. We are on the rise, AM 1410 WRMN. Mike, Derrick, and now joining us from The Truth About Chicago Sports, Brandon Combs. How the hell you doing, Brandon?
Great, man. Great. Good to be in studio with you guys. Love the setup here. That's my first time actually in the studio. It's a great setup here. Looking out on the streets of Elgin. The wild streets of Elgin.
Yeah. Yeah, you called in last week to Truth About Chicago Sports, right? That was your first week with Marcus again? Because you guys did the show back at IMS together, right?
We did. We created the Truth About Chicago Sports there. I went on to Odyssey. He came here, and he kept the name and everything.
So he won that in divorce?
Yeah, he just kind of took it. It really wasn't even, it's kind of like my ex-wife. Just kind of took off.
Well, I'm so glad that you are able to reunite with your one true love, which is the Truth About Chicago. Yeah. I mean, Marcus Mack, right? Yeah.
You're right. Yeah, Marcus is fantastic.
So it's not like one of those, beware of the past, and now all of a sudden it's like we're doing it all over again, only to get divorced again?
Yeah, no. It seems like it's going to be good for the long haul. It was good to meet Blake. Blake is really good at what he does. So
Balake.
It was a lot of fun. Balake, as we like to call him. But it was good. It was good getting back into the saddle with the guys, and it's a little bit of a different approach compared to the normal producing that I'm doing over in the other place. So. Yeah,
and now you're also at BetMGM.
Yeah,
just
BetMGM
like we've had Grant on the show, so we've had a number of your co-hosts and stuff like that. We actually had Gabe Ramirez on as well. He was also Odyssey with you guys. So
yeah,
we were talking a little bit of fire. So glad to have you as a part of the fold here, and excited to see what you're doing. you, just like Nick Johnston, will be working dogs this summer. So maybe we'll get a chance to pick your brain on the dogs as we cover more of the Cougars. But, it's all American Association. Might as well throw that in there here and there, right?
A little bit of rivalry never hurt anybody, right?
Yeah, exactly.
No, not at all.
Well, that is a perfect transition point because a little bit of rivalry never hurts in the AHL's Calder Cup playoffs. And the Chicago Wolves were set to play the Rockford Ice Hogs as of last Saturday when we spoke with Hannah Arbitman, and we jumped off the show. And then next thing you know, the Wolves are defeating Rockford 5-0 at the Allstate Arena in the final regular season home game. Now, that's regular season home game, folks. That doesn't mean...
Wait, this wasn't the playoffs?
Not the playoffs yet. That was a little bit of the appetizer as to what you were going to get to see in the playoffs. However, it seems like the chefs switched up the meal on us because this Wolves team that went 9-3-0-0 against the Rockford Ice Hogs in the regular season ended up dropping both games to the Ice Hogs, and not just in any fashion. We did talk to Hannah about there were some scheduling conflicts with the Allstate Arena, so even though the Wolves were set to have home ice advantage, there was going to be the first game played in Allstate Arena on Wednesday night, and then followed by the Friday night and, if necessary, Sunday night games up at the BMO Center in Rockford. Now, there was no need for a Sunday matchup tomorrow as Rockford went into the Allstate Arena and took it to overtime against this Chicago Wolves team. And who else but Artie Party getting the party started. Artem Levshunov, the Blackhawks' second overall pick from the 2024 draft. He calls game in this one.
Blue line has some trouble with it. He'll leave it for Cole Gutman, moves the feet over the red line. He's forced to wire it in. Martin lost his footing behind the net. Fed up to the blue line. Sanford now Levshunov. He'll fire. Score! Artem Levshunov wins it in overtime. And the Ice Hogs take game one in Rosemont. At 11 minutes of overtime. A power play goal for the Ice Hogs. And Artem Levshunov finds a soft spot through that Chicago penalty kill and beats Martin from deep. And a series lead is coming back to Rock.
As you hear the voice of Dana Gray from the Ice Hogs broadcast, I'll admit I didn't cut that too quick before they said Rockford. That was the Ice Hogs themselves. Just throwing that out there. So, yeah.
Oh, geez.
I could have gotten a different
what are you
clip.
Wow.
But yes, that was courtesy of AHL
where's
Flow
the
Hockey
bus
TV.
sound effect?
But as you heard Dana Gray say there, that would mean that the Rockford Ice Hogs were taking a 1-0 series lead in a best-of-3 series back to their home last night in Rockford at the BMO Center. It was a packed house. The electricity was high from before puck drop. There was no harmonica national anthem like the Kings are doing to the Edmonton Oilers. If you've been following that storyline, I know Brandon here's a big hockey guy. We're going to get into some NHL, and he's going to know his stuff there. He hasn't caught up with AHL too much, but you know a lot of these names because it is a lot of what is going to be the future of the Blackhawks.
Yeah, no, I do know Artie the Sparty for sure. I can't wait to see him up with the NHL team full time. He's a fantastic defenseman, man, and his wrister from the point is ridiculous. So it's going to be a lot of fun once he comes up. Good to hear. I know. Sorry, Chicago Wolves fans, and sorry for Hannah, but Artie the Sparty is a beast, and I love the fact that he was able to put it away.
I love the Artie the Sparty nickname, and I don't think it gets used enough because he was a Michigan State Spartan. Yeah. And then, everybody also talks about Artie Party, but, Artie the Sparty. And you mentioned that lethal wrister from the point. That was what that overtime goal was. If you couldn't quite decipher that from the audio that we had there, it was him walking the blue line, skating right, shooting left as the goaltender's moving off the post and in. You couldn't draw it up any better, and they get out of Allstate Arena with that 1-0 lead, which, like I said, they took into their matchup last night. And that regular season finale was a 5-0 Chicago Wolves victory. Well, Rockford didn't take too kind to that. They got the scoring started early on with a pair of goals from both Joey Anderson, and then it was, forgive me, who was the second one? How could I forget? Kevin Korchinski, another name that Chicago Blackhawks fans will remember, but beautiful redirect, tap-in goals. There was a brawl, a full line brawl, or a tie-up behind the net after practically every goal in this game. Nobody got a chance to celebrate their goal. Everybody was just on top of each other, ready to start swinging. And you could tell that the heat was on. The Wolves had their backs up against the wall as their season could come to a close that night. And then Jerry Mayhew, he scored 2 in this one on a beautiful breakaway, going forehand, backhand, 5-hole, and really just sealing this game for the Ice Hogs. Akurati, who is the brother of Aturati, I believe is his brother. He solidifies this with the empty netter, and Rockford returns the favor with a 5-0 victory. They will be moving on to the second round. They are now officially the 4th seed. They will be playing the 1 seed in the Milwaukee Admirals. Meanwhile, Sophia Blackburn's 3 seed Grand Rapids Griffins will be taking on the Texas Stars. So the winners of those series will then move on, of course, to the 3rd round. We'll catch you up on more AHL, but we have a little bit of NHL that we're going to talk about. We didn't really get a chance to talk about our predictions with our brackets, and I want to hear from the Bostonian himself without any Bruins to salt the waters, you know? So
are we going to still get like a biased opinion from the Boston perspective?
Nope. No Aaron Schellen and no Bruins here for you to say.
I'm so sorry. You're currently listening to On the Rise, AM 1410. He's Mike Napoletano. I'm Derrick Geyer, and special guest Brandon Combs will be back.
Now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com is the book called DUI Jury Trial, which is the true story of a truck driver in Illinois who was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol. Not only was he facing a revocation of his driver's license, but also a lifetime disqualification of his CDL, which would prevent him from ever driving a semi-truck again. This book includes backstories of the truck driver, the lawyers that defended the case, and the DUI expert witness who analyzed the case and then testified at trial as to the proper protocol procedures of the field sobriety tests as well as the breathalyzer test. This nonfiction novel also includes the actual court transcript from the jury trial, a courtroom showdown in which the final verdict would determine the fate of the defendant's livelihood. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
Most people out here think that taking care of one another is important. And most people would step up for a neighbor going through a tough time. Most people around here help out friends and family when they need it. But the funny thing is, most of us won't look for help when we need it. If you're struggling with mental health, you should know that there are resources out there that can help. And it's okay to talk about it if you need to. One place to get started with information is loveyourmindtoday.org. Loveyourmindtoday.org offers a range of guides, instructions, and insights for dealing with difficult situations or getting through a tough time. If you're struggling with mental health, get the help you need, because most people out here really care. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
It's easier than you think for pests to threaten your family's health. Ticks, which spread dangerous diseases, hide in tall grasses and even on your pets. Rodents easily invade your home, contaminate food, and can carry more than 35 diseases. Mosquitoes, which breed in standing water, transmit many diseases. Get the facts you need to protect your family at pestworld.org. It's that easy. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in focus and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
2815 Old Jacksonville, Springfield. CordellCordell.com.
You're tuned into On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
RMN. The damn mute button sticks. Well, if it's not one thing, it's the sun. If it's not the other, it's the mute button. I don't know. I actually do know what I'm doing here, which, might shock some people. But anyways, you're tuned into On the Rise, WRMN AM 1410, Mike Napoletano, Derrick Geyer, and yes, Mike, the transition with the screen on YouTube.
They want to see our lovely faces.
No, they don't want to see mine.
Not during the commercials, just during our segment.
Yeah, and Brandon Combs in studio. I don't know. I made it through 3/4 of the draft before I started flubbing everything up. So it's 3/4 of the way through this show. So here it is, folks.
The timing is going off the rails, right? But
yeah.
We're going to get into a little bit of NHL talk after we wrapped up that AHL talk. A couple more notes I wanted to mention. Colton Dach did not play last night, although the Blackhawks organization did send him down, and they took him off the injured list, as well as AJ Spellacy was signed to a deal. Aiden Thompson finished his Denver career after coming up short in the national championship, the NCAA men's hockey, and he played for he was the only one of those three that I saw on the ice for them last night. Of course, the Blackhawks themselves not in the playoffs, but a lot of former Blackhawks are. It's basically like former Blackhawk success story after success story with Philip Deneau, Matthias Janmark. I'm forgetting a bunch, but there's.
I think there's too many to name.
You just look at the entire Capitals roster with the Trevor Van Riemsdykes and the Dylan Stromes, and it's like, oh, okay, so all of the old Blackhawks are in the playoffs right now.
Yeah, pretty much everybody that they could have hung on to, but screwed up with their salary cap issues and everything that they've had, so they didn't really keep anybody, and then the whole rebuild thing, and so. Yeah.
Now, we don't have to go through every series, but we didn't get a chance to even run down playoff talk last week. I want to get your takes, though. Have you seen much of the regular season other than your Bruins, and then going into this playoffs?
Where do we get my Bruins from? I'm a Blackhawks fan.
I thought you were Boston.
No, I lived out that way for a long time, but I'm a Blackhawks guy.
You know what? I thought with the whole Boston connection. Okay, good. All right. Well, then I like you.
You got to watch this guy.
No.
I like
you.
You
really have to watch Mike.
Yeah, no, Aaron Shellin. I will trip him down some stairs. I'm not scared.
See, that's who I'm talking to most often is Aaron. And I have to be careful what I say about his Bruins. Like, I was with him literally the day after they traded Brad Marchand, and I was like, hey, so are we going to talk about it? He's like, if you say another word, you won't live through the day. I was like, okay, all right, no worries. But yeah, no, okay, all right.
Oh, so, that rat fink.
So our Blackhawks are not in these playoffs. Who do you like in these playoffs, and who's your pick in the Cup final?
I think the Stars are coming out of the West. I really do. They've got probably the best goaltender in the world right now. He's playing out of his mind as well. And I think I know that they're hurt. I know they're, you're missing your top defenseman, you're missing your number one scorer, and everybody is talking about them. But they are playing out of their minds right now. And if they get healthy come the second round, and you're going to get back to what you were doing all season. And the Stars were, when they made those trades at the deadline, everybody was talking about how they were going to be the favorites to win this, the Stanley Cup. I think they're the favorites to win the West. Now, will they win the Stanley Cup? That remains to be seen. I think that there's a couple of teams that are going to have something to say about it. It's funny. I know they lead 3-0 right now. I don't believe in Toronto.
Yeah, no, they're getting a little bit of a toss-up, and I hate to even say that against the Ottawa Senators, because the Senators fought very hard to get here, and I respect that team very much so. You have Brady Tkachuk, who I think is a huge driving force for that team. You've got Linus Ullmark, who is playing out of his mind. There's that Aaron Schellen-Boston connection. But I think that Ottawa is just too fresh here, and Toronto's getting a slam dunk here in this first round. I think you're going to see the wheels fall off the bus in the second round. I'm not surprised with your Dallas pick, because I think Dallas is a really formidable team. I have Colorado, so we differ from the start here in the first round. But so far, Dallas leading that series 2-1, and it's incredible that they're doing that, because these two teams, if you remember, faced off in the second round last year. And Dallas had a funny stat where going into, I believe it was game 5, Dallas had literally 2 seconds of time in which they had a lead in the series.
Yeah.
Their only wins came in overtime, which it's sudden death. So as soon as you score, the game is over. That's not counted as time that you have a lead. This year, something similar, and they're leading the series once again. Between throughout these 3 games, the Dallas Stars have led for a total of 1 minute and 2 seconds in this series, and yet they are leading the series 2-1.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, Dallas is one of those teams where they're never out of it, and no matter how much you hold them down, they're going to find a way to beat you. And then, I mean, when you've got Jake Ottinger in net, I mean, you've always got a chance to win, right?
Right.
And the way that I mean, at least I think we can agree here. The winner of this series is coming out of the West.
I think so.
I think this is right here is the Western Conference Finals. It just so happens that it's in the first round, right?
Unfortunately, yeah.
So, yeah, it's going to be fun to watch the rest of the way. I do expect this one to go the full 7. I really do. I don't think that there's. I don't think that one of these teams is going to run away with it. I definitely don't see Colorado coming back and winning 3 straight. And Colorado might win tonight. You never know. But for me, it's the Stars coming out of this West. I wouldn't be shocked if the Avalanche were able to come back and win this series either.
Well, the Avalanche did get a boost with their captain, Gabriel Landeskog, coming back from injury. He has not skated in an NHL game since he was hoisting Lord Stanley over his head back in 2022 when the Avalanche won the Cup over the Tampa Bay Lightning. Could we see a rematch? It's possible. However, I didn't expect the Lightning to be dropping both games at home in the first 2 of this series and be down 2-0 to the Florida Panthers. Granted, the Panthers go to Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals last year and win. They went to Game 5, I believe, the year before that against the Golden Knights and lost. So they've played a lot of hockey in the last 2 seasons, and there was a question of, once again, the injury bug in that series. But the Battle of Florida has spoiled us, but also, I think, flipped a lot of people's thoughts, because I think a lot of people thought this was going to be a lot closer. And it still could be. A 2-0 lead is not 4-0 series over.
Right.
Tampa Bay could come back, but they're going to have to do it on the road. We talked a little bit about that 3-0 lead for the Maple Leafs, but we have the Battle of Ontario and the Battle of Florida. How spoiled are we in the East? This is crazy.
Yeah, the East has been a lot of fun. Look, that Florida and Tampa Bay series has been kind of crazy, because the Lightning, not only did I not expect them to lose both games in Tampa, but they got outscored 8-2 in those 2 games. And the Panthers just kind of ran away with it. Bobrovsky's standing on his head right now.
Oh, absolutely.
So anytime, look, just as well as I do, anytime you get in the playoffs, you got a goaltender that stands on your head. You could all of a sudden go from an 8 seed to the favorite to win the Stanley Cup. Because if your goaltender is that hot, especially in the playoffs, anything can happen. And Bobrovsky's been doing just that. He's been everything that the Panthers brought him on to be. And, so they're doing their thing, and they're scoring, I mean, left and right on Vasilevsky. So I'm good for that. And then, look, Toronto and Ottawa, Toronto is just wiping the floor. And Toronto looks like a juggernaut right now. when it comes down to it in the East, though, I don't see Toronto getting past Carolina. Do you?
No, I don't even see Toronto getting past either one of these Florida teams that comes out, because they'll make it into that second round against whoever wins the Battle of Florida here. On the other side of the bracket, I do think Carolina gets the job done. I know the Devils won last night. They have a little bit of hope and a little bit of life, but too many injuries still. Without Jack Hughes, that is a huge loss. Without Luke Hughes, that's also a huge loss. So both brothers out. But how about that Washington and Montreal series? I mean, that first game, that's something I probably should have clipped for this show, but now it's so far back in my memories. Alex Ovechkin had everything on his resume, including .895 this year, as we recapped that he passed Wayne Gretzky for the all-time goals in the NHL. However, one thing that was missing from that resume was an overtime winner in the playoffs. Well, he checked that one off the list as well.
Yes.
The Washington Capitals did give up a 2-goal lead in order to allow the Montreal Canadiens to climb back into that first game, but then, of course, got the job done with that OV goal in overtime.
How do you leave him open right in front of the net? There is one guy on the Washington Capitals that you do not leave open, and that is the guy that they left open. Right in front of the net, right in front of the goaltender, too. It was an insane moment. I'm sitting there watching because I'm working at the time, and I'm watching the game, and I'm like, all right, Capitals might lose this game. And I had actually bet Montreal when they came back, because I was like, oh, their plus money still going into overtime. They got all the momentum. Absolutely. And then Ovi right in front of the net. I'm like, you got to be.
It's like leaving Connor McDavid open in the
It was very reminiscent to that. Yeah. I saw the things where it was like, oh, I see the problem here. You left 890 plus goals in front of the net unattended. You have literally your top 2 defensemen with Lane Hudson and also who was Yurov Slavkovsky. Standing right there looking at the puck carrier, not covering Ovi.
Just leaving them wide open. And Ovi does what Ovi does. He buries the puck. And he's phenomenal, man. He is so much fun to watch.
He is. I do think that they come out on top in that series. But then as far as going back into the West, I'm surprised that Minnesota is leading the series over the Golden Knights. I think they're having a little bit of a flub there. You talked about solid goaltending. I don't know if there really is solid goaltending on either side of this series thus far. But, I mean, we also talk about the Jets and the Blues. Hellebuck, Vezina candidate. He looked a little shaky in that game 1 against the Blues, and the Jets are the President's Trophy winners, but have been known to be frauds here in the playoffs. So I'm interested to see once they get past the Blues how they do. But I think the series of the West has been Kings versus Oilers once again in the first round. These two teams have met 4 years in a row now in this first round. And this year, I do think that the Kings have the Oilers number, although don't count Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl out ever. They do get a win last night to cut that LA lead down to 2-1.
Yeah, when it comes, I hate everything St. Louis, so we don't have to talk about that series whatsoever. I hate everything St. Louis. But no, Vegas and Minnesota, definitely, I agree with you there. It's been a great series. I did not expect the Minnesota Wild to be on top in this series either. But to be honest with you, if you had me pick today who I'm going to pick in that series, I think Minnesota might win this series 4-1. Yeah. I don't know if Vegas can win another game in this series the way that Minnesota's playing. And then you get down to Kings and Oilers, and look, just 2 fantastic hockey teams. Did you see this Kings team coming this year? No, I didn't see that. I thought they were still at least a year or 2 away, and they've just kind of blown up.
Quentin Byfield, hometown kid in Alex Turcotte, really finding his way. He started becoming known as, there's a first round bust, and then all of a sudden finds his edge, and now all these guys are clicking, and it's just it's something that I did not see coming.
And then you got the veterans like Kopitar. I used to watch Kopitar in New Hampshire when he was with the New Hampshire Monarchs, and I used to watch Kopitar all day. He was fantastic. But they've got some real good veterans there to lead these guys.
But we're going to take a short recess on this NHL playoff hockey talk. We'll be back after these messages. You're listening to On the Rise, AM 1410 WRMN.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
In the middle of the night, everything will be all right if you listen to Coast, right here on WRMN 7 days a week from midnight to 5 a.m. Each night on Coast to Coast, listeners are captivated by George Newry with discussions on news and current events, conspiracy theories, UFOs, life after death, and all things curious and unexplained. Whether you're working third shift or you're just a night owl, catch the most listened to overnight talk radio program in North America, Coast to Coast, every night, midnight to 5 a.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
When your car is making a strange noise, no matter what it is, you can't just pretend it's not happening.
That's an interesting sound.
It's like your mental health. If you're struggling and feeling overwhelmed, it's important to do something about it. It can be as simple as talking to someone in your community, or just taking a deep, calming breath when you need it. Nice. For mental health resources, check out loveyourmindtoday.org. At loveyourmindtoday.org, you'll find information that may help you get through a tough time. Things like tips for dealing with stress, how to navigate difficulties like financial worries, anger, substance use, and more. You can also find real stories of how people navigated their own mental health challenges. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. That's 800-433-3082.
Back to WRMN. You're listening to On the Rise with Mike and Derrick. So Wednesday was the unfortunate passing of Steve Mongo McMichael, former Bear great, Super Bowl winner.
Yeah.
Very sad day, sad time. We talked about him a little bit on our draft show this past Thursday. Very fond memories in watching him play with the Chicago Bears with my dad, who passed last summer. And just a very, very, sad time because he was suffering from ALS. He was a very good player, to say the least. You got to be a good player to win and get, into the Hall of Fame. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he was a legend here in Chicago. It was a pleasure that, well, not my pleasure, but it was great to see that he was honored at Canton during those preseason games for the Bears last year. Of course, he was in rough shape, but his family was around to help him touch that bust that they had of him at Canton, and he is immortalized there as well. You and I were actually at Ozinga Field still doing the Frontier League stuff when we got the first notification from ESPN that he was going to be placed on hospice, and it was only a few hours later. Hospice, if anybody's gone through that, I mean, it's a tough to see one of your family members go through something like that. And it can be a couple hours, it could be a couple weeks, it could be a couple months. And next thing you know, we're driving home from Ozinga Field, and all of a sudden the next notification comes out that he passed. And I almost didn't believe it. I'm like, well, we just got the other notification that he's just going on hospice.
I thought they were full of Smurf.
Yeah, I mean, it was just like one punch after the other, one gut punch after the other. So rest in peace to Mongo. And well, you mentioned a member of that 85 Super Bowl team. There's another couple members of that 85 team that are local that'll probably speak out and have what they have to say about Mongo. And unfortunately, his passing will give them their time at the moment. But unfortunately, it all happened right before the draft. And we mentioned it on Thursday on our draft show here at WRMN when we had on Marcus Ogden, former NFLer, joining the show to give his takes. He's the brother of Hall of Famer Jonathan Ogden as well, but Marcus has his own stuff going on with, a lot of mental health coaching and a lot of great analysis, so it was a pleasure to get to speak with him. But rest in peace, Steve McMichael.
Defensive tackle Steve Mongo McMichael, class of 2024 Hall of Famer, with a career of 95 sacks, 2 Pro Bowls, 13 forced fumbles, 17 fumble recoveries, and 3 All-Pros. So rest in peace. Our hearts and our condolences go out to the families.
And no real easy way to transition out of that, but we do have to cover a little bit of baseball here before we go. A little bit of housekeeping. As you know, WRMN is your home for the Chicago White Sox. You can listen to White Sox games all year long here on AM 1410. The White Sox this past week, after we hopped off the microphones last Saturday, that was their second game in a 4-game series against the Boston Red Sox. That was a 4-3 loss in 10 innings, followed by the White Sox first, and you're hearing me correctly, first road win of the season.
Gotta go.
So that was crazy. 8-4 win. That brought them to 5-16. However, the White Sox dropped that Monday matinee game that Boston always has 4-2, so they lose that series 4-3. They would follow up with a 3-game series against the Minnesota Twins. They lost the first 2 4-2 and 6-3. And then the Minnesota Twins would fall in 7 innings to the White Sox as they get their second road win of the season out in Minnesota. Unfortunately, last night, White Sox played the Athletics late last night and lost by a score of 6-5. So the White Sox are now 6-20. They'll play the Athletics 2 more times this weekend, today and tomorrow at 3:05, before they come back home for a 3-game set against the Milwaukee Brewers, leading into next weekend's 3-game home set against the Houston Astros. On the north side of things, it's been heating up. The Cubs had a crazy week as well, and they came back and won a bunch of games against the Los Angeles Dodgers. That was the highlight of the week for the Cubs. An 11-10 win in 10 innings against this Dodgers team, and then a 7-6 win that the Cubs almost blew. However, they were able to get the 2-game sweep against Los Angeles. As you remember, Los Angeles swept them in 2 games to start the season out in Japan. The Cubs returned the favor at Wrigley Field. So the Cubs now 17-10, and as you see right there, a 3.5-game lead in the NL Central.
Which was pretty sweet because there were like some TikTok or whatever things of Dodgers fan walking down Clark Street, taking over Clark Street. Let's go Dodger chants and everything. Flying there. Oh my goodness, did it backfire? And then afterwards, talking about being so dejected and everything, and me laughing my arse off because that was absolutely spectacular.
The Cubs also completed that 3-game 3 games out of 2 series win against the Arizona Diamondbacks after we jumped off the mics last week. That was a 6-2 win against Arizona, followed by a 3-2 loss in 11 innings. So a lot of extra inning games for this Cubs team to start the season. But hey, they finally get out of the West. They finally get a chance to play an East team. A 4-0 win last night at home against the Philadelphia Phillies. They'll resume that series with them tomorrow, before they go on the road to play Pittsburgh and then Milwaukee.
Yeah, and I said, we gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go.
Told me like 5 minutes early, guy.
Yeah, no, I did not. Because I need to get you to keep on going because you just got diarrhea of the mouth. You need some Pepto. But anyway, we are on the rise. That's Mike. I'm Derrick. Thank you for everyone that joined our show. Matt McNeil getting us started. Brandon Combs hopping in, talking that hockey. Thank you to Steven Tassler. Thank you to Toby Hall. Thank you to
Jamie Bennett.
Jamie Bennett of the Schaumburg Boomers. You are listening to On the Rise. Marcus Mack coming up alongside Brandon Combs with The Truth About Chicago Sports. Have a great Saturday.
A loved one owns a gun, and for a while now, you've been concerned about their behavior. They're just not acting like themselves. They've been distant. They've been unpredictable. They've been lashing out. They've been saying things that make you worried they might harm themselves or friends or family. Or you're worried this loved one might hurt you. Maybe they recently threatened someone with their gun. You know something needs to be done, and you wish more than anything you could hit pause on this situation. Well, here in Illinois, you can, with a firearm restraining order. In extreme cases, this order temporarily prevents a person in crisis from having a firearm, giving them time to heal before they do something dangerous or even deadly. If you are worried about a loved one in crisis who has access to a firearm, learn more about firearm restraining orders at illinois.gov/pause to heal. A public service announcement brought to you by the Illinois Department of Public Health, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 10 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour at townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. President Trump is among the world leaders bidding farewell to Pope Francis at a funeral that highlighted his concern for the most peripheral of the peripheries, the poorest, and reflected on his wishes as a pastor. Presidents and princes attended the Mass in St. Peter's Square today in Rome. Former Israeli ambassador to the U.S., Dr. Michael Oren, says the October 7th attack by Hamas in 2023 ended once and for all any real hope of a two-state solution between Israel and the Palestinians.
That basically convinced just about anybody who was in favor of a two-state solution that it wasn't going to happen. And that included the very peaceful populations of the communities and farms that were bordered on Gaza on that morning. Many of those people were deeply dedicated to peace.
Dr. Oren was interviewed this week by the Salem Radio Network. A massive explosion and fire has rocked a port in southern Iran, purportedly linked to a shipment of a chemical ingredient used to make missile propellant. The Justice Department is poised to crack down on leaks of information to the news media.
It authorizes prosecutors to issue subpoenas to news organizations as part of leak investigations, serve search warrants when appropriate, and force journalists to testify about their sources. New regulations announced by Attorney General Pam Bondi in a memo to the staff rescind a Biden administration policy that protected journalists from having their phone records secretly seized during leak investigations.
That is Keith Peters reporting. The director of the National Economic Council says the president's trade policies will quickly improve the lives of American workers.
A year from now, is the U.S. economy going to be way better or way worse? And it's obviously got to be way better. And with a much stronger economy, there'll be stronger profit growth, stronger wage growth, and so markets will be fine.
Kevin Hassett was interviewed by the Salem Radio Network. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Financing a home, especially in today's market, is one of the biggest decisions you'll make for your family. Work with a mortgage company that puts you first. I do. Work with a lender founded on biblical principles like do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. I do. It's Mike Gallagher for the only mortgage company I've used for almost a decade now when financing or refinancing fellowship home loans. I'm friends with the owners, Mike and Brian. I even have them on my show occasionally. I know the care their team puts into every single customer. I can personally tell you that it's a smooth,
stress-free process. And that's due to Fellowship's level of service and expertise that puts you in the right loan for your family and your goals. There's a reason Fellowship Home Loans is flooded with 5-star reviews. Whether purchasing a home or a cash-out refi to consolidate some higher interest debt, you can trust Fellowship Home Loans. Start the process. Make the call. 800-510-MIKE, 800-510-MIKE, 800-510-6453. Fellowship Home Loans, mortgage lending by the book.
Nationwide Mortgage Bankers, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 819382.
Google kicked off the year with robust growth despite some serious legal and economic challenges.
Google's profits surged 50% in this year's opening quarter, even though its internet empire does business in an economy that's been roiled by a global trade war. The numbers released by Google's parent Alphabet indicate the company is rising to the challenge so far, but investors are likely to remain concerned about the turbulent times ahead. Alphabet's earnings and revenue growth came in stronger than analysts were expecting. Rich Thomason, Washington.
Shedeur Sanders is still waiting to hear his name called in the NFL draft. After 3 rounds and 102 picks overall and 5 quarterbacks already selected, Coach Prime's highly touted son was not selected last night. The Colorado quarterback was widely considered a first-round potential pick, even maybe the top pick overall. It simply has not materialized. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. A Milwaukee judge arrested, accused of helping a man evade immigration authorities.
The FBI on Friday arrested Judge Hannah Dugan. She's accused of escorting a man and his attorney out of her courtroom through the jury door last week after learning that the immigration authorities were seeking his arrest. The man, Eduardo Flores Ruiz, an illegal alien, was taken into custody outside the courthouse after agents chased him on foot. Critics say this is escalating a clash between the Trump administration and local authorities over the president's sweeping immigration crackdown. Dugan was taken into custody by the FBI on Friday morning on the courthouse grounds. She appeared briefly in federal court in Milwaukee before being released. Bill Alexander, Washington.
The latest Rasmussen Reports poll finds 50% of likely U.S. voters trust Republicans more than Democrats. On the issue of immigration, only 39% say they trust Democrats more, 11% undecided. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
You want answers! I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
It's time for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth about Chicago sports. With your host, Marcus Mack.
Jed Hoyer, who I like to call Big Ball and Jed. He is going out on his shield, baby.
Blake Cowell.
And that's exactly what Jerry Reinsdorf wanted. Good enough, but never good enough.
And Brandon Combs.
You've got options at running back. I just think that would be a waste for the Bears. I think it's a waste for anybody to take a running back in the first round.
Right here on WRMN 1410, the voice of the Valley.
Yes, sir. And welcome to another show. This is The Truth About Chicago Sports here on WRMN 1410 AM. This is your host, Marcus Mack, and I'm joined by the other host and my co-host, brother, Brandon Combs, here in studio. Brandon, what's going on, brother? Welcome to the show.
Yeah, man. What's going on, Marcus? Happy to be here. Happy to be actually in studio, man. It's a lovely setup here in downtown Elgin. Get to see the great shops around, the wild streets.
Yes, right. All the fun stuff in downtown Elgin. The people are out onto the street. The weather's a little chill, but not too bad. All in all, I still have to say it's a beautiful day, and I'm just glad that you could be in studio to join us, and it's an awesome time, man. So I appreciate that, brother. Thank you for coming on in, and this should be an excellent show for the people out there in YouTube land. As you can see behind Brandon, we still got the draft, some of the draft board up from when we held our draft show on Thursday, which was a really excellent show. I was joined by Mikey P and the Derrick from On the Rise, which just got done playing for you guys here on another Fox Valley Sports Saturday, as we always bring you the River Media Sports here at WRMN 1410. Brandon, we got a lot to go over. We got Bears, we've got playoff hockey, we've got also baseball. But the first thing we got to kick it off with is the Chicago Bears. What were you feeling when you heard Colston Loveland be announced for the Chicago Bears?
My initial reaction was, whoa. Right, yes. Because everybody was talking about Tyler Warren and how Tyler Warren this, but I didn't necessarily believe Tyler Warren was that much above Colston Loveland. Mm-hmm. And for me, the reason why I went whoa wasn't so much because they picked Colston Loveland, but more so the fact that they did the right thing. I think they went out and got the tight end that fits the system better. I think that it showed a sign that Ryan Poles was like, okay, Ben, who do you want? And Ben said, go get Colston Loveland. Because this is not something, even in the second round, when they go and get the wide receiver, his name's going to escape me now, but the wide receiver out of Mizzou that they went and got.
Okay, yeah.
You go and you get another weapon as opposed to building up the line. And I do think that it's because you're allowing Ben to make choices on his offense and who do you want to run. And I hope they continue that trend too. I hope they're consulting Dennis Allen, being like, what do we need to do for you to make this defense better? What do we need to do? And it's been a great first 2 days. If you ask me, I like the trade with Buffalo. I like the trade down.
Luther Burden the third too.
Luther Burden the third, yes.
Burden the third.
So then you go back and you trade with Buffalo at 41, and you get 2 more picks in the second round, in which you go out and you start building up your trenches.
Yeah, I was impressed. I was impressed by that. I've look. We know Ryan Poles. He likes to make deals. I mean, he's done it. I think what is this, his 4th draft now, and every draft I believe he's made a trade in. I'm pretty certain of that.
Yeah.
So I knew a move would be made, and the thing about it was that when you looked at this roster, there were still holes that needed to be filled. And so when you saw a situation like that where it's like, oh, okay, these holes need to be filled, we don't have enough picks to fill said holes in the top part of the draft. And what people have to understand, and something it took me, once I really started becoming a pundit and getting into this business a lot more, the first 2, the second round is just as important as the first round. Remember, that's only 64 players at that point that have been chosen. If you're running any type of league, what do they say? The top 100 players, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's high school, whether it's college rankings, same thing goes for the NFL. Same thing goes for a draft. You got your top 100. So therefore, the first and the second rounds are essential to your roster.
Yeah.
And to roster building. So I'm really pleased that the Bears were able to figure out how to go and get themselves out of the top 100 players. They landed 4 guys. Now, it could be debated, how these guys need to be utilized. Should they have? The bottom line is, they filled a position of need. And I've heard on a lot of places, a lot of guys have really wanted to be doom and gloom. Oh, I don't know, because, the pick isn't sexy. The pick wasn't what they wanted. Yeah, there was people that I wanted for the Bears to draft as well, but I'm not running the Chicago Bears. So right. I'm going to allow them the ability to fill their needs with the players that they believe can do that. And if they had, and which they clearly did, they had Colston Loveland rated higher than Tyler Warren.
Yeah.
And that's For me, I'm okay with that because you know what? You're the ones with the scouts. You're the ones that watch both these players play. I'm the guy that's over here on the side just saying, hey, well, I've heard a lot about this guy, and I watched a game or two of Tyler Warren. Yeah, he looked good. Oh, I saw Colston Loveland a little bit, but I'm, not a Michigan guy, so do I really watch a lot of Michigan football? No. So how do I really know what they have seen to make them go, hey, that guy is the one that fits, and they needed a tight end. They needed a tight end. Whether it goes in the 10, whether we're happy that it went in the 10th spot or the second round, they needed a tight end. They needed a wide receiver because Keenan Allen is not coming back. They needed a third, and they don't believe in Tyler Scott. Clearly, I think we have to look at the obvious. If they believed in Tyler Scott, they wouldn't have traded for Keenan Allen last year.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing with what you have at tight end, right? And the Bears went in with the plan, and I think that the Jaguars kind of screwed everything up because I do think the Bears are going to trade up to 5 with Jacksonville, but then Jacksonville decided they were going to trade up to 2 to go get Travis Hunter, which I thought was a fantastic move for their franchise. And so then I think the Bears were okay, fine. You know what,
brother?
Let's do this because here's what we're going to do. We're going to stand pat. We're going to keep our picks. And we're going to take our guys. And they went out, they got Colston Loveland, and no problem with them going out and choosing their guy. I have zero issues with that whatsoever.
Zero issues.
But when you're talking about later on, I think the burden, it felt more of like it was a luxury pick. More than it was a pick of need.
That's what rubbed people the wrong. That's what rubbed people. That's what rubbed people.
Because you had some really good, solid defensive players. There are a lot of edge rushers were still on the board at that time. And they still have not to this point picked up an edge rusher, which I think is a serious need. But, they did go get Shamar Turner from Texas A&M late in the second round yesterday.
Yep.
He is a dog.
Yeah.
He is an absolute dog. I believe he 6'3", 290 out of Texas A&M, can play the edge if needed be. So he's one of those guys who I think is versatile. I think that there's a couple of other guys I'd like to see them target here on day one. I think they've got the 7th pick here in the 4th round.
Yes, they've got 109, which is the 7th pick in the 4th round. So they still have needs. And that's the reality. They still have needs. So everybody has to understand that the Bears are not done. And my belief, and this is the research that I've gone out and done. So hopefully this makes sense to people in my thinking, is that I don't believe that a guy in the 4th round is not an impact player. I believe that guy is still somebody you're looking to come on and make your roster. Go back to the Kansas City Chiefs when they drafted Bachenko. And I believe he was 4th round running back.
Yeah.
And now Bachenko is an integral part of their offense. Yeah. He helped them to win a Super Bowl, I think his rookie year when he was drafted. Right. So don't, for 1 second, I'm not going to believe that the Bears have shot themselves in the foot or haven't addressed an area that they still can. And that goes along with the defensive line. But they drafted Austin Booker last year in the 5th round. Yeah, and I don't think that they have given up on Austin Booker. I don't believe that whatsoever. I think that they're looking they want to see a jump in your next year. So
I think that the running back position, though, can be held into the 5th round. Yeah. And that's my thing. I think you have to go edge rusher in the 4th because of the guys like Ingram Dawkins from Georgia, who's still there. Who's the other kid that's still there? I can't think of his name off the top of my head. Oh God, why can't I think of his name? Braden Swinson. Okay. Kid from LSU.
Yeah.
Really quick off the edge, right? Ingram Dawkins is one of those guys who is a lot like Shamar Turner, where he can play edge, but he can also play defensive tackle as well. Those guys aren't there come the 5th round.
Yeah.
Whereas in the 5th round with running back, Cam Scatterbo could possibly still be there. You could still have Trevor Etienne, Travis's brother.
Do you like Cam Scatterbo?
I don't like him more than I like any of the running backs that they currently. I'm a big Roschon Johnson guy. Yeah, I love Roschon Johnson. I think Roschon Johnson would be everything they want him to be.
They still need a 3rd running back. I mean, every team has 3 running backs, so they are going to draft one. And they're even rated right now, looking at ESPN's where they say they need positions of need: running back, cornerback, and edge are what's listed. And so, yeah, they're going to draft a running back. Like, it's just at this point where and who fits what they need. And I don't feel like Scatterboo necessarily really fits what they need at running back.
Right.
Does that make sense?
No, it does. It does. I think of the running backs that are still on the board.
Let's see here.
I'm looking at you. Cam Scatterboo's the top
guy.
You've got Sampson from Tennessee. I like Jordan James from Oregon. I think he fits the system really well. But again, the guy I just mentioned, Trevor Etienne from Georgia, in the 5th round, I like Etienne a lot. I think he's better than his brother.
I guess what I believe the Bears are looking for at this point. They got a guy that's a short yardage guy with Roshan. They've got an all-purpose guy with DeAndre Swift. You know, he can catch, he can do a little bit of everything, block, but he's not a bell cow. I believe what the Bears are looking for, a guy that's a little bit of a workhorse but has more burst than Roshan. And that's what you got to. And so that's the only reason why I'm kind of like, Cam Scatterboo, is he that guy? Does he have breakaway speed?
No.
And that's why I'm not high on him, because now you're just getting another Roshan.
He's more
basically
of a power back. He can make you miss tackles. Cam Scatterboo can. He can break tackles. He's big bodied, especially in the leg. His legs are massive.
Yeah.
Cam Scatterboo's
strong. Powerful.
Yeah, he's a very powerful running back. But that's what Roshan Johnson is. If you're looking for a guy that can run in between the tackles, you're looking for a guy that can make cuts and make you miss. You're looking for a guy like Trevor Etienne.
Now,
what about for a guy like Jordan James?
What about Dylan Sampson? Now, a little bit smaller, so he's kind of in that vein of DeAndre, because DeAndre's just a smaller back. He's 5'8", but he's thicker. He's 200 pounds. He's a solid guy. That's the only reason why I probably think that.
I don't think he's available in the 5th round. I don't think Cam Scatterboo's available in the 5th round.
I don't think Cam is available. That's why I'm kind of looking down the line to see who kind of fits more. And I feel like at this point you'd want a bigger size back, maybe a Jordan James from Oregon.
I like Jordan James.
Somebody that's a little bit bigger than DeAndre Swift, but still, like I say, can have that ability to go and open fit and take it to the house.
And that's why for me personally, and I don't know if this is the way they're going to go. We're going to have to watch and see today how it shakes out. I believe the draft starts at 2 today.
I'll double check that.
I think it goes all day, because isn't it the final 4 rounds?
This is the wrap up. This is wrap up day right here.
You've got Jordan James out there. You've got Trevor Etienne. I think those guys will both be there in the 5th round. I think you have to go edge rusher in the 4th round, though, because you're not going to get a guy that can set the tone in the 5th, 6th round. You can still get one of those guys here in the 4th, though.
Noon Eastern.
Oh, so it starts at noon Eastern.
It starts at noon, so that'll be
here in about 40 minutes.
Yeah, they're going to start at 11 o'clock our time.
We'll still be here when it's starting to happen. So hopefully the Bears will pick before we leave out of here.
Yeah, we'll have it up. Hopefully that pick will be in before we close out. That'll be a great way to kind of close out the show too. I really love. Hopefully we can get that pick in, because I am very interested in this. How this is going to go with this 4th round, because like you said, I mean, I feel like at this point, edge for sure.
Yeah.
Like address the edge. And like you said, they still got this kid, Brandon Swinson from LSU. He should be available. Now, this is where it gets weird for me, because if you didn't draft, you didn't draft the other the guys that came out of Georgia. Why would you draft Tyron Ingram Dawkins?
Well, because you missed out on the other two from.
But you didn't. You passed on them.
Well,
you passed on them.
Yeah, you passed on them in the 1st round, and then they're gone, right? But here's the thing, is because I feel like in the 1st round, like I said, I think Ben Johnson, they were like, Ben, who do you want?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And as far as the edge rushers go, I mean, Ingram was more of a defensive tackle over at Georgia.
He's a big body size guy, 6'5", 276. So he's kind of that tweener.
But he can also play the edge, man. He can play the edge really well. He's really quick. He hand fights really well. He can beat you with swim move. I love the fact that he's versatile.
And I feel like anytime you play for a big time program, I'm sorry, but in college football, that's just the trend now, especially with this NIL stuff. All the best players are playing for the big dogs. So he's going against top competition, top offensive linemen. Like he faced a Will Campbell. A guy that the Bears really had rated very high, I believe. And if he had fallen, they would have gladly had made a move.
Another guy I'm high on, and I think he's a Bear. Like when you look at this guy's profile and you look at what the Bears have been on the defensive side of the ball, he kind of fits that mold to a T. And that's going to be Jack Sawyer from Ohio State, man.
Jack Sawyer, okay.
Jack Sawyer from Ohio State.
He's the third rated right now behind those two.
He was the one who came up with that strip sack in the college football playoff against Penn State. He was the one that came up with that strip sack. He is a phenomenal. I think was it Penn State or was it Oregon? Either way, or maybe even Texas. It might have been. I can't remember which one. It was Texas in the college football semi in the playoff.
Now looking at his stats, not a big production, but he finished with 9 sacks last year, and I feel that's a good number, man. 3 forced fumbles.
He's quick. He's strong,
and he had an interception.
He's everything that If you made Brian Urlacher an edge rusher, it's Jack Sawyer.
I like it. And I like his size. 6'5", 260, big, long kid.
Yep.
That's got quick moves. And like I said, the production. I mean, I think that to me, that's a very key thing for me.
Yeah.
Is your production. I think it speaks volumes. It's why when they drafted Velus Jones, it was like, what are you doing? He had no production in college.
Yeah.
Like none. So when I see a guy that, first year, 3 sacks, then it went up again next year, 4.5. Now his junior year, 6.5, and then finally in his senior year, 9. That to me showed that you got better, you got stronger, you rose, and that's a good sign for me. So I'm down with that. Like I said, I didn't know much about him, but looking at the numbers here, an interception, 3 forced fumbles, he had 6 passes. So he's mobile. He can move.
Yeah.
He's got some speed, and that's what you want off your edge.
He's a dog.
Yeah,
he's a dog, and so I'm very interested to see which way they go. I to be honest with you, any of these edge rushers, whether you went with Braden Swinson, if he's still on the board from LSU, Braden Swinson might be the fastest edge rusher in this draft.
Yeah.
He creates problems off the edge because he's so fast. He'll get you moving, backpedaling, make you look like you're on skates on the end of the line there.
Give you the business.
So he is really quick. He's going to be a headache for a lot of people. So if he's still on the board, I could see the Bears going that way. But if he's off the board, I'm fine with either Ingram Dawkins or Jack Sawyer, to be honest with you.
Now, I got to ask this because quite a few people came to me, that were, just out about my regular walks of life. And I heard quite a few people screaming for Mike Green. Why did the Bears pass on him? Was it off-field stuff? Because remember, the one thing people have to understand about the Chicago Bears, I'm sorry, they go for Boy Scouts. They just do. They are a Boy Scout team. If you come in with a pass, they will not look at you.
It's been that way. I mean,
a la Jalen Carter.
Randy Moss. They passed on Randy Moss.
And they knew. And they knew. Everybody knew. But because he had off-field issues, they passed on it.
Yeah. And look, I mean, these aren't just like off-field issues with like maybe smoking marijuana or any of that. I mean, the guy does have 2 sexual assault allegations by the time he's 19. I don't know that I want that necessarily in my locker room.
Allegedly.
Well, yeah, that's why it's allegations. You know what I mean? I don't know that you want that in your locker room.
The Bears organization doesn't. They don't.
And to be honest with you, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I didn't think that they had the locker room or the culture, when they passed on Jalen Carter. Mm-hmm. When they passed on Jalen Carter, they didn't have the culture or the locker room to bring. I don't think Jalen Carter's as successful as a Bear as he has been with the Philadelphia Eagles.
He was coming off of a very serious incident. No matter how people try to downplay it, a friend, somebody close to him, a tragedy had happened. He needed a lot of veteran support, and all the veterans are being thrown off that team at that point. Yeah. So I think his talent would have still found the way, but it would have been a very rough, rocky road for him. And I think that going to Philadelphia was perfect. And the only reason we point these things out is because I want people to understand that how the Bears organization operates. I got the opportunity to actually go, as you can see in the back, we got a couple of signings there from Kyler Gordon and the the head man himself, Mr. McCaskey.
Yeah.
And I learned one thing at this event when they were honoring Kyler Gordon and giving him an Ed Courage Block Award, which is in honor of Ed McCaskey. The Bears are a family organization. They are deep rooted in positive image. They're deep rooted in the community.
Yes.
So it's bigger than just, about the Bears just wanting locker room guys. They have a certain image. And if you bring a person that has baggage like that to your locker room, that stains your image. And now people are questioning you, these organizations you're involved with in these communities, like, why'd you have this? Why'd you draft this guy? So I do understand. And hey, yeah, you know what? Mike Green might turn out to be a beast. He might turn out to be an absolute beast, but I understand. Yeah. I understand why the Bears did not draft him, and I'm okay with the Bears saying, hey, we want to keep our organization classy.
And not only is he going to be, Jalen Walker is going to be a beast, Mikael Williams is going to be a beast, and they pass on those guys too. This is one of the things that drives me nuts about fans. And look, I'm a fan too. I love this football team. They've driven me nuts for 44 years.
Yep, heartache and heartbreak, brother.
It's been absolutely brutal, but you also have to be realistic sometimes, and this is a business. And in this business, we're trying to win. And whatever this coaching staff, we believe in Ben Johnson, and we put him at the helm, and we boasted him up. The entire league wanted Ben Johnson. Yep. And the Bears landed him. And we were like,
he chose the Bears.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He comes to the Bears. The Bears get the coach that everybody in the league wanted. Let's trust the process. Let's trust what he is going to do.
The process.
The Colston Loveland pick 2 years ago, I would have lost my mind. I'd be like, what are you doing here? You need this, because they don't have the coaching.
Yep.
They don't have the culture. You need to pick what makes your team better immediately. Here, I trust the coaching process. I trust the selections. Now, I don't necessarily trust that Ryan Poles can build the trenches in the second, third, fourth, and fifth rounds, but I do trust that Dennis Allen and Ben Johnson can.
Yes.
And so that's where it's a little bit different for me this year.
And coaches clearly have input. You saw when they selected Colston Loveland and they passed the phone to the coach and they had a cutaway showing them talking, on the Bears on social media. Yeah. You saw him say, "You're my first pick."
Yep.
And that made a lot of sense right there. That, hey, yeah, this is his first pick that he's drafting on his team. So, yeah, coaches' input does matter.
Yeah.
When we return, we're going to continue breaking down and talking the draft. We're also going to have Sophia Blackburn join us here on The Truth About Chicago Sports, WRMN 1410.
Listen this Sunday afternoon to Handle on the Law.
I know we're at an at-will date, but for making a comment, like, hey, your hair looks good. And then I got a call from HR saying, hey, you know what? You're under investigation. Do I have any recourse?
Were you fired?
No, not yet.
The problem, Eddie, is they can fire you for any reason they want. They literally can wake up in the morning and say, you know what? I'm a little bored this morning. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to fire Eddie for no reason. Yep, he can do that. Yeah, that's California. Yep, welcome.
It's Handle on the Law this Sunday afternoon from 4 to 7 right here on WRMN.
Attention all sports fans, get the latest issue of the Chicago Sports Journal featuring player profiles, team schedules, ballpark photos, and more. Visit CHISportsJournal.com. Chicago sports fans are raving about the latest issue of the Chicago Sports Journal featuring owner profiles, book reviews, cafe, bar, and restaurant reviews, specials, and more. Pick up your copy of the Chicago Sports Journal at Metro train stations, retail locations throughout Chicagoland, or visit CHISportsJournal.com today.
Here on WRMN AM 1410, we like to keep you informed and in tune to what's happening here in the Fox River Valley and what's going on here on WRMN. We recognize the importance of local radio to be a part of the conversation and to be a part of the community for the community.
We talked about the importance of community theater, but supporting community radio is a big deal too. And, for WRMN, this is a really cool thing that you guys do every day, and a really important thing. You have to have a local media outlet to talk about what's going on in your town. So you guys do a nice job.
Tune in to AM 1410, WRMN. Don't forget, you can also subscribe to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/WRMN Radio. Keep in tune and informed on what's happening here in the Fox River Valley, right here on WRMN.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My Grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my Grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
There's a price war in the insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call the Term Lifeline right now and see if you can save 40%. $500,000 plans and up, that's our specialty. Even great smokers' rates. Protect your family today. Call the Term Lifeline right now for a free quote. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM.
Your kids could get free or low-cost health coverage from Medicaid or CHIP. Even if you've applied before, they may be eligible now. Kids up to age 19 are covered for checkups, vaccines, dentist visits, hospital care, and more. And if they already have Medicaid or CHIP, remember to renew every year. Visit insurekidsnow.gov or call 877-KIDS-NOW. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
You want answers! I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
It's time for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth about Chicago sports. With your host, Marcus Mack.
Jed Hoyer, who I like to call Big Ballin' Jed. He is going out on his shield, baby.
Blake Cowell.
And that's exactly what Jerry Reinsdorf wanted. Good enough, but never good enough.
And Brandon Combs.
You've got options at running back. I just think that would be a waste for the Bears. I think it's a waste for anybody to take a running back in the first round.
Right here on WRMN 1410, the voice of the Valley.
We are back on my brother. Oh, such another exciting day of sports, man. And I'll tell you, we got so much to cover. I want to bring up, before we segue into another story that's I believe one of the headlines of the draft. I want to talk real quick about the Bears pick Ozzie Trapilo and Shamar Turner, who were also picked in the second round. Now, you can't overlook this pick with Ozzie at all. I mean, first off, they drafted him in the second round. That speaks something. And what did we just say? You're still in the top 100 players coming out of college. So this guy was clearly valued to that extent, right? And so they addressed need at wide receiver. I get that, because sometimes if you wait on a wide receiver, he can be gone. And it seems like this kid is gonna be very productive. And you gotta have production and youth at your wide receiver position. DJ Moore is getting up there. He's going to be, that contract extension that he got will be running out of it in the next couple years. You've only got a young guy in Rome. So yeah, you need another young stud on that roster that can definitely say, hey, this guy's going to be able to produce for us. So with Ozzie, okay, Kareem Abagaji last year, that was a project, clearly, came in injured, but he's on the roster, and I want to see something from him this year. Now you go and get a kid in the second round who I believe they drafted clearly to push Braxton Jones. Is it talent good enough to, like, if Will Campbell's drafted by the Bears, Braxton Jones is a backup.
Right.
Ozzie, he has to fight Ozzie for the job, I feel. Am I wrong or right about that?
No, yeah, I think you're right about that. I think that, obviously it was a little bit of a reach for Trapilo at 56, but he was the best offensive lineman on the board at the time.
And he does play a traditional left tackle, correct?
He was a guard, but he can play tackle. He played tackle last year. Okay. He played 10 games at tackle last year, out of necessity for Boston College. But so he can play tackle. He's a traditional guard, but he's got the versatility. And I think that he pushes. I think at the very least, it builds depth on your offensive line, which is something that the Bears are desperately lacking. Even still with the addition of Trapilla, I still believe you need another, at least one, maybe even two offensive linemen in this draft, or at least maybe even going out and getting a veteran after the draft. You've got to build some more depth on this offensive line, because as of right now, if you lose Braxton Jones, if there's an injury, if you lose, if you lose Tooney, if you lose any of these guys that you just picked up for an extended period of time, you don't have anybody to take over. And so that's where I'm at with it. That's why I think you're still looking at probably an offensive lineman maybe in the 6th round. They no longer have a 7th round because they traded that to get a 2nd, 4th round pick with Buffalo when they traded with Buffalo. Yeah. So I don't not a 2nd, 4th round pick. They traded back into the 4th round. They didn't have a 4th round pick. So you get what you can out of this, and then you've still got to go get more depth. Yeah. On that offensive
and I like
line.
the kid's measurables. He's a big body. I mean, he's 6'8", 308. He's a massive man. That's a mountain of a man. So no, he will be asked to play. I mean, you could fit guard, but usually most time with what I understand with guards and centers, you don't really want. It happens occasionally, but most of the time those guys are around 6'5" or 6 feet, usually in that range. Yeah. Usually on the edges is where you want the big, tall. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
You want the guys that can kind of because what happens is with arm length and with size, it really slows down those speed rushers a little bit, right? Because you can put an arm out.
And I mean, when you're 6'8", 309, you're a mountain of a man.
You're a mountain of a man.
And I don't care how strong you are, how talented you are as a defensive edge. That's a problem.
I'm about a foot shorter than him and about 100 pounds less than him.
And then just
he's
think
a big
about,
dude.
and if you think about, we were looking just even at the measurables just a second ago, and we talked about the kid from LSU. He's 6'2", and maybe 255. You're going up against a guy that's 6'8", 309. Now, if his footwork is sound he's going to be a problem for you. Yeah. Okay? That's a problem for you. All right? And so I'm hoping that that talent can equal his measurables, because I really like his measurables. And hopefully that could translate into him either, like I say, pushing for Braxton Jones to become better. Yeah. Or eventually saying, hey, okay, this guy can replace him.
Right.
And so I wanted another offensive tackle, but I'm still glad they addressed it, because I would not have been pleased with this draft whatsoever if they had not done that. I wanted that addressed more. I didn't care about the Genties of the world, meaning running backs. I did not care too much about the Colston Loveland deal, but I could live with it. Wide receiver, I knew we needed one, so we were going to draft one. This was where we needed to get another guy. Yeah. Offensive tackle.
And you stole this guy from Detroit. Because right after Detroit took another offensive lineman, but they would have taken Trapillo if he was on the board. So it was a good pick for the Bears. I liked the pick. Look, I'm with you. I'm glad that they addressed this here, because, had they gone edge rusher there, had they gone with the edge, and let's say if they had gone with Mike Green like everybody was screaming for, and all of a sudden you've got, a defensive tackle and an edge rusher, but you still haven't showed up the offensive line, I think people are screaming even more, because you're like, what are we doing here?
What are we doing Caleb, here? We have to protect Caleb. And so I like that pick. We're going to address Shamar Turner real quick, and then, like I said, we'll be joined by Sophia Blackburn at the 45 mark. We're going to talk a little playoff hockey with her for a second, change up some strategy out there for our listeners. Shamar Turner, like you referenced earlier, is a versatile guy. He's 6'4", 300 pounds, so another big size body guy. Now, he did play, like I said earlier, he played all 5 positions on the defensive line, so he could play defensive end, he could play 3 technique, he could play over the center, he could play nose tackle position as well, from what I'm understanding. So that makes you a very, very versatile person. Now, how much of an edge guy is he really going to be? Probably not. I mean, because you got to look at it. Okay, they've already got Grady Jackson in place, and this is also, you got to understand, this is a position about the fact that Grady Geyer is like 31 years old already. You're probably looking at maybe a couple more really good productive years out of him. So, yeah, you do need to have some young people in the stable behind a guy like that can learn and develop. So he's just as much a developmental pick as well as a guy that's expected to produce, but not produce right away, because they still got the juggernaut Andrew Billings. They have Grady, Dexter, who's going to be asked to play tackle and end, and they still got Zach Pickens. So, you know, I like that pick to give yourself some depth in a guy that hey, he could be versatile. So I'm not mad at that pick at all.
Yeah, no, and you give him a chance to sit a little bit behind Deo, behind Montez Sweat, and kind of learn the system a little bit as well. And look, if one of those guys go down, or even if you're looking at Grady Jarrett going down or Javon Dexter goes down, you've got a guy in Shamar Turner who, by that time, if you're talking about week 3, week 4, for whatever reason or whenever, he's ready. And he's a dude that is just a dog. I loved I don't know if you saw the quote afterwards, but I know that Chris Emma had tweeted it out. He was down at Hallis Hall for the entire draft, and Chris Emma posted on Twitter the interview that he had with him, and he said, you know, what is your mentality when you get on the field? He's like, kill. He's like, I'm full go from the jump.
Absolutely love that.
As soon as I heard it, I was like, I love this kid.
That's a bear. That's a bear. That's a bear right there.
That's an answer that you would have heard from old school guys like Dick Buckus.
Mongo.
Yes, Mongo.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, rest God.
Yes,
we're gonna miss Mongo.
We did a tribute for him on Thursday for the draft. We made sure to show some love and honor to that Bears legend.
Dude,
rest in peace.
Fantastic. I mean, what a before we get to to Sophia, he was something, man. I remember watching him in his WCW days.
Yes.
Man, where he was just such a great
character too.
And I've met him in person a couple times, and he's just the nicest dude in the world, man.
Yes.
Down to earth.
Yes.
And so the world lost a going. ALS is a terrible disease, and the things that it does to some of these guys, man.
I'm glad he's in a better place. I'm glad he's in peace.
Yes.
I'm very happy with that.
Yeah.
So we do now have the great, the one, the only Sophia Blackburn joining us. That's an inside joke right there, everybody. Sophia, welcome to the show.
Hi, well, thank you. Not you using my Twitter name.
I know. It's so glad that you're back on. I know last week we had some technical difficulties getting you to join, so I do apologize about that. Glad that you could be here with us this week. We got playoff hockey going on. What's up with that? So now what I want you and Brandon to do for me, because I've been like draft obsessed and really just going hard at it. I haven't had a real opportunity to kind of see a lot of playoff hockey. So as a guy that's like walking up off the streets going, hey, what's going on in those NHL playoffs? What's the hot series right now that I should most definitely be watching? I'll go with you, Brandon, first, and then you tell me, Sophia. What's a hot series that I should be watching in these hockey playoffs?
Well, first of all, Sophia, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Happy to have you on. Look, I don't know about you, Sophia, but for me, look, it's been between two series for me. It's been between the Hurricanes and the Devils and the Stars and the Avalanche.
Ooh.
I think that those two series have just been absolutely insane. I love the Stars Avalanche series. You get a lot of good goaltending there. I mean, Ottinger, to me, I think the Dallas Stars are winning the Stanley Cup, to be honest with you. I think that they are poised.
Bold.
It is bold, but that's kind of what I do. And I think they have one of the best goaltenders in the world right now in Ottinger. And I just think, even though I do know that they're missing their number one defenseman, I know they're missing their top scorer, I get all of that stuff, but they're playing really good hockey against a really good Avalanche team. And I was talking with the guys before the show here, and I think that the winner, I think this is the Western Conference Finals in the first round.
Okay, copy.
You're kidding. You're joking.
What are you feeling, Sophia?
I have a completely different resolution in my mind. I definitely think, I hate to say it, I don't want to say it, I definitely think that the Leafs are going to take it all the way.
Okay.
Whoa, now that's bold.
That's bold? Are you
They're the Toronto Maple Leafs. They're like the Buffalo Bills of the NHL.
They find a way to trip and fall.
There and they fall.
No, they are not. They're so good. They're playing really good. They've been playing really good against the Senators.
Oh, they're crushing them right now. 3-0. This looks like it's a. Now the funny part about hockey, and you guys know this more than me. That doesn't mean a series is over. Like I've seen so many teams go up 3-0 in hockey, and all of a sudden the other team just comes roaring back. All right, so Senators are not dead yet, but it's not looking good, huh, Sophia?
Yeah, they're not dead yet. No, they are not. But I definitely think for out of the Western and the Eastern Conference, I definitely have to say. It's kind of really hard because there's, Florida, there's Carolina, there's just a lot of really good teams. There's Washington out of everybody.
Yeah, Washington.
It's a good Stanley Cup playoffs bracket. It's so good.
Now,
last year, everybody knew.
Yeah.
Everybody knew last year who was going to win. This year, it is up for grabs.
Okay, so now I'm out here, I'm this novice, and I've heard all this noise this year about Ovechkin breaking Gretzky's record. Why am I not picking the Capitals to go all the way?
I mean, they do have 111 points within the whole entire conference. I mean, they are really good, but, there's other teams that are, the Winnipeg Jets, they have 116 points. The Vegas Golden Knights, 110. It's very it's top three teams for those ones, but I don't know because they're the team's a little bit older. I feel like they have older guys on it.
And sometimes that can, help you, but also could be your detriment, especially if you get into a long battle in the playoffs. Brandon, why not the Capitals?
It's one of those old adages, right? In hockey, you're always wary of the team that maybe had one of the best regular seasons, right? And all of the hype of Ovechkin and the 895 goals, passing Gretzky, doing all those things. I mean, of course, if you keep leaving them open in front of the net in overtime in the playoffs, they're going to destroy you.
It's going to get you.
But I just feel like. I feel like either one of these Florida teams is going to beat Toronto, and I think Carolina is heads and tails above everybody in the Eastern Conference. I just do. I think that they have everything from. I think they've got the better defenseman. I think they've got the better offense, and I think they've got the better goalie. To be honest with you.
Now, so we know in the playoffs, the hot goalie is usually the guy that can help push a team into the Stanley Cup championship and maybe even win the Stanley Cup. What team do you feel right now, and you start Brandon and then go to you, Sophia, what team has the hot goalie right now?
Oh, I mean, look, Ottinger. Ottinger might be the best goaltender in the world right now. If not, he's at least in the top three goaltenders in the world right now. And when you look at a team like Carolina, you look at what they have sitting in goal for them, and I mean, there's just it's really hard, right? Because any of these goalies that are in the playoffs, if they start standing on their head, all of a sudden they're unbeatable. Yeah. And that happens in hockey more than any other sport. If you have just one good goalie
and he gets hot,
you can't score on him. All of a sudden you're losing these Stanley Cup playoff games 2-1, 1-0. And all of a sudden you find yourself sitting on your butt watching the Stanley Cup finals like you and I do. Mm-hmm. It's just one of those things. But if I'm going to pick one goalie in the NHL right now, I mean, it's either going to be Anderson or Ottinger.
And what teams prospectively are they on?
Just Carolina and Dallas.
Okay, Carolina and Dallas. So you feel like Carolina and Dallas got the two hot goalies right now. Yeah. Sophia, who do you feel has got the hot goalies currently in the playoffs?
I definitely have to agree with Brandon because they are up there. They're the best ones that I could think of so far as well. And they've helped their team go to victory so many times, and it's just unbelievable what these men can do, because if you have a strong goalie, then you have a strong defense. If you have a strong defense, then you have a strong offense. It just plays and meshes so well together. The morale is great with them in goal. So there's really no argument here about what Brandon's picking, because I agree with him fully.
What is, give me a Cinderella, Sophia, if there is one. I mean, obviously every team makes the playoffs. I believe you have a shot. I don't believe in that oh, this is an 8th seed, he can't beat you. Make the playoffs, you got a shot. But if we do pick a Cinderella, who would be the Cinderella of this NHL playoffs if they were to make it to the Stanley Cup?
Are we talking about team-wise or are we talking about
team-wise? Team-wise.
Team-wise? You guys are going to hate me. You're going to, just go off on me. I definitely have to say, even though I really am turning a leaf and saying I want the Leafs to win, I definitely have to, come to earth for a second. And I definitely think Dallas is pretty good. They're doing pretty well. I feel like Dallas Stars is definitely up there. And, their AHL team as well is very good, too. I mean, it's just, you got to look at the talent all around and the guys that they're going to be sending up and the guys that they're going to be sending down just because of injuries and, such and such. But I definitely think Dallas Stars is pretty close up there. Second off, I would have to say Carolina as well. But I'm skeptical. I'm very skeptical about how the second round's going to go.
So the Minnesota Wilds have no shot.
They have a shot for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, they are very, very pretty aggressive team, and it's just all in God's hands at this point because they're all even strength teams. I feel like in my eyes for the ones that keep winning their games, they're all. If you look at all the winners of the first rounds, or the closer to the winners, everyone's so evenly strength.
Yeah, and that's a big difference, like you said, from last year, which makes it a more compelling season of playoff hockey, I believe.
Oh yeah, no. Last year you could just tell it was going to be Florida versus what was it, the Edmonton Oilers?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah. So last year you could have obviously out of the woodworks you could tell who was going to win. But last year everybody was on the edge of their seat because it was it's neck to neck in that playoff game. It was.
And now this year it's a little bit more open, and I love that. I love that you have that. We have that ability now to sit and say, oh, it's not this person's championship to win, but yet it's anybody's game.
Yeah,
I absolutely love that.
And Minnesota's winning the series right now, and Gustafsson we talk about hot goalies. Gustafsson's as hot of a goalie as any of them are right now. I didn't, you look at some of the series that are around here. I mean, there are some surprises, right? I didn't see Tampa Bay losing both games in Tampa Bay. And meanwhile, losing both games in Tampa Bay by a combined score of 8-2.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's the NHL playoffs they're the best playoffs in all of sports. I don't care what anybody says. They're
the funnest.
Yeah, they're better than the NFL playoffs. They're better than major. And I'm a baseball guy. I love baseball more than I love anything in this world, including my wife and kids. Don't hate me for that. But
they're not listening, hopefully.
I love baseball more than anything in this world, but the NHL playoffs are the best playoffs in all sports.
Yeah. The excitement, the intrigue, and like I say, I love when it's open.
Yeah.
I love a hockey playoffs when anybody's got a chance. Then that's okay, pick your series, sit down and enjoy and watch. And we've got games today. We've got at let's see, I'm going to start with the early games. You got at noon, we've got Lightning's Panthers are going to kick off, and then it's going to be followed by 3 o'clock. We got the Golden Knights and the Wild. Then it's going to be tonight. We've got 6 p.m. Maple Leafs and the Senators. And then to finish out the night, it's going to be the Stars and the Avalanche. All games will be available to watch on TBS, TBS and True TV. So make sure you guys get your popcorn, sit back and enjoy. It's going to be great. Sophia, how does it feel to meet the Honorable Brandon Combs finally in the air?
It's great. It's great. I have someone to bounce off of for talking about hockey.
Yeah. Hey, and we're definitely gonna bounce all over Blake when he gets back here. He's on vacation in Arizona playing golf, and we got no invite. Golf.
I would have been the one just driving the golf cart.
Of course. Of course. I'm not there to play golf. I'm just there to enjoy the weather and have libations.
I would have been the one shanking my drives into the trees.
That's all I want is just some sunshine and to say I was on the course. But playing, please.
Yeah.
I've never even really swung a golf club on a golf course. I went to Top Golf one time, and that even was kind of a disaster.
I joke around. I told him one time I shot a 72.
How did that happen?
Really?
It was a
9 or 18?
It was a 9-hole par 3 course.
Hey, it still counts.
It's just all par 3s. So I was only supposed to shoot a 27, but I shot a 72.
Hey, it still counts. And that's what matters. Sophia, we want to thank you so much for joining us once again. As always, glad that you could be back on. We got still so much to cover. Like we said, this is just the first round. We're also going to have games on tomorrow as well, as we've got the Jets Blues kicking it off at 12 tomorrow, and then that's going to be followed up by Hurricanes Devils, and then Kings Oilers, and then finished up by the Capitals and Canadians, and that's going to finish out the Sunday games as well. So make sure you stay tuned. Make sure that everybody, all our listeners out there, make sure you come back again next week to talk. We'll be talking some more playoff hockey with the great and honorable Sophia Blackburn. Thank you so much, Sophia. You make sure to enjoy your day and you be safe out there.
Yes, thank you guys. I'm so excited to talk more hockey.
Exactly. All right, then. Have a good one, buds.
All right, bye-bye.
And that's once again the great Sophia Blackburn joining us on the call-in line. We want to thank her for sitting there and breaking down some good playoff hockey. When we come back, we'll jump back into breaking down some more of the draft. And then we still got baseball to talk about, Brandon. What's up with them Cubs, dog, huh?
A lot.
I mean, man, I'm like, I know that, hey, I'm not a Cubs fan, but I'm not a Cubs hater. And I have to say that I've been thoroughly impressed with the job that they've done. So we got to break down what's been going on with them as they're getting ready to wrap up the month of April playing very solid baseball. We'll also talk a little White Sox because this is a White Sox affiliated station. We love the White Sox. We love you guys. We love you.
Yeah.
Except when you're losing that much. But we still love you. We still love you, White Sox. And hey, we look forward to talking about you guys as well when we get back. We got so much to cover here on The Truth About Chicago Sports, WRMN 1410. This is Marcus Mack and Brandon Combs as we give you guys all the real stuff here on WRMN 1410 AM. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410. Elgin time, 11 o'clock.
Republicans and Democrats are almost equally trusted by voters on economic issues. Immigration, however, remains a big advantage for the GOP's. Reporter Bernie Bennett explains.
The latest Rasmussen Report's national telephone and online survey finds that 50% of likely U.S. voters trust Republicans more to handle immigration, while 39% trust Democrats more and 11% are undecided. These findings are almost unchanged from April 2023. The survey of 1,065 U.S. likely voters was conducted on April 20 through the 22nd by Rasmussen Reports. The margin of sampling error was plus or minus 3 percentage points with a 95% level of confidence. Bernie Bennett reporting.
Some big tech stocks helped lead the way to a rally on Wall Street on Friday. The S&P 500, by the way, up by 0.7% of its value. Senator James Lankford says the new budget will include more funding to house those being deported under President Trump's new policies.
We've got to have more beds. We've got about 45,000 beds. Those beds were used by the Biden administration to move people in. The Trump administration is using those same beds by ICE to move people out.
That is Senator James Lankford of Oklahoma. He spoke about the immigration crisis this week with the Salem Radio Network. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
They told us nothing but lies.
These timeshare thieves out there are terrible.
They bullied us.
Our timeshare is all a scam.
They stole from us. They were thieves.
I was completely taken advantage of.
Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group, and I know the tough spot you're in. Are you asking yourself, why did I buy that timeshare? I'll tell you why, because that presentation wasn't a normal sales pitch. It was a show to convince you that timeshare is a great investment. They told you it was available today and today only. They said you're foolish if you don't buy. And unfortunately, you believed them. We get over 3,000 complaints a week from folks just like you that were misled into buying a timeshare. Give us a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing. Call now for your free information kit. 800-989-1771. 800-989-1771. 800-989-1771.
Correspondent Ed Donahue reports a measles outbreak is not going away anytime soon.
The CDC says the number of measles cases nationwide is approaching 900. The number is triple the amount seen in all of last year. The majority of cases are in Texas. 2 unvaccinated elementary school-age children died there from measles-related illness. An adult in New Mexico, also unvaccinated, also died. There are 10 states with active cases of measles. 18 other states have reported cases. Measles is caused by a highly contagious virus that's airborne and spreads easily when an infected person breathes, sneezes, or coughs. It is preventable through vaccines and was considered eliminated from the U.S. since 2000. I'm Ed Donahue.
Big tech stocks carried Wall Street to the close of a winning roller coaster week. The S&P 500 up 0.7% to add some more to a big 3-day rally, and it's back within 10% of its record high. This is townhall.com. Donna Warner reports on the prison sentence for a former New York congressman.
Former U.S. Representative George Santos has been sentenced to 87 months, more than 7 years in federal prison, after pleading guilty last summer to federal wire fraud and aggravated identity theft. Santos admitted deceiving donors and stealing the identities of nearly a dozen people, including family members, to fund his winning campaign. But the sentencing judge asked him, "Where is your remorse?" As part of a plea deal, Santos has agreed to pay roughly $580,000 in penalties. He served barely a year in Congress before his House colleagues ousted him in 2023. I'm Donna Warner.
Shedeur Sanders still waiting to hear his name called in the NFL draft after 3 rounds, 102 overall selections, and 5 quarterbacks ahead of Coach Prime's highly touted son. You'll find more on these stories at townhall.com. From Washington, I'm Bob Agnew.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. That's 800-433-3082.
And welcome back to the show. This is The Truth About Chicago Sports with Marcus Mack and Brandon Combe here on WRMN 1410 AM. everybody, welcome back as we break down all the good sports here in the Chicagoland area. We got NFL draft talk that we're going to continue. We want to thank Sophia Blackburn for joining us. One of the big storylines, Brandon, that has come out of this draft has been Shedeur Sanders. Yeah. A lot of people have many different opinions, from coaches to anonymous owner tips, to GMs, media pundits, including ourselves. What is your take with the Shedeur Sanders situation currently?
So I know a lot of people are talking about like Shedeur and it, you know, the narrative that, you know, his dad and that he's too cocky and all of this stuff. I'm not buying it. NFL teams want to win. Executives want to win. You've got some executives that are on their final year of their contract. You've got some executives that are on their way out the door. They want to win football games.
Yes.
And I think the what you're seeing here is the same thing that I said going into this draft, and that is that Shedeur's just not that good. He's not that guy.
And that's okay. You know what I mean? It's like if people have to decide do I think that some quarterbacks were reached over him? I do. I think he is better than the kid that what's his Dylan
Gabriel.
I think he's better than Dylan Gabriel.
He's definitely better than Dylan Gabriel. But what you're seeing here now, especially in later rounds, is you start to get to, all right, I'm going to have a backup. And do I want my backup to be somebody that, because nobody, when you're looking at Dylan Gabriel, your starting quarterback starts to falter, has a bad game week 1, week 2. Nobody's calling for Dylan Gabriel to come into the game.
No.
But if you have Shedeur Sanders backing up your guy, they're like, all right, let's see what Shedeur's got. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And that's why to be honest with you, and I think this is going to happen, if he does not get taken in this 5th round, or 4th round, I should say, I think you're going to be looking at the Dallas Cowboys taking him to back up Dak Prescott.
Oh.
I think Jerry and Dion will do Dion a favor. He'll be like, look, I'm gonna take Shedeur. I'm gonna have him back up Dak. But here's the thing, man. You know just as well as I do, Dallas Cowboy fans are not very patient. And Dak Prescott is very susceptible to being hurt. He's also very susceptible to having a bad game.
Yeah.
So if you have that in Dallas and Shedeur is your backup, that's the one thing that you're going to have to worry about if you're Jerry, is how quick of a trigger are you going to have with Shedeur Sanders? How quick are you going to bring him in? Because I don't believe he's going to be ready week 1. I didn't think that any of these guys, whether it was Jackson Dart, whether it was Cam Ward, whether it was Shedeur Sanders, not only did I not think that any of them were going to be ready to start week 1, I don't think any of them are going to be a starter at the end of their rookie deal.
Yeah, no.
So I don't necessarily buy into the fact that it's because Dion's his dad, or it's because that he's too cocky. I believe it's because his ceiling is Trevor Lawrence, and Trevor Lawrence hasn't been great. He's just shown flashes, but you don't take a guy in the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd round who's only going to show you flashes. And I think that because of Trevor Lawrence, and when people look at him and they see the likeness of his game to Trevor Lawrence's game, they're like, all right, well, we've already seen this at this level. We thought it would work in Trevor Lawrence. It did not. And so I think that's what you're seeing here with Shedeur.
Well, you got the pocket passer has become a less premium as opposed to the mobile dual threat quarterback. And Shedeur is that pocket passer. We have to address that first off. So now you got, a guy that's now in the realm of Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins didn't get drafted into the 4th round because of that, because he was a pocket passer. We got a call on the line, and we're going to let him join in on this conversation as well. Caller, you're on the line here on WRMN 1410. It's the truth about Chicago sports. Go ahead, my friend.
Yeah, this is Micah Huff. Thank you for letting me come on. To the Shedeur Sanders topic, it's crazy. I like the Dallas Cowboys spot. I like that opinion. Deion Sanders and Jerry Jones have a close connection. I'm just hoping maybe Vegas, Geno Smith would be a good mentor for him, a good veteran. I just hope he gets a starting spot.
Yeah, I want him to get a shot, and I do believe. And now what we were talking about being too cocky, things like that. I necessarily don't think it's that, but I do know this much about the NFL has a weird way of humbling or believing they are humbling people. Go back to the Colin Kaepernick thing. It had nothing to do with Colin Kaepernick not being able to play. It had to do with they didn't like the fact of how he acted, and they didn't like the attitude, and so therefore you get humbled. The NFL has a way of saying, hey, you are not going to call the shots here. We are.
Yeah.
And I think that Shedeur came in very, not cocky, but very confident because he's not, you got to understand, a lot of these kids are coming from backgrounds of nothing. They have no, I mean, their parents are struggling. This kid's had a silver spoon in his mouth from day one. Like since he was born, all he's known is success and being catered to and having things handed to. So do I think that the NFL could be a way of saying, hey, you need to slow your roll, son? I do. And that's fine because you know what? You can still get on the roster and go out there and prove yourself. There's still opportunity.
I think wherever he goes, he's going to get a shot. And you mentioned Las Vegas and the Raiders. I do think that's a good landing spot unless because look, it's still Geno Smith, man. And if Geno Smith falters, which he's very susceptible to faltering
or get hurt,
he is a guy who very quickly especially Raiders fans, man, they might be the most rabid fans in the NFL.
You know, Michael says a good team though because Pete Carroll is a quarterback whisperer, isn't he?
I understand that, but what I'm saying is you start to create controversy within your own locker room. You put that bug in there when you have a guy, with the popularity of Shedeur Sanders. We don't know whether or not I could be wrong. And Shedeur Sanders might be the greatest quarterback of all time. And we just haven't seen it
pure
yet.
Tom Brady, right?
I don't think that that's the case. But what I do think is that with Shedeur, I think what you're seeing is he's going to get a chance somewhere. I just don't think that anybody wants to bring that controversy in with their starter right now.
No, it is definitely it's what cost Cam Newton to eventually not be able to land on a roster at the end of his career. Yeah. It got to the point where people were like, yeah, we'd like to bring you in, but if we do, now it's going to be a controversy. We're putting pressure on our other quarterback, and if that guy falters, now the pundits and everybody in town is screaming, play Cam. Yeah. And instead of him being treated like a Tyson Bagent, which is a true backup quarterback, where, hey, if Caleb has a bad game, nobody's screaming for Tyson Bagent. All we're looking for from Tyson is if Caleb gets hurt or for some reason can't make a couple games, you just are able to fill the void. Not we're looking for you to become the next starter. And that is a fact. That does bring up a good point. Mike, I want to ask you, what has been so far your surprise pick of the draft?
I think it was probably the Loveland pick for the Chicago Bears.
Really? Okay.
Everybody was thinking Tyler Warren, and with Tyler Warren on the board too, they went tight end, but it was Loveland. And there was no smoke about Loveland to the Bears that I've heard. And, as news kept coming out, it appeared that Ben Johnson really liked Loveland, and that's the guy that they preferred. And, I think that was a good decision. But that was probably one of the most surprising picks that I saw. Dylan Gabriel to the Browns, too.
Yeah.
That was surprising.
Yes, that actually very surprising.
Yeah. There wasn't necessarily a lot of smoke for Loveland to the Bears, but there was a lot of smoke that Loveland was better than Tyler Warren. There were a lot of people out there in
a couple places.
There was a lot of people out there actually that were putting it out there that they felt like Loveland was the better tight end in this draft, and that he had a higher ceiling than Warren, and Warren was the more polished college football tight end and had the better numbers in college, but because of injury, Loveland wasn't able to accomplish those numbers, but Loveland's ceiling was just that much higher than Tyler Warren's. And I think that like they had even said in a press conference when he talked to Ben Johnson thinks that he's Sam Laporta. And we know how Ben Johnson loves his tight ends. And if he's found another Sam Laporta in this draft, I'm okay with it, man.
Yeah, I just, I knew they were going to, like I said, I knew they were going to draft tight end.
Yeah.
I knew once the guys, I do believe the Bears wanted Will Campbell. I do believe the Bears wanted Calvin Banks.
Yeah.
But they also had Colston listed very high. And just, like I was trying to explain to someone the other day, I go, think about it. The NFL is a professional fantasy draft.
Yeah.
And we've all been a part of a fantasy draft, I believe. I believe we have. Yeah. And when you're sending a fantasy draft, right? Oh, I want Christian McCaffrey. Oh, Christian's gone. That doesn't mean my draft is over. I already had 3 other guys lined up just in case Christian McCaffrey was gone. So, yeah, the Bears, I'm pretty sure they had Will Campbell, Mason Graham, even Genty on their board. Once those guys left, now, okay, I've got Calvin Bank, I've got Colston Loveland on my board. Oh, the Saints went a completely different direction than we expected. They took the guy that we were looking at. Guess what? We still got our next guy on the board that we wanted. Because look how fast the pick came in. We got to remember that pick was not, it wasn't like they mulled. As soon as they were up, bam, it was in. They knew who they wanted right there because the other guys that they had rated were gone. So it made it I believe that made it a very easy choice for the Bears, a lot easier than us.
Yeah, no, I agree.
You know what I mean? It just made a very easy choice for the Bears.
No, I agree. And like I said before, if this pick is made 2 years ago before you have Ben Johnson, or even last year before you have Ben Johnson, I like I think that you lose your mind about this pick, right? Because you're like, what are we doing here? Why didn't we go offensive lineman? Why didn't we go edge rusher? Why didn't we fill a need? But because we believe in Ben Johnson, because Ben Johnson is the guy that he has made himself into being, I just feel like you're a little bit more like relaxed with the draft pick, and that it's kind of a perception thing too. I don't hate the pick. They need a tight end because at the very least, if Cole Kmet at the end of, I believe you have 2 years left on his deal this year and next year. At the end of that deal, at the very least, you've made it so that you don't have to pay him any more money.
If the production falls off, you can move on.
Right, because it's also going to be at the same time that Caleb's going to be warranting an extension. So I love the pick. I think it does more than just give you an extra tight end. I think it gives you a replacement for Cole Kmet here in the near future, especially if he just hasn't panned out to be everything that they thought they were getting out of Notre Dame. And I love Cole Kmet. I wish him nothing but the best, but I'm okay with this pick here. And I think that it gives you a 5-wide set, the 2 tight end set, which
is more of a believe it or not, that's more of a problem in the NFL than a 4-wide receiver set, and even sometimes a 3-wide receiver set. Because if you can have that big body tight end that can stretch the field, he's a mismatch nightmare.
And Loveland can block.
Yeah,
Loveland can block, and that's something that Cole Kmet has struggled with.
Mm-hmm.
So I love the pick. Mike, thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you guys for having me on.
All right, definitely, Mike. We appreciate you for joining. Thanks, and keep your eye out right now. The Bears are 3 picks away.
Cam Scatterbo
has just off the board. Before you go, real quick, Mike, who do you think they're going to? What would you like to see? What position would you like to see them select as they're getting ready to pick in 3 picks from now?
So back-to-back running backs. Jacksonville just took the running back for Virginia Tech. Scatterbo to the Giants. Damian Martinez from Miami.
Damian Martinez from Miami. Ooh. Copy. Well, we're going to be waiting with patience to see Mike. Thank you so much. Mike, by the way, is a young up-and-coming sports broadcaster, so, he's getting a chance to get a little taste out on the radio scene, and I love it, Mike. You're doing a great job, kiddo. Keep up the good work, and, you feel free to call anytime. You just let me know.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, brother. Have a good day.
Bye. You too. Bye.
And once again, the call-in line is 847-931-1410, 847-931-1410. Feel free to call in and talk with us, talk sports with us. We love to hear from our callers here on WRMN 1410 AM. This is once again the truth about Chicago sports. This is another Fox Valley Sports Saturday as we had On the Rise that kicked it off from 8 to 10 and then followed by us every Saturday 10 to 12. And we've got more in store in the next couple weeks. We'll be moving sports department department will be moving to weekdays as well, as we'll have Derrick, the Derrick Geyer, which will be heading up that show 6 to 10. So we'll definitely be making sure that we come and drop a little truth about Chicago sports every now and again for them to
PM?
PM, so they can hear our voice here and there with the Derrick. But yeah, coming, we're gonna have Derrick. He's gonna be hosting and giving every day, Monday through Friday, 6 to 8 breakdown of some sports. So sports is moving to the weekdays here on WRMN 1410 as well as your Fox Valley Saturday will still be going on. So you'll still have sports here on Saturday from 8 to 12 from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. But we'll also have sports Monday through Friday, 6 to 8 p.m. So make sure you check us out all day, every day, baby. Before we go into this next break, let's continue breaking things down. Like we say, we saw that Scatterboo was taken. A running back from Virginia Tech, actually, Tootin was taken. I don't know. I didn't hear much about him. Is it Tutton or Tootin? I think it might be Tutton.
It's Tutton. He was he transferred North Carolina A&T, I believe, was where he transferred from. Smaller back. I think he's my height, 5'9". Mm-hmm. But he's quick. He's a quick back. I don't know about taking him before Scatterboo. I don't know about taking him for some of these other running backs that are still on the board as well. And I respect where Scatterboo went to. I mean, the Giants, kudos to them for saying, hey, you know what? We flubbed it with Saquon. We did. We flubbed it with Saquon, but we need a guy. We need somebody that can tote the rock. Yeah, and I think the Scatterboo will be able to do Sampson on the board. You've still got Devin Neal on the board, Jordan James, Trevor Etienne that we talked about.
This was a deep running back class.
It was, and that's why I was shocked by the Tutton move. I felt like he was more of a 6th round back, but look, the Giants see something, or not the Giants. Where did he go?
He went to the Jaguars. And I think the Jaguars already have a running back.
They have the other Etienne.
Yeah, exactly. So this guy's more of a change of pace, give you some depth at that position. So I can respect that. I can respect that. Matter of fact, Jacksonville is back on the clock again, and they selected the linebacker from Notre Dame, my school. You know, I love the Dame, and they select him now. Yes, Jack Kaiser from Notre Dame. Heck yeah, I absolutely enjoy that. I love seeing when Golden Domers can get picked. So he is now joining the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Kaiser's a beast, man. He's a ball hawk. He's got really good hands. He reminds me of, if I had to compare him to a Chicago linebacker, I wouldn't go with Brian Urlacher, but I would go with Lance Briggs.
Really?
Yeah, I would go with Lance Briggs. I think he's that quick. He can hit you hard. He's got really good hands. He's a ball hawk. He will absolutely help the Jaguars out in that run game.
Yeah. No, it's like I said, I still believe that even in this 4th round, you are looking for players that can produce for your team, or at least give you provided depth.
Yeah.
And I just think that is very poor. So I don't blow off these picks. I'm going to tell you, I don't even blow off the 7th round pick, because I'm sorry, Tom Brady was found in the 6th round. Yeah. I don't blow off any pick. I think that if you do it right, and you find a kid that, hey, maybe he slipped through the cracks, maybe he can develop still, maybe his talent wasn't all the way there in college, but once he gets to the NFL, we can make him better. There's been so many examples of guys that have been drafted in later rounds that are Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
So no, I don't take any draft off. I don't say, oh, that's a wasted pick. There's no such thing. Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant, and now he's trying to get a big extension.
Yeah, and look, the Bears have drafted 15 Pro Bowl players in the 4th round or later in the NFL draft. So they're no stranger to these late round picks and making great late round picks. And this hasn't been very good for Ryan Poles in the last, 2 or 3 seasons.
Yeah.
But I think, again, with this coaching staff, when you add Ben Johnson to the mix, when you add Dennis Allen to the mix, you're getting guys that really can help him be like, hey, this is the type of guy we want. This is the type of guy we need. I don't think he had that with Matt Eberflus. I think he had a yes man with Matt Eberflus.
Yes.
And so
I 100% correct.
So that's where I think you're going to have a different draft here. I expect them to go edge rusher, but we'll see where it's at. Right now, the Raiders are on the clock.
And the Bears will be next.
And
so
the pick is in. So
we'll actually get a chance to talk about this pick. This is perfect. I love it. Great way to kind of, wrap up the show and a nice little segue into me hopefully going home feeling even better than I already do right now.
Absolutely.
Because I am feeling good. Because I'm feeling good.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. Like Mike said, he was shocked about the Loveland pick. I'm not realistically, I was a little bit too, because I had heard so much about Tyler Warren being connected to the Bears, and then you'd heard Dennis Allen talking glowingly about him, and you even Ben Johnson talked very highly of him. So I had the belief that the Bears were going to go tight end. I really did. At that point, I'm like, the Bears are going tight end. But I didn't think it was Loveland. So I was a little shocked when they picked Loveland, but I was pleased with it because the bottom line is that this a guy that, like you said, was still listed as the top on many boards. And that's all I'm asking for. If you're going for a certain player, make sure he's one of the best players at that position that you're picking. And
the Raiders did not go with Shedeur.
No.
They went with Dante Thornton, the wide receiver out of Tennessee.
Big body, which they're going to need. They need weapons.
Shedeur remains on the board.
They're not gonna, why would they? They don't need him. Didn't the Raiders picked their quarterback as well, I believe, already. I think I got to go back there and look and see, but I think they did already.
Yeah.
Because it's not showing as a position of need for them right now.
Right.
Their position of need now is wide receiver, and running back.
Yeah, they go with they went with Milroe, didn't they?
I think so.
I believe so.
We're gonna have to go back and look at it, but I believe so.
Yeah.
So and right now, the Bears on the clock, and
the Bears traded the pick to the Bills. The Bills are now on the clock.
Again?
They traded the pick back to the Bills.
Again?
This is the Bills'
what is
original
going
pick.
on here?
I don't know. I'm looking for.
Goodness.
I'm looking for
look for the waiver. Look for the wire. See what we got. We clearly had to get something unique for that. We had to, because we were in a prime position right there.
Yeah, I think maybe Cam Scatterbo was their pick. I think that's what this shows. That was my fear, was that Cam Scatterbo was going to be their pick. But I think with him off the board, they're willing to move back a little bit.
And
here.
they don't even have them listed now at this point in the round.
Yeah, I think they're still waiting on details. I'm checking Twitter right now.
Did they trade out of the fourth altogether?
I'm not sure. I'm still waiting on the details to come out, but I do know that
it looks like they traded out. Oh, here we go. They're down to number 30 now.
Yeah.
Is that what they got from the Bills then?
That's what I'm waiting to see, because there's got to be more than just that. You're not trading down just one pick. You got to get something extra into it.
And they failed. That's not just one. They went from 7 to 30. That's a massive. You need to get something for that.
This is an interesting move here for the Bears. Look, you follow me on Twitter too if you want, at Real Combsy.
Please
on
do.
Twitter.
That's a dope Twitter.
I post a lot of content on there, a lot of betting content too. So if you're a sports gambler, there's a lot of that stuff.
If you're a junkie,
But on Twitter, I follow a lot of guys like Chris Emma, Mark Rohde, who I work with both of these guys over at the other station, and they are fantastic insiders. So I try to post the information as quick as I get it on Twitter. And I'm still looking for the details of this trade from Chris.
It'll come out soon, and we will have it for you guys before this show ends. We're gonna be going to break in a little bit, so we might not be able to get it before we get in the break. But when we get back, we will definitely have that information. I'm shocked, and I'm not. Now I'm not happy.
I'm surprised.
Now I'm not happy. I'm not. I am not happy right now. Why? They gave you the pick. Why would you give it back to them?
Do you believe? All right, let me ask you a question. If they told you we traded down because we wanted Cam Scatterbo, he was gone. We traded down because now we added 2 5th-round picks. Now are you telling me then that you're okay with it? Because
yes, because I still think that, like I said, it's value, but man, you were right there. You were right there. Take a guy. I know there's a guy out there that's worthy. Like, take him. At a certain point, it's too many deals, in my opinion.
Maybe your edge rusher that you're thinking of. Maybe you feel like he's still going to be there out there. Maybe it is Sawyer.
Because now and the Bills went and got a defensive tackle, and maybe they really wanted that D tackle, and the Bears obviously don't need a D tackle. So here it is.
The Bears netted numbers 132 in the 4th and 169 in the 5th for exchange for pick 109 in the 4th. So they added an extra 5th-round pick.
We'll be back in a few.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's touchless car wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400 now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's touchless car wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle, or forget extra diapers, and never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face, never let them have too much screen time, and never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed, never ever become a minivan mom, and you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Systems run everything. Government, economy, media, justice. They shape your choices, your opportunities, your future. But do they work for you or against you? On Apolitical Talk Show, we break them down, not to destroy, but to understand. Because if you don't see how the system works, you won't see when it's being manipulated or who's benefiting from it. Power belongs to those who know the rules, challenge the loopholes, and demand accountability. That starts with knowledge. That starts here. Join us weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. as we uncover what's really happening behind the headlines, so you can decide for yourself what's fair, what's broken, and what needs to change. Apolitical Talk Show, breaking down the systems to build them up together. Right here, weekdays 4 to 6 on WRMN, the talk of the town.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit? Or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
You want answers. I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
It's time for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth about Chicago sports. With your host, Marcus Mack.
Jed Hoyer, who I like to call Big Ball and Jed. He is going out on his shield, baby.
Blake Cowell.
And that's exactly what Jerry Reinsdorf wanted. Good enough, but never good enough.
And Brandon Combs.
You've got options at running back. I just think that would be a waste for the Bears. I think it's a waste for anybody to take a running back in the first round.
Right here on WRMN 1410, the voice of the Valley.
And welcome back, people. This is the truth about Chicago sports here on WRMN 1410. This is Marcus Mack and Brandon Combs as we continue to break down the draft. I know we promised some baseball, but it's just been so much spice going on. I mean, man, the Bears traded away the pick right before we went to break. Recap again, Brandon. What did the Bears get?
So the Bears got the 30th pick in the 4th round, and then they got an extra pick in the 5th round, which is pick number 169. So they are going to pick at 148 and at 169.
So respectively, in the 5th round, that would be the 10th pick in the 5th round, and then they're going to have the 33rd pick in the 5th round. Which, so okay, the 5th round is that's kind of crazy that it's extended like that. I didn't realize that the 5th round actually went to 40 picks.
So even the 4th round is 36 picks. The 5th round is 40. It's a little weird the way that they do it.
Even the 6th, and I guess apparently the 7th as well. So they give extra picks in those rounds, which it makes sense for the NFL. Go for it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So it's a little disheartening to see the Bears jump out of that spot, but they must believe that the guy that they were going to go and get there will still be available.
They have to, or at this point, they feel comfortable with their choices left because they still got a draft board. Make no mistake about it, and clearly they saw something where they could identify and say, hey, in the 5th round, we could use this guy on our team. So, because like I say, it's still professional fantasy draft. I mean, that's exactly what this is. And you're trying to play, it's chess moves. Yeah. Somebody makes a move, you make a move. Somebody makes a move, you make a move. And so, I mean, I think you bring up a great point. I do believe that Cam Scatterboo was on their radar. And once Cam went, it's like, yeah, we're willing to make a deal.
Yeah,
you guys want to move up to get Deion Walker? Okay, we're willing to make a deal because we see that there's still value for what we want down the line.
And our guy's gone. And our guy's gone. That's the thing. I mean, it's probably one of those things where you go and like, all right, this is our guy, and if not, let's trade out. And
it makes complete sense.
And give Buffalo their pick back. Look, not only did you ended up with 2 second round or 2 extra second round picks to give you 3 total second round picks in this trade. And you had the 109 from Buffalo in that trade as well. And then you give them back their pick and take an extra 5th round pick from them. I have no problem with what Ryan Poles does. This is what Ryan Poles does, man. He wheels and deals.
He wheels and deals. He wheels and deals, baby. That's for sure. And we're seeing it happen. We'll cut away for a little bit because, like I said, we did promise some baseball. I don't want to, make the listeners mad because I know they love talking baseball as well. So
do I.
And I do too. So I don't want to cheat the listeners out there. We've actually got both games today. White Sox will be playing at 3:05, and the Cubs are also playing at 3:05 today. Cubs they say they're going to be on Fox, but also if you have the Chicago Sports Chicago Sports Nation network channel, that's what it's called, right? Chicago
Sports
Network channel. I actually have it through Fubo. I went through Fubo TV so that I could have it because I got sick of not being able to watch the games. It was driving me nuts. And Fubo keeps Marquee, and they have the Chicago Sports Network station, so you get a chance to see Blackhawks, Cubs.
I have Astound, which also has both.
Exactly. Like I had to. I know some people got the antenna, but if you're not able to get the antenna, Fubo, I believe, is a good option. But yeah, the Chicago Cubs 17-10. 17-10 right now, and they're facing the Phillies. They beat the Phillies. They won their last series against the Dodgers. They won their last series against the Diamondbacks. They dropped the series against San Diego, but that was on the road, and San Diego is lightning grease at home, meaning they're smoking hot. So I still felt that was a win, getting a victory out of there and not getting swept. Pulling a victory was still a win. You come back home, you win the series against the Diamondbacks, you close out the LA, get out of our town, beat you both games, thrilling comeback victory in the first one, finished them off, and were able to hold them off in the second one. And then you open up against the Phillies, who I consider to be a very good baseball team, and you mop them. 4-0.
Yeah.
Get out of town. So now when they get ready to open this one today, what do you tell me right now? What are your thoughts on these Cubs?
Look, man, they're fun to watch. They're playing really good baseball right now. They are, and they're doing it against really good teams. They're doing it against some of the best teams in the National League right now, and you really can't say anything about it. What I will say, it's a long season, and we watched the Cubs last year at this point were 17-9. Okay, and we saw what happened.
But it was a different vibe, wasn't it?
It was a different vibe. It was a different vibe. They weren't this fun to watch, but they were decent in April, and then May and June came, and they could not hit the ball to save their lives. Now, I will say last year's schedule in May was absolutely brutal the way that April's was this year, and they've survived the brutal part of the schedule. They're about to get to an easier part of the schedule.
Somewhat. Let's not make it sound like they're facing the Pirates, but Milwaukee's going to be tough. Then they got to prove that they can beat Milwaukee. It's time to prove that Milwaukee's no longer an obstacle.
Yeah.
And so this will go a long way because they're going to be on the road, and this is going to go a long way to saying, hey, Milwaukee, we're done with you. Now, the Giants, that's good, but the Mets will be tough. The Mets will be another tough one. So
yeah, the Giants will be tough, too. I mean, the Giants are a good baseball team.
Yeah, it's not cakewalk. It's not cakewalk. They get a break. They get a break.
It's not the Dodgers followed by the Padres, followed by the Diamondbacks, followed by the Dodgers again, and the Padres.
The Texans.
It's not the same. So I like the fact that they're playing good baseball right now. I love the way the lineup is. I mean, the lineup is just saving them tremendously. Their bullpen has been a little bit of a problem, but I think that their bullpen, like I said, I think there's answers within the side of the organizations inside of the bullpen. You're going to have Ben Brown going today against Jesus Luzardo.
Ben Brown, talk about him. Talk about Ben Brown.
I like Ben Brown a lot.
He's shown something, hasn't he?
He has. And if you find a way to win this game today, and then tomorrow you get Aaron Nola on Sunday Night Baseball, which I'll be at that game actually at Wrigley tomorrow.
Heck yeah.
But if you find a way to get into Aaron Nola has not been the same Aaron Nola this year. I believe he's 0-5 with an ERA over 6 right now. So he's getting shelled all over the place. You can absolutely sweep this Phillies team right now.
Yeah.
And if you're telling me that the Cubs are heading into May and they're sitting at 19-10, I'm ecstatic because I thought 12-18 would have been a great start to the season.
If it was 500, 500 would have been good enough.
It would have been fine, but to be 17-10 or 19-10, or even if at the point if they're 18-11, they have a fantastic start to this schedule. And look, man, I thought the Reds were going to win this division. The Cubs might win this thing going away. They might run away with this division.
You know what? I did not. The only thing I would give credit to the Reds was that they signed a really good manager. But no, I saw what the Cubs were doing.
They signed one of the best managers of all time.
He is. He's awesome.
Yeah.
And Terry Francona, right?
Yeah.
And Tito he's amazing. But here's the deal. The signing of Kyle Tucker has proven to be an absolutely genius move, or the trade for Kyle Tucker has been an absolute genius move. He hasn't been signed yet, but Big Ball and Jed ain't letting him leave.
Yeah.
Big Ball and Jed is not letting him leave. No way. And right now, let's just talk about it. Big Ball and Jed's job is currently safe. Now, like you say, if the wheels fall off, then yeah, he's in trouble. But man, he has worked his buns off to put together a really good roster this year.
And if you
look at this team, it's good.
If you go into early May, we were talking about the Brewers, the Giants, and the Mets, right? If you go in there and you just don't get swept in any of those series, maybe you win all 3 of those series, or maybe you win 2 of the 3 of those series, but you just don't get swept. And then you've got the Miami Marlins, the Chicago White Sox, the Miami Marlins, the Cincinnati Reds, the Colorado Rockies, and
those are some winnable series, man.
Not only do you get to beat up on the Marlins and the White Sox,
because let's be honest, we love the Sox, but they're not that good.
But you get to beat up on these teams, but then you can also, with 6 games against the Reds in that span too, you could put the Reds away. You can put the Reds away and separate yourself in this division.
Some distance.
I like where the Cubs are at right now. Stay healthy, continue to do your thing, continue to swing hot bats, and this division could be put away by June.
That is definitely a possibility. I don't think it will because, like I say, I'm not going to write off Milwaukee just yet. I don't think they're dead in the water at all. And with Cincinnati having Tito,
Milwaukee's always a player.
They could be a threat. But at this current moment, the Cubs are really strong and looking good. And I've heard this question be put out there, and I want to put it out there to you as well. And hold on one second. I just realized something here. I got to take care. Let me mute that. And sorry about that, buddy. So back to that. Sorry for that small little distraction there. When does Pete Crow Armstrong get moved to up the lineup? Because this is just me. I personally want it. I think that would be a very good move. I just feel like he's seeing the bat so well right now that let it happen kind of naturally rather than trying to make it happen, like, you know, and like maybe a desperation move or a forced thing. Like right now with him playing so well, I just feel like it would be a good move to do it now. And if it didn't work out, it doesn't hurt to move him back down.
Here's
you know what
my
I mean?
thing, though. I don't. It's working so well right now. Why mess with it? You know what I mean? Like it's
But
working.
the speed, that's the only thing. It's the base speed. The base speed.
Yeah.
And when you got a guy like Kyle Tucker who's hitting a ton, you get a fast guy. You know, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's
but
all I'm
you've
saying.
got Ian Happ who's killing the ball right now, leading off. You know what I mean? You've got Nico Horner who's really hitting the ball well, hitting ahead of him. The one guy I would maybe move down in the lineup to move him up would probably be Dansby Swanson. Look, Dansby Swanson's been miserable. He's been miserable. He's probably
What's going on with him?
He might be the
what's going on with
hitter
Dansby?
I've ever seen in my entire life. Dansby Swanson. Here's his numbers this year with runners in scoring position. He's batting 156. With runners in scoring position with 2 outs, he's batting 063. I mean, he has been absolutely abysmal.
Yes.
In clutch situations, and he's kind of been that way his entire career, to be honest with you. And he's never been a guy that has been very clutch. And I just feel like you need to move him down in the lineup. He's a guy who should be hitting 8th. You move Nico.
And the Cubs have not submitted. They have not submitted their lineup for today. I wanted to see what their lineup is, but they have not submitted the lineup.
Usually
I
about noon.
I think it's usually about noon.
Yeah. 3 hours.
I think
before
like
game
3 hours
time.
before game time. That's when they usually post.
Yep, typically.
But like I said, I think eventually it will happen.
Yeah.
I just, like I said, I prefer it now while he's hot rather than all of a sudden he's struggling or something. Oh, hey, let's move him up and see if that's going to give him a pop, because he is young. We do know this about young baseball players. Once a pitching staff has gotten some time to learn you, it's gonna come back, and then you're gonna have to adjust.
Yeah.
So the hot wave that this young kid is riding, it's not gonna last. We've seen it so many times in baseball. Unless your name is Ken Griffey Jr., it's not gonna last. The pitching staff they're gonna get a hold of you. They're gonna bring you back down to earth, and then you're gonna have to adjust to their pitching so that you could continue your upward rise. Yeah. So I would. That's the only reason why I say I do it now while he's hot and he's feeling good and he's feeling himself. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. And I would love to. I think he's a prototypical leadoff hitter. I really do.
Isn't he?
And I think that if he continues to hit the way that he's hitting, I think eventually he's in that spot. My fear is if you move him up there right now, and he starts to struggle, that gets in his head.
Yeah, that is in baseball.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, people out there, for all our listeners, I'm sorry, you need to know this is the truth about Chicago sports, and this is a truth. Baseball is 80% mental, 20% your talent. I am so serious, man. Remember the Chubb Knobloch situation. If you get the ips, it's over.
It's like a wise man in baseball once said, baseball's 50% physical and 100% mental.
Yep. Yes. Yes. Your head has to be in the game.
Players are creatures of habit, right? And so
superstitious, freaky superstitious, even when it comes to selecting their bat.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, you see some weird things. That's my only fear. I think PCA can handle it. I think PCA is a dude. I think we're watching the budding of a superstar.
Aren't we?
In Chicago. I really do. In not only him, but now you add Kyle Tucker in that mix, and hopefully they'll extend him. I don't count
I'm not betting against Jed.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Jed has shown us time and time again, when you put him in the room, he'll get it done. He'll get it done.
But has he?
Hasn't he though?
Has he?
If you think about it, Shohei was never.
No, Shohei was never going anywhere other than LA.
He was never coming to the Cubs. He never had a shot. He never had a shot at Shohei.
I'm not talking about just Shohei, but I'm talking about like when you in a summer where you have, a winter where you have Trey Turner, where you have I forget his name now. He was with the Red Sox, ended up going to San Diego. Xander Bogaerts.
Okay, yes, that's Bogart. Yep.
You have all of these shortstop. There were 4 big shortstops available, and he got the last one. And he got the last one because it was the cheapest one. And look, I understand.
But see, is that Jed or is that ownership?
It's Jed because look, here's the thing. In 2023, the budget was $186 million was their payroll. In 2024, it was 235. So it went up $50 million, 230, but they stayed the same. And this year, yes, did it go down? Absolutely, because that's what happens when you are in a business. If you are in a business and I am your manager and I like you and I'm like, Marcus, you're doing a good job here, right? But you didn't quite exceed what we needed you to exceed. Do you think I'm going to raise your budget to help you get better? No. I'm going to say, hey, look, you screwed this up. You made a mistake. I need you to fix it. But look, our budget is lower because we made less money and we did less. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't agree with all the Cubs are losing money, trying to break even, stuff like that stuff is just nonsense. And the fact that it comes out of an owner's mouth and he expects fans to believe it, I think it's a joke. But getting back to Jed Hoyer, when you are given a budget, regardless of what that budget is, whether it's $230 million or $186 million, you have to spend that money in the right places to make your team better.
Yes.
And Jed, that is the problem with Jed. He hasn't spent the money in the right places to make his team better. Now, this year, I'll give him credit where credit's due. The bullpen has had some struggles, but I think they have the pieces already in the organization. You're talking about the lineup. The lineup looks really, really good. Kyle Tucker, you have to go and get him. Now, this is a combination of Jed and Ricketts. Ricketts has to be like, yes, we will spend $550, $600 million to go get him. Go ahead and sign him. But then it's up to Jed to deliver that.
Yeah.
Jed has that mentality of wanting to be the smartest man in the room. He wants to have his for no other reason but to have his Theo moment. The Theo moment that they had in 2016, where they didn't have really budding superstars on that team beyond John Lester.
Right.
And if you wanted to talk about Jason Hayward.
Les was a superstar.
And Hayward was a superstar at the time
when
too,
they signed him, yes.
But he was terrible with that Cubs team. He couldn't hit a lick. But they had all of these pieces that they had grown in their system, that they had traded for, that they had drafted, and they brought him up, and it worked for a season. And he had a moment where they were the smartest men in the room, and that's what Jed is trying to recreate. It just doesn't work in today's game. That is a once in a lifetime opportunity that they cashed
Lightning
in on.
in a bottle.
You're not going
Lightning
to do
in
it
a
again.
bottle.
And so for me, you have to have those superstars. You have to add Kyle Tucker long-term to PCA. You have to. And then all of a sudden, you've got your two superstars that you can build around. So we'll see. We'll see if they do it. We'll see if they have the intestinal fortitude to do what it takes to give this city a franchise that can, quite frankly, be a juggernaut and be a dynasty for the next 5 to 6 years.
They're in a position right now, especially in that division, because you're lucky right now at this point. I feel like if you're the Cubs, you're lucky because the Cardinals are on a downside, and we know the Cardinals rule the Central. Let's not lie. Let's call it what it is.
They've been a better organization than the Cubs for a long time.
This has been the truth. This is the truth about Chicago sports. The Cardinals have owned the Central for a long time, and you've caught them finally where their system, their farm system's low.
Yeah.
Their pitching is not good right now. You caught them at a downside. This is when you pounce. This is when you take advantage and you run with it. I agree with you 100%. To all of our listeners out there, we want to remind you too, once again, that pregame show will start for the White Sox at 2:30 here on WRMN 1410 AM, and then game will be broadcast at 3 o'clock. So make sure you check out the game here at WRMN 1410 at 3 o'clock for Chicago White Sox baseball. They're coming off a loss to the Athletics 6-5 last night. They're looking to bounce back and get a win today against the Oakland Athletics on the road, and hopefully they should be able to. Athletics aren't that good, but at the same time, kind of decent.
Yeah.
You know, it's a weird place. They're not the worst team in baseball, but they're not that good either. So the Cubs should be able to get a victory out of this series, you know, and so hopefully that can start with today's game.
Yeah, no, the White Sox are one of those teams where, like, you know it's going to be bad. You're not expecting much out of this team.
And I'm a huge fan, and every loss still hurts.
Yeah.
Every victory is still like, thank goodness they won one. But this team is not that much better than a AAA baseball team, brother.
Right. And now you do get the A's who, look, they've been kind of surprisingly decent this season. A team without a home right now. They're playing out of Sacramento, California right now. They're playing in a minor league stadium. Maybe they'll be in Las Vegas next year. They're wearing the Las Vegas patch on their jerseys. So I think it's okay now that we can call them the Las Vegas A's, but I'm not quite certain.
Right. It's still up in the air.
It's one of those things where it's kind of weird right now with the A's. The White Sox are just, they can't string anything together. And that's been the problem for them.
And the crazy part about it is that, like I said, the pitching, I've pointed this out over and over to many people, the pitching has been a lot better than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
I thought the pitching was going to be putrid this year. Yeah. And they've actually gotten some decent production. You look at David Martinez, he's in 5 starts, he's got an ERA of 3.95. Shane Smith, in 5 starts, he's got an ERA of 2.30. Jonathan Cannon, in 5 starts, he's got an ERA of 4.84. That's not bad. Martin Perez, 3.15 ERA. That means you're getting stops from your pitchers. You're getting outs from your pitchers when your starting pitchers are hosting ERAs of that nature. The bullpen has been absolutely putrid, which we knew. They have no closer whatsoever. Mike Clevenger, what the heck? Is that guy even still even the roster? I hope they sent him out. He needs to be gone. I see his name here as I'm looking up their relief pitchers, and I don't know why. I don't want to see his name anymore.
But even your superstars aren't helping you out. Like
Luis Roberts is a joke. I'm sorry. I love you, Luis. Don't beat me up. You're bigger than me. But you got to start playing better baseball.
He has not been very good this year.
Horrible.
But look, Will Venable is doing a good job, though.
He actually is.
I will say that.
He actually is doing a good job as a manager.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job so far with what he has. I mean, you're dealing with injuries. You lose Mike Tauchman, who might have been one of your more consistent hitters.
Is still injured.
Benintendi you've had off and on. And that's the thing. And then Luis Robert is just not performing. That hurts you in 2 ways. One, it stops you from winning a few more ball games that you could win. And for 2, it really diminishes his trade value.
Big time.
Diminishes his trade value. Because who's trading at the deadline for a 143 hitter?
And you got to understand, it's not just Luis, man. Jacob Amaya, who's had 21 games, 46 at-bats, it's batting 0.087.
Yeah.
Andrew Vaughn, their starting first baseman, is batting 160. Every time I turn the TV on, it seems like I see him strike out. I promise you. It's like every time I turn the TV on, this guy seems to be striking out.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, man. You're killing me, guy. So it's been rough sledding, and I only hope that it can turn around. Like I say, please make sure you come and tune in. Check in the pregame show, which starts at 2:30, and then it's going to transition over to White Sox baseball with Lynn Casper and DJ as they give you the game starting at 3:06, I believe.
Yeah. 306.
306, I believe, is the first pitch. Once again, Brandon, thank you for joining us again this week, brother.
Sure,
it's so much fun. Always love having you on. We look forward to having Blake join us back. I want to thank Sophia Blackburn for calling in and talking playoff hockey with us. We look forward to her coming back again next week. Shout out to our executive producer, Maddie Ice McNeil. Also, our program director, Dennis Sonar Green, and the boss man himself, Dean No. Thank you all for allowing us to pursue our dreams and talk all this sports in abundance. Continue watching the NFL draft. We'll be holding and waiting to see who the Bears pick in this 4th round and then in the 5th round. Brandon, you be safe out there, brother. Enjoy this beautiful weather.
Yes, sir.
As we get ready to close out another beautiful show, I want to thank all out there, all of our listeners. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for checking us out on the YouTube channel, WRMN 1410, Truth About Chicago Sports.
Is diabetes keeping you from enjoying life's special moments? At US Med, we understand the challenges you face, and we're here to help.
With US Med, I can finally manage my diabetes without it managing me.
US Med offers a wide range of services to simplify your diabetes care. Personalized care plans, convenient access to cutting-edge diabetes tech, and knowledgeable support. Plus, we'll check your insurance so your diabetes care may be covered at little or no cost to you.
With US Med, I feel confident and control of my diabetes. I can finally live my life to the fullest.
Don't let diabetes hold you back. Choose US Med and experience better birthdays, better adventures, better anniversaries, and better everything. Call now. U.S. Med. Better service. Better care. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. That's 800-785-1673.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 12 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour at townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. Julie Walker reports that 4 people have been killed in a massive port explosion in Iran.
In Bandar Abbas, Iran, chaos. As people are rushed to the hospital following a huge explosion and fire in the port. Officials say several were killed and more than 500 injured. The massive explosion is purportedly linked to a shipment of chemical ingredient used to make missile propellant. Still, officials have yet to offer a cause. Meanwhile, Iran is in talks with the U.S. right now over its nuclear program and has said security services are on high alert given past instances of attempted sabotage. I'm Julie Walker.
President Trump is calling for Ukraine and Russia to meet for very high-level talks. He said they're very close to a deal after productive meetings. The president posted on his Truth Social site shortly after arriving in Rome for Pope Francis's funeral. He called it a good day for talks and meetings between Russia and Ukraine. A car bomb has killed a Russian general on the outskirts of Moscow.
It's the second such attack on a top Russian military officer in 4 months. Russia's investigative committee said that Lieutenant General Yaroslav Moskalik was killed by an explosive device placed in his car in a city just outside Moscow. Moskalik was a deputy head of the main operational department of the Russian armed forces.
That is Karen Chamis reporting. Former Israeli ambassador to the U.S., Dr. Michael Oren, says all hope in Israel for a 2-state solution died with the Hamas terrorist attack on October 7th of 2023.
And that mirrors the situation on the Palestinian side. They don't want a 2-state solution either, but apparently there are Europeans and certain people in the Democratic Party are still talking about it.
Dr. Oren interviewed this week by the Salem Radio Network. Big tech stocks carried Wall Street to the close of a winning roller coaster week on Friday. More from townhall.com.
Financing a home, especially in today's market, is one of the biggest decisions you'll make for your family. Work with a mortgage company that puts you first. I do. Work with a lender founded on biblical principles like do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. I do. It's Mike Gallagher for the only mortgage company I've used for almost a decade now when financing or refinancing Fellowship Home Loans. I'm friends with the owners, Mike and Brian. I even have them on my show occasionally. I know the care their team puts into every single customer. I can personally tell you that it's a smooth, stress-free process. And that's due to Fellowship's level of service and expertise that puts you in the right loan for your family and your goals. There's a reason Fellowship Home Loans is flooded with 5-star reviews. Whether purchasing a home or a cash-out refi to consolidate some higher interest debt, you can trust Fellowship Home Loans. Start the process. Make the call. 800-510-MIKE. 800-510-MIKE. 800-510-6453. Fellowship Home Loans, mortgage lending by the book.
Nationwide Mortgage Bankers, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 819382.
The Trump administration is rescinding policies that the Biden administration had adopted that made it nearly impossible for federal investigators to subpoena journalists and often put their phone and email records totally beyond reach for investigators. We get more details from correspondent Bernie Bennett.
Attorney General Pam Bondi said the prior policies were abused, allowing officials to engage with impunity in politically charged leaks to media allies. Bondi wrote in a 4-page memo sent to all DOJ staff on Friday, quote, "The Justice Department will not tolerate unauthorized disclosures that undermine President Trump's policies, victimize government agencies, and cause harm to the American people." Bondi's memo retreats from what she calls, quote, "overly broad policies Attorney General Merrick Garland issued in 2021, following disclosures that prosecutors pursuing leak probes obtained phone records of Washington Post reporters and phone records and email logs for New York Times journalists. Bernie Bennett reporting.
Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. President Trump has signed an executive order to fast-track the permitting for offshore mining. The White House says that recovering those raw materials is essential for both commercial and defense purposes. Environmentalists, though, object potential disruptions to ecosystems that could be a result. The BBC's Jake Kwan takes a closer look.
The White House has promised that the order will create 100,000 jobs and hundreds of billions of dollars in economic growth. But China was clearly on the mind as Mr. Trump signed the papers. estimated that the U.S. seafloor has 1 billion metric tons of potato-sized nodules containing nickel, manganese, and cobalt. They are critical in making electric car batteries and computer chips, and the world relies on China for them. The UN has been preventing such mining for more than a decade, citing environmental concerns, but Mr. Trump's order will bypass the UN rules.
You'll find more on these stories at townhall.com.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Schieblo has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Burvitt, and today sitting in for Mike Marla. Every Saturday, noon to 1 on the WRMN 1410 AM Fox River Valley Media Network, streaming live.
Welcome. Go ahead. You guys are on. And kick off the show.
Welcome.
Hi. Good afternoon.
Now, if you want to get a hold of us, contact us streaming live on WRMN1410.com. Our studio number is voice 847-931-1410 or text 505-926-1410 or contact us on the comments on Facebook Live WRMN 1410 channel. Today, we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to talk about what happens if you feel like you're the victim of fraud or if you have a complaint. But before we start that, I'd like to kind of acknowledge something. Yesterday in Australia and in New Zealand was what's considered their Remembrance Day. So this is a veterans channel. So we would like to extend a greeting to our veterans who might be from Australia and New Zealand. And today is also the 10th anniversary of my dad's passing. He was a Seaman First Class in World War II on LST 500 and 429, and he was also a Chicago police officer. So with that out of the way, we welcome any calls, and we'd like to talk about what happens if you're a victim of a crime. Now, Marla, you've talked to some people, and what are the common questions that they've had?
I said I've got a blinking green.
In terms of consumer card, what do you do if you have a consumer complaint? What should the average person do?
Well, the first step you do would be to take it up with the corporation or the business. That's the first thing you would do. The second step, if you don't get satisfaction with that, would be I recommend to people to go to the Better Business Bureau. And you can file your complaint online, which I found to be a very helpful and interesting process. The Better Business Bureau likes to contact the business right away, and you usually get a resolution fairly quickly. The next step is kind of like a threefold step.
Okay.
If you live in a municipality like Chicago or Cook County, you would, in Chicago, you would first go to the Department of Consumer Affairs or the Department of Consumer Services.
But that's natural.
If you live in Cook County, you could file a complaint with the Cook County State's Attorney's Office, the Consumer Protection Division. And they're open from 8:30 to 4 p.m. And their phone number is 312-603-8700. And you would ask them for a consumer complaint form. Also, if you're in the state of Illinois, you could file a complaint with the Illinois Attorney General's office, and you could file that online at 1-800-386-5438. They have a local number of 312-814-3000. And typically what these complaints require you to do is put your contact information, the type of complaint that you have, and then you would then go into the facts, and then they would review the complaint. Now, sometimes it helps if there's multiple complaints by different people, because that shows a pattern in practice. But those would be the first three steps that I would take.
Where do you think someone would go if they had a complaint about their physician?
Okay, that's a whole other different area. If you have a concern about your doctor, doctors are regulated by the Illinois Department of Financial and Professional Regulation in the medical section. So you would go to the Department of Professional Regulation, and they have a whole separate other complaint form that you would fill out. And their number is 312-814-4500. And the same would be true for nurses. If you have a complaint about a nursing agency or a nurse, because the Department of Professional Regulation is what regulates the medical professions, and they have their own investigators, and then they would then look into the matter. Now, if it's relating to a hospital, you would also want to contact the administrative staff at the hospital to advise them of your concerns, and you can always contact the Department of Health and Human Services in Washington if you have a concern about a hospital or a medical department.
And what about if it's someone that's preparing your taxes?
Okay, again, the Department of Professional Regulation regulates a lot of agencies, and typically CPAs that would do taxes are regulated through the Department of Professional Regulation. So you could go to their website and file a complaint with regard to any CPA issues that you have, and also to make sure that they are licensed.
What about if we have any viewers here that are dealing with real estate people right now?
Okay, the Department of Professional Regulation also regulates real estate agents, real estate brokers, and appraisers, and they would be the one to contact if you have a concern about that. There's also issues with the real estate professional boards and groups. Like a person, they might be a real estate agent, but they can't use the title realtor unless they are in fact a recognized realtor with the agency that recognizes them. So you could also file a complaint with that group if you have a concern about that.
Well, what about our viewers that are dealing with litigation and they have some concerns with actually their attorney?
Okay, all attorneys in Illinois are regulated through the Attorney Registration and Disciplinary Commission. and you could file a complaint with them. They're located in Chicago and in Springfield. So you could file a complaint with them. I believe they have a method to do it online, but you could also call up there and ask them how they do it. Now, this brings up an important point, and I'm glad you mentioned this. I've always told people with regard to filing complaints or concerns about people they're dealing with, it's kind of after you hire them, it's a lot harder than before you would hire them. So all of these groups have an ability to look someone up before you engage them. Like you could find out if there's any complaints against your doctor. You could find out if there's any complaints against your real estate broker. You could find out if there's any complaints against your lawyer. You could find out if there's any complaints against your accountant. And you can do this by going online. All this information is public. Now with lawyers, you go, you search by name, and then when you find their name, you click on it, and then it would tell you whether or not they've been disciplined. And then you could click on to the thing, the box, and see what the charges against them were and whether they were sanctioned, suspended, or disbarred or anything like that. And that's an important avenue to go to before you do it. And I also advise people before they engage a business to check with the Better Business Bureau way before you hire someone.
It's real easy to do.
It is. Yeah. And also, though, the Better Business Bureau has a membership. And the fact that somebody is or isn't a member doesn't necessarily matter. It matters what their rating is with the Better Business Bureau. So you might not be a member of the Better Business Bureau, but you might have an A or an A+ rating. So it's always good to check that. So the fact that they're not a member doesn't exclude you from engaging with them or dealing with them. It matters how they respond to complaints. And you would want to look at how many times a complaint has been filed against someone and what the resolution was.
Well, what if you have, Paul, any concerns about viewers with their insurance or their insurance broker?
Okay, just like the Department of Professional Regulation, the Illinois Department of Insurance has their own website. And what they do is they keep a list of people that are licensed insurance brokers, and you could go to them if you have a complaint about them. Do we have any callers so far?
Hello?
No callers yet.
Okay.
Okay, great.
All right. So thank you.
Well, we actually
So so if you have a complaint against somebody from the like an insurance broker, you could go to the Illinois Department of Insurance and look them up. And that's a very important thing because you see all these ads for SR22, and you see all these ads about these kind of insurance companies and stuff like that. And, I always like to tell people, sometimes it's not the places that advertise are the ones you want to go to, because advertising costs a lot of money, and maybe you would get a better service from somebody else as long as you're able to check them out. So I advise that. Another thing is, I used to give speeches when I worked for the Attorney General's office and the state's attorney. And, I would tell groups, like JCs or Toastmasters clubs and things like that, if you have a corporation or a business that says it's licensed, bonded, and insured, that really doesn't mean anything. Okay, they should all be licensed if they have a profession. Okay, they should have insurance from their own perspective, and bonded really doesn't really mean anything. So it's, I mean, you could have a guy that's bonded and he could take a whole bunch of clients' payments and then walk off and stiff everybody, and then it doesn't really matter. So I would tell people, you really have to be careful. Now, there's a certain perspective to this that you might want to take advice from somebody who has had work done. Like, who did you have to have your gutters done? Or who did you have to have your roof installed? Because that sometimes is a good source. But I've had that work both ways. I've had it work where you went to somebody who had a recommendation, and then they were starting to get, behind on their business and fail. And so what a person that had a great recommendation might then start slacking off. In fact, something like that very similarly happened to me about 10 years ago. I had my roof installed, and I had this company do it, and they were a highly recommended company, and they had a really good reputation. And about a year later, they actually did. She never asked me, but my cousin had them do the roofing for them. And what happened was they actually didn't do the job correctly, and that my cousin actually a couple of years later had her roof, which was leaking. So that was kind of a bad situation. So you really have to watch out for that.
Personally, I don't like the online recommendations because, the vendor can actually put their own recommendations on, sign up as an artificial name. And I'd rather hear it from someone that I knew, or someone even at one of the major stores. Sometimes they have cards at the front desk at the Home Depots and the Lowe's and the Menards and all that. I'd rather take a chance with that than just look at, general websites. Again, they could post their own. It's kind of like rate my whatever.
That's a very good point. Yeah. Sometimes it's better, where you buy your doors, as long as it's a reputable place, like Marla mentioned, Lowe's or Home Depot or Menards, to ask them who are their contractors. And I think you'll find a really good result there. But again, whatever is recommended to you, always go and check with the Better Business Bureau first if you can. Or, what I did when I had some work done, I actually called the village and asked them if they had any issues with a certain contractor, or if the certain contractor was one of the approved on the list for the village.
I'm on more social media platforms, I think, than Paul. I'm more of a viewer than a poster. But I noticed that people from my neighborhood or the surrounding neighborhoods are asking for recommendations, and even, for example, caretakers, and where they're going to allow people in their house or to take care of their children and that, and you don't know who these people are. And so I would be wary of that. If any of you are with any religious affiliations, maybe at your synagogue or church or mosque or whatever, or similar, or temple, or community center, maybe someone knows someone, I would take more of a chance than just a blind, responding to someone on a social media platform. It could even be deadly. In terms of, someone says they know how to repair something and they don't, and something falls in on your house, or someone could be compromised if you're letting them watch even your pet. So, obviously a child would be worse, but I just wouldn't get involved like that in today's crazy world. And you have to be careful who you trust. It's kind of like the name brand thing. We grew up more with utilizing name brands and that. But Paul is really good. When I had to have my home upgraded, we were able to, actually a good friend recommended someone, and then he recommended some other people. Be careful who you let in your house too, and be careful who you have with if you have a lawn care service too. I mean, ours is insured and bonded and whatever, and a lot of people are pro-union too. So I mean, as a former union employee myself, I always look at union work too. So workers. So I don't know. It's really, important to think about these things. Everybody's trying to get a buck from everybody else. And I remember I made a mistake about maybe 10, 12 years ago. And where I was living at the time, I had gotten a fence last minute. There were some loose dogs running around the neighborhood, and I was actually frightened. And I really paid through the nose, is the term, for the fence, and maybe I should have checked it out a little better.
Well,
and then they get a hold of the person after that.
You contacted somebody who had sold the business, I think it was, and somebody else had taken it over, and they weren't the same as.
And I remember when I was a child, my father had hired a contractor back then when I was, I'm a kid from the 60s. Or so for the 60s, but when I was little, young, my father had hired a wallpaper contractor. And back then, patterns were a lot of the wallpaper where you would have a pattern that you would have to match. And I remember I watched the guy, and the guy would do, this much wallpaper and throw out a whole roll. And my father tried to be, my father was honorable. He said, I'll pay you for today's, and then let me think about it. So the guy wanted, no, I'll finish for you. And, we didn't. So, I mean, you have to be careful who you hire. And again, with safety, who you let in your home, you don't want to have a home invasion. You don't want to have someone with someone else. We didn't mention credit card fraud, did we, Paul?
No.
I've been a victim of credit card fraud myself over the years on and off. I actually look at my charges every day, and I don't use cards all the time. But and only carry one once in a while if you're going somewhere important too. But I don't carry the whole pack with me because I've actually had a purse stolen over the years. And that's not, it's more trouble to have to get your license redone and your insurance, and then now we're worried about people looking for you and everything. So I mean, what would you recommend?
Well, when you talk about credit card fraud, what you're really talking about is the much larger crime of what they call identity theft. And I used to be a prosecutor for both the state and the county. And identity theft is a wide and a broad-ranging problem. And it involves where someone either takes control of your birth certificate, your driver's license, your state ID, your government ID, your social security number, your credit card number, or your debit card number, or believe it or not, your passport or anything like that, and then they use it for a criminal purpose. And it just matters if they take one piece of information from that. And by that, we talk about personal identifying information like your name, or your address, or your date of birth, or your telephone number, or your license number, or your state ID number, or your driver's license number, or your social security number, or any other unique number that's assigned to you, or your mother's maiden name, or your your personal bank account information, or your MasterCard number. Now, people will say, why is this important? Well, anybody could be a victim of identity theft, and there's some programs out there that will help you with that. But there's something that you have to understand. When you're a victim of identity theft, that's really a tragic circumstance. It's really a problem, because you have to change all of your numbers, you have to change your card. And are we taking a break?
You got 1 minute to roll until break.
Okay, so when we get back from the break, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about some important information relating to that.
And don't forget check writing. I want to go.
Right, that's an important issue too.
Gel pens.
Get gel pens.
See you in a few.
Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring their international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Scilink.net. That's Papa Sierra Yankee Lima India November Kilo dot November Echo Tango.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has two convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
If your idea of therapy involves a fishing rod, a tree stand, or a campfire, then you need American Outdoors Radio. Host John Cruz speaks your language, whether it's about the best lures, tracking game, or that one buddy who always forgets to bring the beer. John's got the tips to sharpen your aim, the hacks to pack lighter, and the stories to keep you entertained. Again, that's American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz. Saturdays at 7 a.m. on WRMN 1410. Or stream it at WRMN1410.com. Get ready to outfish, outhunt, and outcamp 'em all on American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Chief Guard of the Republic. Again, today we're talking about our subject of identity theft and fraud and consumer issues. And I note that Brendan's been sending some texts, and he says he's listening. So hello, Brendan.
Hi, Brendan.
So again, we were talking about information relating to check fraud and things like that. So we are the thing you have to watch out for, and this actually happened to me, is that at one time I mailed several checks, and I mailed it
far from home.
I mailed it in the post office, and all of a sudden I got a notice from my bank that my account was overdrawn, and by $5,000. So what happened was my check was washed, and a $200 check was, and it was funny because the payee wasn't altered, and so the check was washed. And
the numbers were changed.
The numbers were changed.
The written numbers were changed.
From
the written amount.
200 to 2,000, 200 to 2,000, and 100 to 1,000. And it was the same person who cashed it. And these were mailed again inside the post office.
They were cashed together?
They were cashed at the same day at the same person's account, someone that I didn't even know.
A bank we really didn't know much about. It wasn't a bank that we're familiar with.
It was like an online type bank, and it was like it was very strange. I think it was probably brought into a ATM machine. But the problem was that was the account where I had one of my direct deposit checks put in. So what I kind of advise people, particularly if you have different direct deposit checks put in from different places, send them to different accounts, because if you get hit, that basically allows you not to use that account for anything. So, I mean, you could be late on your bills. So I tell people, stagger your payments into different institutions and different accounts as a way to protect yourself. So don't have your Social Security put in with your pension or your, work, I mean, so you need to protect yourself in those areas.
And a lot of people do the online, and the online can still get captured by a criminal. Paul a lot of times likes to mail things in, and you would go to several posts, but you would mail them all in the same
location, right? And
then he prefers to go in a post office than not. I do both. I go online and mail things in, but I've actually started to follow that as well. I mean, it's not any. The bank usually doesn't give you the money back right away till it's investigated. And
which
really
could be
tragic for some
they have the ability to wait 6 months to pay you back, and it's kind of sad that they do that, especially if it's clear, blatant fraud. Like mine was made out to Sears, and it was cashed by an individual that was not Sears. So, and that was not changed on the check. But when you call up these institutions, they're not real nice when you call up, because they say, oh yeah, right, here's another one. But see, that's the problem. And it doesn't hurt them, but it hurts you. And what was really bad in my case, I had a small line of credit attached attached to my checking account. So they just took a loan out for $5,000 on my basically on my line of credit, and I had to pay that down because I was paying interest on that. And it took me a good 3 months to get the money refunded, but I finally did get the money refunded. And then you have to cancel your checking account and get a whole new number, and then I had to have a new direct deposit put in there. So that can actually be a tremendous hassle. Now, what you do in a situation like that is you go to the postal inspectors and you file a complaint over the telephone or online.
So if you're in Illinois, it would be down.
No, it would be just contact the
US
U.S. Postal inspectors, and then you would go to your local police department, and then they give you a number, like a case number, and then they just give you a slip, just a slip of paper that you're supposed to, it has the number on it that you're supposed to give your bank to let them know you filed a complaint, right? And then the process takes its time. Now, do not be surprised if the postal inspector never gets back in touch with you. They'll give you a number, but they might not ever get back in touch with you after that because they have so many of these that they don't even bother, which is kind of sad because when I was working in government, I used to take these cases as a way to be a deterrent, but now they don't even take them if they're $10,000 or $20,000. And then, one of these people gets away with stealing $10,000 or $20,000. They keep doing it, which is why we've got this recidivism rate. And this problem is like astronomically and geometrically exploding out there.
So if you have a larger check, you would recommend going into the post office?
Yeah, I'd recommend
using a gel pen. And
Right.
Don't mail 3 large checks at one time.
Correct, and mail them
or the same location.
Right, mail them from different locations, and that's really sad that you have to do that.
It's time
or if you can, pay it online or pay it over the phone with some immediate receipt that comes in. That's what I've been doing a lot lately in an effort to avert these kind of tragedies and problems, because that can be a real big problem for an individual, particularly a senior citizen who depends on, their income and their account. It's really sad.
Don't leave checks in your car unattended if you're having service. I watch what I carry in case I lose it, and make a record of what your numbers are somewhere, right?
Yes, keep it separate. And maybe in a locked place like a safe or a locked container, so that where they're not available to someone who might try to break in or something like that, but yet you have them in an emergency and you list them. That's an important thing to list and keep it in an area that's safe and secure.
I was amazed after talking with a lot of Paul's colleagues and friends how many people and actually neighbors I found that actually have home safes. More and more people are carrying and concealed carry and having protection in their home and on them and whatever. But I was just surprised at how many people have home safes and off-site storage. I'll call it. I won't say it's in their storage locker, but they're utilizing banks with their safety deposit boxes and stuff. So
now,
I didn't realize all this.
Now, if you are a victim of one of these attacks, they always tell you to, like I said, contact the police, contact the postal inspector, your insurance company too. But they also advise you to request your credit report. And currently, and for the last 20-some years, there have been 3 major credit reporting agencies. Experian, Equifax, and TransUnion.
Yeah.
Now, they tell you to do this. Now, I think this is very important that you do this, all right? Now, you are entitled to a free credit report, I think either once a year or once every 6 months from each of these agencies. And I think that's an important thing to do, okay? But if you are a victim of one of these frauds, I wouldn't request it from all 3 at the same time. I would space it out. I would immediately request it from one and wait about 3 to 5 months and request one from the other. and then about 3 to 5 months request one from another one. And then by then a year has expired, and then get it back from the first one to check it out. Because, you know, they each take a source from a little bit different place, but I wouldn't get all 3 of them at the same time, because this way you could make an effort to protect yourself and make sure that you're monitoring what's going on. Now, there's also a thing where they tell you to put a credit freeze on, and I would advise you to do that when one of these incidents happens, so that way you know that no one can get credit in your name.
It's usually, what, 6 months or a year? It's a temporary.
Something like that. And I have an interesting story about that, which we'll get to. But I also, they tell you to put an alert on, or one of them called a hawk, okay? And I just want to let you know that I got a strange piece of mail one time at my house. This was when I was working as a prosecutor. So I put one of these alerts on, and I put this hawk on. And then I come to find out that I start getting offers for credit immediately. Like offers were immediate. And I found out, and I'm not going to name them, that one of the credit reporting agencies had engaged in a program with certain credit card companies to like highlight their members who had a certain income level, okay? And it was even worse than that. They were using for the call bank prisoners in an Atlanta prison who were calling you. They couldn't access your information, but they were calling you through a bank at the prison to make these offers to you. And then once the offer came in, the credit card agency took it over. So I kind of found that kind of really stupid and really beyond the pale. But I mean, it was something that actually did happen. So you have to watch out for that. But
it's good whenever you open up credit, or even what you have now, call them and say you would like to take advantage of privacy. Don't sell my name. Don't sell my information. I'm really big on the internet, but I don't have a huge internet presence, and I don't think you do as well.
No.
We don't want to be targets, and still, you know, in today's day and age, today's world, it's all out there. Everybody wants you out there, but it's better to keep a lower profile. At least I think so. Probably you do too. Right?
You know, to the point of dealing with the credit card companies and the replacement credit cards, I had a case one time. I'm not going to mention the name, but it was in Cook County. It was kind of sad. It was this woman that was basically immobile. She was in a wheelchair, and she was committing frauds with the wheelchair. She would go into like shopping malls, and she had people pushing her. And what she would do is she would take these credit card information from people, and she would buy multiple things. And then she was either selling them or giving them away. And it was really sad because one of the cards, this is going back about 18 years. We had a bad storm in our area, and some area were without power for a while. And she pretended to be a victim, and because she had the information of the person, and she said that, you know, her card was damaged in the storm, or it was lost or something like that, and she was temporarily staying with somebody, which was her, but that wasn't true. And American Express, like that, immediately sent her a new card in the person's name, but at her address. And then she got the card, and then she went and she started making purchases, you know, fraudulent purchases in astronomical amounts of money. And it was funny because one of the postal inspectors had gone to high school with me, and he was a friend of mine, and they brought me the case. And I asked them to do a reinvestigation at one of the jewelry stores, was actually at Ford City in Chicago, and he was in there, and he was like talking to the owner when the offender was wheeled in, and she was committing her fraud like while he was in the store. So he was on view. It was an on view arrest and everything. But it was funny because the Chicago police didn't want to have anything to do with it because the woman was in a wheelchair. So we had to get the county sheriff to transport her to the jail. But it was really sad. I mean,
did she really need a wheelchair?
She did, but
okay.
The point, she didn't stop her, as they would say in the movies, criminal and misdemeanoring and felonies. Even though she was in the wheelchair, she was a diehard criminal. It was funny because when she was sentenced, the judge was a really good judge. It was Judge Schreier, and he told her that she was like a reprobate. And it was funny that in her statement at the end, she thanked the government men, me and the G-man from the postal inspector's office. But it was really sad. I mean, and these people, they don't care about you. They don't care how this hurts you, how your life is destroyed, or that, it could be devastating to you. I mean, you could miss buying a house because your credit's damaged. You could miss a deal on a car, and they don't care about that. They're just criminals. But again, so what's a good thing to do is to get the report and do the request to the Experian, Equifax, and TransUnion. But again, do not do it at the same time. Space them out, because that's very important for you to do, okay?
Oh, have you ever had any, I don't know if I could ask you about your cases or not, but dealing with investment fraud?
Yeah.
And our viewers may be dealing with investment professionals.
Yes.
How do you choose one, if you need one or want one, that will be handling your interests in your best interest?
It's kind of sad. I used to specialize in securities fraud, and that's traditionally primarily a federal issue, which is unusual. But actually, what a lot of people don't know is it's actually also regulated by the state. So if you're involved in investments, and an investment could mean anything. It could mean stock, it could be bonds, it could be real estate, or an offer for a business or something like that. So if you should always check the investment out first, both with the Securities and Exchange Commission and also with the Illinois Secretary of State Securities Division.
Or deal with a reputable financial institution.
That's correct. That's always an important thing.
And all these people that even are employed there, there's websites that you can go to check them out, that at least they're licensed by the appropriate.
They have these appropriate securities license.
Yeah, it's online for public viewing.
But what's really sad is people don't really realize that, I had a case that was kind of famous in the area. It was a guy who would advertise on a certain ethnic radio station for his investments. And it was mostly Hispanic. And it was really sad because he had taken like 20 investors, and he had taken them for millions and millions of dollars. And for me to see these people and have to deal with them, and what happened was,
were they licensed?
No, he was not licensed. What happened was he took these people, and it was so sad because one guy got a heart attack because he lost his money, and then another guy, and the case was tried. It was done in DuPage County. And all these investors would show up, and they would come to court, and it got so bad, and the judge was terrific. that when they'd stand up, their chairs would like bang, and she'd have to stop her court, because they stood up or sat down or when they left. And it was really sad. And we were hoping that the federal government was going to take it over, and it was they wouldn't take it. And what happened was I had it, and it was really sad because I talked to this one guy, and he was a victim, and he was able to save $1 million. And then he told me that he was broke. He had no money to send his daughters to college. And he said he wanted to talk to the guy. And I said, why would you do that? And he goes, because I want to see where my money went. And I showed him. The guy at the time had spent the money on Bulls tickets, and he had spent the money on fancy stuff for his girlfriend, and he had spent the stuff on a car. And so when the one investment came in, he used it to give a little bit of money to a previous investor. That's what they call a Ponzi type scheme, where he uses part of the money to pay off or give good faith money to a prior investor, and then he spends the money, and then people recommend him, and so on and so on and so on. And it was really sad. And the federal government, it was too small of a case for them. But anyway, it worked out, and the guy received a sentence of 13 years, which was one of the largest. And it was kind of sad because on my way home from the courthouse, it was already on the news. And by then, the FBI had been calling me to congratulate me, and they were telling me that was a 13-year state sentence was more of a sentence than they would have received for the guy's conviction federally. And it's really sad. And when you see the destruction of the people, and that they have basically no future or no hope, and it just makes you, check the investment out before you make it, because by the time you make it, it's too late. And if you even get 10% of your money back by then, you're ahead of the game. Usually you don't get anything back, and it's really sad.
I mean, we all have Paul's a licensed attorney. I have a license with the state of Illinois in type 75 and some endorsements. And I know even our dentist has a license. Professionals have a license. I guess the plumbers have a license, and the other people. My one pet peeve, and like I said, I'm on social media a lot more than Paul, looking at things even like Facebook and other things. And I'm a proponent of Facebook. I do like it a lot. I think it's a great platform. But I'm talking about a lot of these neighborhood. I think that's where I wanted to go with this. These neighborhood platforms, like if you live in a certain town or village or whatever, they have these platforms, and everybody in themselves are putting down that they are selling food. And I cringe every time I see this, because I wonder, do they have a food license? And what do you have to do? Because, you're ill with someone's, whatever, so I guess we're going on a break.
You guys are good. You got about another 40 seconds until break.
So it's important for you to do some homework. Be proactive. Check all the things, and even look for articles that might mention people that had trouble with them. Or as Marla said, go to social media and see if anybody is saying anything about it. And then that way you'll know when, because it's your money. It's your money, and invest it wisely.
Some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring the international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Scilink.net. That's Papa Sierra Yankee Lima India November Kilo. Dot November Echo Tango. Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 1 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour at townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. Nuclear talks continue between the U.S. and Iran this weekend.
Experts on both sides will meet on Saturday to start hammering the technical details of any possible deal. The talks seek to limit Iran's nuclear program in exchange for the lifting of some of the crushing economic sanctions the U.S. has imposed on the Islamic Republic. President Donald Trump has repeatedly threatened to unleash airstrikes targeting Iran's program if a deal isn't reached. Iranian officials increasingly warned that they could pursue a nuclear weapon with their stockpile of uranium enriched to near weapons-grade levels. I'm Karen Shamas.
Authorities say a massive explosion and fire at a port in southern Iran has left at least 4 people dead, some 500 others injured in the blast at the port that normally handles about 80 million tons of goods every year. Senator James Lankford says Congress will soon approve more money for border security and infrastructure, including more living space for detainees being deported.
When you deport someone or remove them, they are going to spend, a week or two, sometimes just a day or two, in custody, and then they've got to be able to be moved out. We could actually remove more, especially criminal aliens, if we had more beds.
Senator James Lankford was interviewed this week on the Salem Radio Network. Big tech stocks carried Wall Street to the close of a winning roller coaster week. The S&P 500 rose by 0.7% on Friday. The director of National Economic Council says it's only natural to see some negative sentiment on Wall Street. After all, he says the markets are notorious for hating any kind of change.
And President Trump is an agent of change who is voted in because Americans decided that the economy that Joe Biden handed us was a sick patient that needed some fixing.
Kevin Hassett was interviewed this week by the Salem Radio Network. You'll find more on these stories at townhall.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
They told us nothing but lies.
These timeshare thieves out there are terrible.
They bullied us.
Our timeshare is all a scam.
They stole from us. They were thieves.
I was completely taken advantage of.
Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group, and I know the tough spot you're in. Are you asking yourself, why did I buy that timeshare? I'll tell you why, because that presentation wasn't a normal sales pitch. It was a show to convince you that timeshare is a great investment. They told you it was available today and today only. They said you're foolish if you don't buy, and unfortunately, you believed them. We get over 3,000 complaints a week from folks just like you that were misled into buying a timeshare. Give us a call. I guarantee you, if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-989-1771. 800-989-1771. 800-989-1771.
In New York Friday, a man died after being stabbed on a subway train, the first subway system death of the year.
Police in New York City are looking for a man they say stabbed to death another man during Friday morning rush hour on the subway and in the subway station when the two men got off. Police say the men had gotten into an argument when the attacker stepped on the victim's shoes. It happened in the Brooklyn Bridge City Hall subway station in Lower Manhattan. Police say the victim, a 38-year-old man, was stabbed multiple times in his torso and was pronounced dead at a nearby hospital. Police describe the attacker as in his 20s or 30s, dressed in black and wearing black headphones. I'm Donna Warder.
3 rounds, 102 selections, and still no team has called the name of Shedeur Sanders in the NFL draft. The slide continued last night when his name was not called in the second or third round. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. Former Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro's health condition has worsened following a recent surgery, even as government prosecutors demand he defend himself against charges of staging a coup after losing the 2022 election.
The former president, who is 70, he's been in hospital for nearly 2 weeks. He was admitted with severe pain and he underwent intestinal surgery for about 12 hours. So it's a very delicate situation. He's had many problems, 6 operations, I believe, since he was stabbed during the electoral campaign in 2018.
That is the BBC's Leonardo Rocha reporting. Booths of big Chinese, German, and Japanese automakers are bustling at Shanghai's auto show as the industry keeps its sights on the wider global market, not subject to steep U.S. tariffs on imports of cars and auto parts. More of these stories at townhall.com. From Washington, I'm Bob Agnew.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
We should talk about hiring people in the house.
Fixed bayonets, brothers and sisters. This is the Chief Guard of the Republic radio show with your co-hosts today, Marla and me, Paul Burvitt. Every Saturday, noon to 1. Today it's noon to 2 on WRMN 1410, the Fox River Valley Media Network, streaming live on WRMN1410.com. Studio number, voice 847-931-1410. Text us at 505-926-1410 or contact us in the comment line on Facebook Live, WRMN 1410 channel. Again, Brendan, we're glad that you're with us. If anybody would like to call us, we'd like to hear from you. We'd also like to go more into this subject. Marla would like for us to talk about how you can get referrals for people that come into your house. So what did you want to talk about with relation to that, Marla?
Well, you have to be careful with who you bring into your house and service people. Obviously, you want a reputable company, but sometimes you don't know what a reputable company. You don't know a reputable company, because we've actually gotten taken a few times with vendors coming in the house, as I had mentioned earlier with the wallpaper person. Again, that was years ago, but it still happens today. So how do you select someone to do work for your house, Paul?
I always would tell people to contact 3 people that they know and get an idea of who they used, and then ask them about that. And then once I got the
not on the internet, no.
No, I say friends of mine. Like I'll say,
Yeah.
do you know a good plumber? And then I'll ask 3 or 4 or 5 of my friends, and then I'll say, do you know? Now the furnace person I have is great from Wandel Heating, but no paid plug there. He's a wonderful guy, but I've had his family for like 40 years, and he's done work at Marla's house. He's done work at our friend Paul's house. He's done work at my friend Marty's house. He's done work at my friend Lewis's house, and so you know, it's a guy that I very much trust and admire.
And years ago, I had a company, and it wasn't that one. Years ago, I had a company that I had someone come in and fix, I think it was a humidifier. And then come to find out, he had someone else look at it a couple years later, and they said, or was it a couple years? And they said that was a used old one they don't use from years ago. So, I mean, I've been cheated that way.
And you were charged for a new one.
Charged regular price, yeah.
Yeah, and that's something you have to watch out for, because sometimes people are unscrupulous. But like I said, I contact all my friends and get the names of three or four people, and then I check them out with the Better Business Bureau, and then then I go with the one that I seem to like, or the one. Very often it's one that calls me back first. Like if you have an issue, I would go with the one that contacts you back once you've checked them out. I'd like to talk to something else that's more troubling though lately, okay? And every morning between 8:30 and 10, I get a phone call, and it's either on my home phone or on my cell phone, and it's guys that want to work on my roof. And they're in the area, and they try to act like, we're going to be doing something in your area. We'd like to put you on the list tomorrow. No, I didn't call you. My roof is new. So, I got tired of this. I get these calls every darn day. I mean, it's really sad, and it's always the same. And so finally, I just tell them, I said, hey, look, I live in a condo building, and I'm on one of the middle floors. You have to call the home, and as soon as I say homeowners, they hang up. And hopefully they'll take me off the list. But I get these calls every day, and they call me on the cell phone too. And they're hooking up, they're paying for addresses. And one time it was so bad, I think Marla got one of the calls, and it was an address that she hadn't lived at in years. And but what was wrong is they had her number, but with another relative's name that's deceased, and that
relative never had that phone.
Right, and I don't even think Marla had that number at the time. So I did a terrible thing. I sent him to an address I used to live at like 40 years ago, and he went there the next day, and I guess the people called the authorities, and then they actually called it. I acted like I didn't know who they were talking about, but I mean, it's really sad, and they just never stop. And another bad one is the calls about Medicare supplements. I mean, this and what they do is they're usually calling now from a foreign nation, or else they have a really heavy accent, and they're calling and they're trying to get you to sign up for Medicare supplements. And it's sad because, if you're not careful, because actually the Medicare supplement I have is part of my retirement plan. And if I ever get another one, I'm barred from the medical insurance benefit I get.
So always call and contact the group.
Call the one that you're with, or and unless
not they call you.
Right. And I wouldn't be signing up with something that I hadn't investigated or looked at. So you need to be careful. And what they do is they want you to always agree and say yes, and then they record your voice, and then later on they said, see, we have permission. So it's sad because I don't answer the phone in a correct manner that you would politely. I just go, what do you want? Or something like that, because I never want to say, yeah, yes, or it's me, or they said, I'm looking for so-and-so. And I say,
know people don't even answer the phone.
Right. I say, what do you want? I don't ever repeat my name or say, that's me. I'll say, who do you want? What is it you're calling about? And then, it's really sad because, you have to answer in a defensive manner. And, it could be someone, especially, it could be a job interview, and you don't want to seem impolite or unfriendly when people are calling you, because that might, but it's sad the way they do it. Were there any other factors from talking to people that you had concerns about?
I just, I'm not sure about concerns, but I just know people that tell me they don't answer their phone unless they know who it is. I'm really like Paul that I do not want to acknowledge that it's me on the phone unless I do have some caller ID that I can see who it is. I know if it's a doctor's office or a dentist's office or something, they're going to call me. I'm waiting for that call. And I can, answer right away and regular, but I'm real careful. Don't say your name. Don't say yes. Don't acknowledge who you are. One thing I've been getting lately is they'll say, is this so-and-so at an address that's like 3 blocks from me? And when I look at the ID, the phone number, it's coming from far away. Another thing I'm big on is if you get a call, sometimes you check that number, call it back. You tell me not to do that. I do that sometimes, but a lot of times it doesn't even go through. Or also, if they say they're from your bank or they say they're from somewhere that is kind of important to you, call back that number. So if it's I'm not trying to promote any banks or anything, but if it's like Harris or Chase or PNC or whatever bank, Citibank or whatever, I will call the main number of that bank and then get routed. I'll call them back, and I just won't call the person. It's too it's actually dangerous financially and in terms of your safety sometimes.
In today's day and age, they use these things like spoofers and they mask, and they make it look like they're calling from your area, and it's really not them. And then sometimes she has called back, and the
Doesn't
people
go through.
The people will
or I've gotten sworn
right,
at.
or they took somebody's number and said, it's not me, man. Other people are calling. So you can't go by what's on the caller ID. So, and then if you do call them back, it's usually a bad number. So it goes no. So that right there, and if they keep calling you, you know that it's not a good thing. Now, another thing I get for these health calls, we get these a lot. And how I answer now, I started to answer is, yeah, this is an American number, but I live in Toronto. We have socialized medicine up here, and then they hang up. So that's another thing that I do, and maybe they'll take you off a list if you do something like that. But if you try to engage them in a conversation, it's like you've bested a fool because they're just going to change the number and keep calling you back, and they actually might get to the point where I actually had this happen one time. I called them from my fax line, and they called so many times back that they triggered the fax line so many times they broke it. So the switch in it. So just hang up on them, or pretend like you're from another country.
Be careful when you're ordering items on the internet too, or items to be mailed to you. Misspell your last name for the recipient. Put an initial, not a first name. Because the more you get your name out there, the more your name will maybe be sold, or criminals will come looking for you. And your goal, I would think, is to be off the internet, personal information best you can. I'm surprised. One of my prior locations, I would order from I believe it was like one of these fruit and nut places, and I noticed I got a catalog, and then like for like a year I received like 10 catalogs from things I didn't even want. And then so you want to try to avoid getting the mail. Now you're going to say you get the catalog, okay, but at least at least my name, if you change your name when you're getting it, isn't going to be out there as much. And you don't know when your mail's misdelivered. I think it's good also for some people if they want to rent a P.O. box if you don't get your bank statement online, or your tax things, to rent a P.O. box and I know it's a little bit of money, but it avoids a lot of problems. How many of us have had mail misdirected that you didn't want somebody to know about? You know, and I think it's in today's day and age, it's an option.
I think that's a very great point. I have a PO box, and it's not too far from that. There's ones with the post office, and then there's one agency ones, and I have an agency one. It's the post office box one was open 24 hours a day, but it was in an industrial area. So mine is in a residential area where I used to live. And they're usually there from 8 in the morning to 4 or 5, and on Saturday. So you get pretty good access to your post office box. And then you could always call them and ask them if something's in your box. And I find that that's a much better way to handle it. And especially if you want to get magazines or catalogs, have it sent to the PO box. That way, if you're getting all kinds of, spam
Junk mail, you could just stand there and
just throw it away.
Right
and
there.
That way it doesn't get a connection to your main address.
Another good thing to do is to sign up if you want with the U.S. Post Office to preview your mail. It's free. It's funny. I've noticed that some things that were in my box were not mailed, and then you can kind of see what's fictitious. Have you ever dealt with any in your work with any people that receive dangerous packages? Like, I don't want to say anthrax, but anything where it was tampered packages, I'd say. Did you ever hear
not tampered packages, but I'm sure people in law enforcement know this. I've had, and my family has had, threatening stuff mailed to them. And my friends have had that, and I have had, my father years ago had some things mailed to the house that people try to threaten you or something like that. So you're always really cautious about that. That's why
I'd either throw it out than open it.
Well,
I wouldn't even open,
Yeah, it's
when you're mailing packages, mail it to even if you're mailing it to yourself. If your name is John Jones, maybe put a I and instead of Jones put a ZINOES or something like that. Misspell your name, and then you'll know you're the one that ordered the package. What do you think of that?
That's a good idea
if you can.
But now most of the places I deal with send a tracking notice, and then you could watch that which I find that helpful, because when I turn my phone on and I go to the emails, and it says you are receiving a package today, but I'm receiving a package today that already came on Monday, but the tracking isn't 100%. But I bought some exercise things from Amazon, and the package is coming today, but it already came like a week ago.
It's amazing to me that more of the things I'm ordering online are coming in the mail unpackaged with their original packaging. I don't like it, but I mean, I guess they're somebody's saving money. I was going to ask you, Paul, what can the consumer do when we were young, or when we were kids? People a lot of times would mail you a birthday card or something, and they put $10 in, or $5 or $20 in. What can you do if you have to mail money? Because now, I mean, back then we used to have, the colored envelopes and the decorations, happy birthday. And you're a target. I've heard sad stories where people have mailed birthday cards and the money was taken, or they never got the card.
Yeah, what I like to do is, and I've always told people this. I like to get a postal money order.
Oh.
And then you go to the post office, and you might pay like 65 or 75 cents for, like say you're sending somebody $10, so it's $11, and then the cost of the card. And I get a postal money order. And the reason why I would do that is, first of all, I like the colors of them. They're multicolored. They kind of look like currency, but they're not. But they're just as good as currency, and it's a money order. and it's backed by the Postal Service, and the postal inspectors, do take that seriously. So what I like to do is I like to send somebody a gift instead of sending them cash or a check. Use the gel pen and send a postal money order. And it's always good maybe send it registered or certified, but you're getting into more money for that.
But why use a gel pen? And you could get gel pens at the
because they can wash the check and with regular pen in a chemical bath, but in the gel pen they really can't. So that's why you use a gel pen. But like I said, I prefer to use the postal money orders. Like I do think they're neat looking, and it's the post office, so that's kind of cool. So I like to do that. So that's really neat.
Now I must be honest, I had a few things I wanted to ask you. I have a little list here. And we were going earlier down the list, and we talked about investment complaints, right?
Right. That you would bring to the attention or check them out through the Illinois Secretary of State Securities Division or the Securities and Exchange Commission.
And then on my list again, I had another thing was, what if, can you trust your financial institution? Some people say yes, some people say no.
You can always go to the FDC, the controller of the currency, or you can go to the Illinois Department of Finance
and I want to say,
and financial institutions.
If you can, and I didn't know a lot about this when I was working full time, but I didn't know a lot about credit unions, and I'm a big proponent of those now for people. What was your experience with credit unions?
I was a member of a couple of different credit unions. Like the teachers have one. I had one for state employees, and you find out I'm kind of like a big proponent of credit unions because they're pretty cool.
Well, they offer loans, incentives to their consumer base. But one thing I like is when you go into a police credit union, Paul's a member that I've been gone in with him. That everyone is, everyone's in that same line of work, and I would assume it's the same with the teachers credit union. And there's a lot of, are there some based on ethnicity too?
There's a Polish credit union, Slovak, and
I think
there's the fire department has, and they even have them based on where you live. Okay. Areas have credit unions.
There's an option for people to get loans, right? And what else do? They take your money.
The great thing was with the credit union one that was the state employees credit union. There were a couple of times when the state went on furlough, where they didn't send you a paycheck, and they waited for a budget. And the credit union was really nice. If you brought in your prior pay stub, they would give you what your net was, not what your total pay, because they took tax out, but what your net was. You showed that to them, and they would give you a loan for that, and they would give you 3 pay periods to pay them back. And then that way you didn't miss a paycheck. And that was a very helpful thing, especially if you had to pay a mortgage or pay your kids' tuition or you had a car payment. So credit unions have some fantastic programs for their members. So I'm a real big fan of, like the teachers credit union, the fire credit union, the police credit union, credit union one, and things like that. Those are really excellent ways to both invest your money and keep your money.
Those kind of places do not have like debit or credit cards.
Some of them do. Some of them do, and depending on how they're set up, they're either insured by a company or they're federally insured, because there's a federal insurance program for credit unions too, like there is for banks and savings and loans.
Just like a healthy diet, we're proponents of not putting all your eggs in one basket. So I would, no matter what situation, I would suggest spreading things out a little bit at different places.
Yes, it's always better to have a couple of primary sources, like co-primary sources instead of just relying on one. At least have a main one and a backup one that's unrelated.
Right. I guess we're taking another break. We'll be back in, I guess, a few minutes.
Yes, after the break, we'll be here for the last segment. Again, we encourage any phone calls, and we're happy to spend the afternoon with you.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Broke my finger.
Get ready for Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m. on WRMN AM 1410. If you're a homeowner or contractor looking to tackle those projects that feel a bit too big, this is the show for you. Join Eric along with his knowledgeable guests as they dive deep into everything from DIY renovations to creating a healthy home environment. We'll provide you with the tools and tips you need to complete your projects with confidence and ease. But it's not all work and no play. We believe in having fun. Our passion for home improvement shines through as we help you save time, money, and reduce the stress of DIY. So whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, don't miss Around the House. Tune in every Saturday night and let's tackle those home projects together.
Now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com is the book called DUI Jury Trial, which is the true story of a truck driver in Illinois who was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol. Not only was he facing a revocation of his driver's license, but also a lifetime disqualification of his CDL, which would prevent him from ever driving a semi-truck again. This book includes backstories of the truck driver, the lawyers that defended the case, and the DUI expert witness who analyzed the case and then testified at trial as to the proper protocol procedures of the field sobriety tests as well as the breathalyzer test. This nonfiction novel also includes the actual court transcript from the jury trial, a courtroom showdown in which the final verdict would determine the fate of the defendant's livelihood. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Finding a reputable business shouldn't require luck or chance. But how can you tell who you can trust? Pro tip: the BBB connects people with businesses they can trust. So think of the BBB as the better, check with the BBB first, because better businesses are honest and commit to high ethical standards bureau. That's why they're better. Always look for the sign of a better business and find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Looking for an affordable dentist close to home? Bender Dental Care in Elgin offers new patient specials from $29, including x-rays, a regular cleaning, and exam. Senior discounts, a no insurance discount plan, and care credit financing. Bender Dental Care is a full-service family dentist with an outstanding 5-star Google rating. To find out more, call us at 847-888-4333. Bender Dental Care, affordable dentistry, close to home.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. That's 800-257-3148.
Geez,
Fix bayonets, comrades. This is the Chief Guard of the Republic Radio Show with your co-hosts today, Paul Burvin and Marla, in for Mike Tuman. Every Saturday, noon to 1, today, Saturday, noon to 2, on WRMN 1410 AM, the Fox River Valley Media Network. Streaming live on WRMN1410.com. Studio number, voice, 847-931-1410. Text 505-926-1410. Or contact us and comments on Facebook Live on WRMN 1410, channel 1410.
I wanted to give a shout out to my friend Georgie Ann. Thanks for watching today. And if my friend Maggie is there, thanks for watching today. And my friend Paul, thanks for watching today. So we're going to talk about what?
Today, what else did you want to cover?
Oh my goodness, I'm the guest here, so Paul is more structured with this, I should say. We were going to mention a little bit about what consumers should be careful about hiring people in their house. I think you mentioned briefly.
Yes, you should always check them out and make sure that you should always take pictures. You should take pictures.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You should always be careful of who you hire and what you're looking to have done. And also ask the person if they've ever had or done the thing before. You know, the matter that you
like
went
a
to.
Doctor, how many
of these have you done, or something like that?
Oh goodness.
Also,
okay.
Let's talk about some other things. Let's talk about generally medical fraud. Now, these would be like what we would call patent medicine cures, or things that people say, you know, like if you take Olson's tonic, you will get your hair back. Or if you take my pill, you will have your arthritis relieved, okay? Those things, you know, there's a difference between what they call commercial speech or puffery and what is a fraud. So, you know, if you say that I have the best medicine in the world, right? Well, we all know that that's probably not true, okay? That it's probably just either works or doesn't work, or you think it works.
Are you talking about these infomercials?
Well, I'm talking about when they sell a product, like you'll even hear, you know, like say Randy's vegetable capsules that are great for your digestion, okay? There's a difference between commercial speech and actual fraud.
I would always check with my doctor. I know there's a lot of products out there promising great results, and I would always check with, I'm big at checking with the medical doctor. I remember as a kid, I must have been about 11, 12 years old, a patient came into my doctor's office and he couldn't move. And the doctor, I don't know how I heard this. I think back then you were paying the bill next to where the medical off, you know, you could hear or checking in or whatever. And long story short, the guy was just, you know, he took one vitamin and he felt good, and took two more and he felt better, and he was taking a whole ton of them. And, you know, you don't want to not follow medical advice. And I'll go one step farther. You don't want to do your own thing. I always consult the experts, especially when it comes to my health, my welfare, my safety, and whatever. So I don't know. What do you think, Paul?
I think that's important, that you're always careful, and you don't especially with your life, you know. And then you also, you know,
your health.
You want to know what's in the ingredient, because some people, you know, if there's like grapefruit or grapefruit extract in that, you can't take that with a statin. So you want to be careful about that. Another thing I want to cover is particularly since the pandemic, okay? It's these work at home schemes, okay? Now, it's true that a lot of people got jobs where they could work at home, and a lot of them, enjoyed that. But generally, work at home schemes are kind of fraudulent, where what they want you to do is pay up front for the things that you're going to sell or whatever, and then
So they have you piece things at home
or but something that doesn't have a market, and they get paid from you. So you want to avoid that, and anything that would require
regulated.
Well, anything that requires you to pay for training probably is not a good thing. So that's another thing you want to watch out for, are work at home schemes, particularly when they're telling you that you're going to earn $400 to $600 a week or something like that. You want to be careful about that. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is important. It's something that I'm very familiar with. Charitable fraud. Like, you'll get calls, like I got called the other day. Hi, this is Doug. Didn't think I'd get you, but I'm calling for X police department, okay? Usually the police departments don't have a fundraiser. And the fire departments, if they do, it's from a letter from the mayor's office. And so if you're getting a call from the police and the firefighters fund, always ask them, are they a professional fundraiser? Because that means that that's not really the police department in your area and not the fire department in your area. What it is it's a professional fundraiser. And I used to work in that field of regulating them. Sometimes those people get paid 90% of what comes in. So you'd be better off finding out the address to the place itself and then sending a check yourself, where 100% of it will go to the fund, not just 10% or 20%. So, and again, check them out with the Illinois Attorney General's office. Check them out also with the Better Business Bureau. They have a registry on charities. And also, know your rights. You as an investor have a right to receive or examine the group's 990 form. So like individuals file a 1040, businesses file an 1120, charities or fraternal organizations, which are 501c somethings, charities are 501c, they all have to show you their 990 when requested. So be educated, charitable giver. Also, watch out for land fraud. Like, we know some individuals that in the past have purchased land in a part of a state where there's no water or there's no electricity. And, basically you're stuck with it, and then you have to pay taxes on it. And unless you've got a 4-wheel drive vehicle, you cannot get to the land. So check it out, and also check out with the Department of Housing and Urban Development if you feel that, it's something questionable or suspect. Again, insurance fraud. Make sure you check them out with the Illinois Department of Insurance. And know this, that even if the insurance company is in another state, they can sell the policy here, but they're supposed to pay what's called an excess line, and make sure that they have paid that if you're going to deal with them. Watch out for chain letters, okay? Chain letters are a scheme, like when they, you're going to get so much and send it to so-and-so. Just know that for a chain letter to be successful, there has to be more than 13 mailings, okay? And if there's 13 mailings, that's like 13 billion people, okay? And the population of the world is only about 5 billion. So for everybody to get money, you would have to go around the world like 3 times. So that's never going to happen. Okay, be aware of that. Just be aware of that. Watch out for phony distributor or franchise frauds. Okay, now you could check that out with the state of Illinois. Okay, and there's a franchise tax division. That franchise division you would want to check out to make sure the franchise is registered with the state of Illinois, okay? And watch out for these phony job opportunities, okay? You should make sure that whatever place you're dealing with is registered with the Illinois Department of Labor, okay?
They could get your information.
Correct.
And then what?
They could become you and then commit identity theft at a later date using your information.
There is no job, maybe.
Right. So remember, be careful, do your homework. Other problems, check them out with the agency that regulates them or the agency that's associated with them.
And if there is no agency, maybe don't.
Well, check them out with the Better Business Bureau.
Don't deal with them.
Right, and if you have nothing about on them, do not deal with them. Now, here's another question of what do you do if you get mail and it's sent to you, but you didn't order it?
A product?
Or anything. A lot of times there's something called unsolicited mail. Okay.
Okay.
Well, you can always put return on there. Okay. And
should you put return to sender or just throw it out?
You could do that. But if you never requested it, you're under no obligation to send it back.
You get to keep it?
You do, if you want. Now, most people would, like you said, throw it away or send it back. But if you did not request it, you are not responsible for paying for it. But make sure that someone else in your household has not requested it, because there's a famous episode of Leave It to Beaver where he engaged in, buying a magazine subscription service for records or something like that. And he, kept getting records and he wasn't paying it, and he was responsible for it. But in that case, since he was a minor, he was under no obligation to comply with the contract, but he did send the records back. But, be careful, because unsolicited merchandise never has to be returned. Now, you should either, it doesn't have to be paid for. You should either, like Marla said, throw it away, return it to sender. But be careful about that, because you are under no obligation. You incur no responsibility to pay something that was sent to you. There's a term in the law that equity does not aid a volunteer. Okay, so you would be cautious about that and not want to get involved in that.
I think people are inclined to send a package back that's not theirs, just say return to sender or address to them.
Right.
I mean, that's what I.
That would be the safest thing to do. Are there any other questions that you had?
Do I have any other questions? Not really.
Okay, let's go over a little bit on where you would go to check out certain things. Okay, so because again, I want this to be an information show, and we want the people to be fully informed. Okay, so generally, if you are concerned about a lawyer, you would go to the Attorney Registration and Disciplinary Commission.
And there's a lookup for the public.
There is, and then it goes by name. Right, and you would want to check that out. So
same thing with the physician.
There is too.
Well, we went through that, but
and then if the Department of Financial and Professional Regulation is a very important source for information. So they have doctors, they have nurses, they have CPAs, they have private detectives, they have private security contractors, they have private alarm contractors, they have the private dog handlers.
There's
have
more of an extensive list.
They have real estate brokers, real estate sales.
If their license was suspended or
correct. They have real estate appraisers, and then
just a big list.
They have auctions. They regulate auctions. They regulate home inspectors. They regulate appraisers. Again, the Illinois Department of Labor regulates employment agencies. So you want to make sure that, if you sign up, with an employment agency, that you go to one that is properly licensed and regulated. And then I would want to talk about a couple of areas of concern, okay? So if the person that is scammed is over 60 years old or is in some way handicapped or injured, that becomes a serious offense because that's aggravated identity theft or aggravated home repair fraud. So these things are not just simple things. And I want to speak to that though too. One time I had a case when I was with the Attorney General's office, and I had two different people. One person had a guy doing home repair fraud, and the other person had the same guy doing plumbing work. Okay, same guy, two different victims, two different types of fraud, home repair, and the other was plumbing. Okay. So what happened is the victim that had him do the home repair fraud was actually a city worker. And she was real close to me in terms of location. So as we were getting ready for trial, I kind of went to see her several times during her lunch hour. And I asked her the questions. And I think I made her more angry and disappointed in me than in the guy. And I was grateful for doing that. Because when we did the trial, it was a consolidated trial because it would be the same defendant and the same agency looking into them, but two different witnesses. Okay, one related to plumbing and one related to home repair fraud. And when I talked to the plumbing woman, she just said that he didn't complete the job. And that's all she said. And then I asked her if she requested the money back, and she said yes, but she didn't detail it. Now, the woman that worked for the city and had the home repair fraud, she was so angry because I had been asking her this question. And I asked her, I said, did you request this money back? And she said, yes. And then she used the curse word, darn day. Every darn day, I asked him. I said, for how long did you? For months. Okay. Now, when it came to the verdict, the judge didn't convict him for the woman that only asked for it once. He did it for the one, and he pointed that out. She said that she asked for it every so-and-so day. So the woman was persistent in her request. So make sure that if you are a victim, you are persistent in your request also. You ask for it every chance you get. You call, you send a text, you send an email, and you send a letter. And when you send the letter, you send it certified. And then also send it uncertified and put that on the letter. Put regular and certified mail, and then you send that to the person. And then you take that with all your other evidence, and then you bring that to whoever you're bringing it to, whether it's the Better Business Bureau, the Department of Consumer Affairs, the Attorney General's office, or the state's attorney's office. Make sure that you ask for it and can prove, and you have a track record of asking for it. Now, there's a difference too. When you go to these agencies, particularly the Attorney General or the state's attorney, there are a couple of different ways to look at it. The matter might be both a civil matter and a criminal matter at the same time. And it might be handled by the agency, but it'd be handled by two different parts of the agency. If it's the civil matter, it's handled in a regular civil matter where there's a complaint and then there's a hearing process. But if it's handled in a criminal matter, that's a whole other different ballgame. That means there's police action involved, and that means if the vendor or the business is determined to be not responding properly, there's criminal consequences, usually jail sentences or prison sentences. So it's important to keep the records, and it's important for the agency to make the determination. Now, what makes that determination, whether it's civil or criminal? Again, if there's multiple victims, sometimes—
You have a caller. You guys have a caller.
Okay, welcome, caller.
Caller, you're on.
Is Marlena? Gabby, is Marlena here? Okay.
Caller, you're on.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Yeah, it's Cleveland Dennis.
Hey, Dennis, how are you?
Yeah, good. I think the show is absolutely great because it's so informative. You know, I run a business, and I get connected, my landline, my fax, my cell, and I get attacked all the time. Now, a lot of this stuff, yeah, I know about this and that, but you brought up a number of great points, and I'm complimenting based on that.
Well, thank you, Dennis.
Thank you.
Dennis, again, I told you that actually happened to me because I called back on the fax line, and then the group was out of Florida, and they were giving me like hundreds of calls back, and they actually broke my fax machine. So you have to be careful when it comes in off the fax line, Dennis.
Yeah, I heard that, but I closed my fax. That's passé.
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, again, there's a number of things, and it's the information. I even made a couple notes as I was working this afternoon, and it's appreciated. So thank you very kindly.
Well, thanks for being a loyal listener, Dennis, and we always are glad to hear from you.
Yeah. Now, I'm not complaining, but couldn't find you really on the YouTube. Everything, I don't know what happened.
Well, I'm looking at it. It's streaming now.
The recording will be up.
Yeah,
in 2
but
weeks.
I'm sure Mike will take an effort at having it on the website.
It takes like 2
but
weeks.
It's over now. I'm going to the Queen of Hearts, so hopefully things will be better.
Good luck with that. Hope you win, Dennis.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, thank you. All right, I got to go, guys.
Bye. Have
Take
a nice
care.
week. Good week.
Well, everybody, it was great to talk to you this afternoon. We hope we've answered some questions or gave you some
Things to think about.
and resources to go so that you're not a victim, because our policy here is to make you informed and to see to it that you're not a victim. We look forward to you following the show and watching us next week and listening to us next week. And we thank Marla for being a wonderful co-host. I think she did an excellent job today. And thank you very much. And we thank the guys in the studio for setting us up and helping us.
Thank you.
Very welcome, guys. It was a great show. Glad to be a part of it.
Take care. Thank you.
WRMN 1410, Chief of the Guard, every Saturday, 1 to 2. I'm sorry.
Let me tell you
12 to 1.
12 to 1.
Bill was a normal guy in his 50s.
Take care.
He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription.